One, two, three.
Yeah. Zay. Carolina Blue on this one, man. H-G-M-O-B. Put them God, man. Yeah, we about that life, man. We gon' contend for the faith, man. Get ready. Still the word that God's reign is supreme. Don't care what folks claim to believe. I know Satan's aim is to scheme. My hand steady aim in the beam. Gotta speak this truth because not everyone's able to read. What I say on the beast inspired by what Christ came and decreed. Education takes time, not quickly displayed what it mean. That's why Isaiah came to the scene to explain things that may seem they came from the page of a scene writings. They came to the king's fight in the way of extreme tyrants who slay and they breed violence. Can't box with God, he created the sweet science. Bring the water of his word with the pressure that feed hydrants. No workers out in the field, son, we need migrants. Too many of us who are fatherless and need guidance. A lot of times where the reason you're hearing police sirens in our hood while the grandmother's praying for peace and silence. Men are more fearful of catching COVID-19 virus than the God who created the germ that you sneeze from the Zionists. It's time to repent from treason and start pleasing his highness. He's no longer putting up with the sin he sees from his iris. We preach on the continent, then cross seas to the islands. He said to search for truth like his treasure, we seize it like pirates. When you eat the bread of life, you can't fall asleep from the itis. When you truly woke, there is no relief for your eyelids. Shepherds of the flock have to protect sheep from the lions. So I'ma smell like smoke until Jesus' seat is in Zion. What up?
Yo, 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 salute. Good evening, brethren. Welcome to the Bible Dojo. You are tuning in to Friday Night Frankincense. It's your brothers at Ogden Israel, aka the God Hop MC. Hashtag just a vessel, nobody special. You already know what it is. We're doing this new format. We've been doing it for the last couple of Fridays. I'm hoping that you all are liking it and that you're liking the conversations that are happening. So we're already live on Clubhouse. So I'm just going to be patching you guys in. You already know the slogan. The dojo is open. So come on in, take your shoes off, look down, check your sock game, make sure you're on point, and start your warm-up katas because it's already biblical. Yeah.
Of the Israelites. And of course, the second view is a view that we like to say was promoted by the One West Hebrew Israelites that hold the view that God only cares about Israel and that only Israel can get salvation. And they believe that the Gentiles in the New Testament, let me make sure I qualify this. Whenever the word Gentiles is used in the New Testament, referring to somebody who can get salvation or any kind of positive sense, they will say is just referring to the northern kingdom of Israel, also known as Samaria, or they'll just say scattered Israelites. That's when Gentiles is used in a positive sense, like it's talking about them getting salvation or that the blessings are coming upon them. So they kind of pick and choose how they want to play with that word Gentile in the New Testament based off of their doctrine. So we're interested in what you think about it. You can raise your hand at any time to let us know who you think the Gentiles in the New Testament are and why. We got the stage open now. In the meantime, y'all could just ping your people, share this room. We know this is a very controversial topic, but let me tell y'all about that word controversial or controversy. A lot of things are not actually controversial at all, but you can make anything controversial. All you need is one rational person and a contrarian. If you don't know what a contrarian is, you can look it up, and I'll just tell you, just somebody who argues things for the sake of arguing them. There's a lot of contrarians out there, and you want to make sure you don't want to be a contrarian. You don't want to just have a disagreeable spirit about you. Another word for a contrarian is somebody who's argumentative. Of course, y'all know that word. And another word would be somebody who's heuristic. Heuristic. Look up these words. All of these words refer to people who argue not for the pursuit of truth, but for the love of arguing. This is a real thing. We don't know anything about it, so we swear everybody we're arguing with who's putting up a fight, they're just stubborn or they just can't see what we're saying. But there are a lot of contrarians and also heuristic people in this world, and of course, on Clubhouse.
Boy, look at here. Yeah, hey, first of all, happy Sabbath to y'all, and peace to everybody in the room. To my elders on stage, appreciate, love y'all, Zadok and Josh. Man, check this out. I heard somebody on Clubhouse the other day. I was listening to a replay in the room that I started. I'm listening to people like, they was like, y'all know, and like I would hear people making comments like, well, y'all know I just love to go back and forth. I'm like, what? Like, who does that? That's an heuristic type person who just wants to be contrarian or try to find fault in something just for the sake of doing it. Like, that stuff is tiresome. It's annoying. It puts people off. But I hear people making comments like, y'all know I love to just push back, or I love to just try to find, be contrarian to, to whatever is being said. And in some ways, yes, it's a difference between critical thinking and trying to listen to understand, but also, questioning with what you've understood. That's called critical thinking. But then there's that, and then there's also the other side of it when you have people that's listening to find fault. And a lot of times on Clubhouse and just in general life, when you're just talking to people in your everyday, no matter what the topic is, they're listening to find fault a lot of times rather than to just understand what you're trying to say and or what the other person is trying to say. And you are absolutely right. That is very, very prevalent on Clubhouse. I literally heard that. That's made me unmute. I was like, man, I heard somebody say that the other day. Y'all know I like to go back and forth. Y'all know I like to I'm like, you really like to do that? Like, wow. I didn't even know, it's just amazing that somebody was like proudly say something like that.
Hey, salute. Hey, good evening. Hey, I wasn't able. Hey, what's up, Brody? Hey, bring that brother back up on stage right quick. The gentleman Miguel. Somebody bring him up. Hey, what's going on, bro? I was able to hear what you came in and said about Hebrew Israelites. I'm going to adjure you to be very careful. Just as I told Vocab Malone many years ago before he put out his book called Barack Obama and the Hebrew Israelites, I was actually one of the only Hebrew Israelites who would speak to him. So I'm just letting you know you're on the stage of the curator of this platform is he identifies as a Hebrew Israelite. No problem. But I'm a Christian. Right. The Hebrew Israelite is nothing but an ethnic identity claim. As a so-called African American in this country, who is someone who has no proof of which one of the 54 countries made up after the Balfour Accords in Africa, with no proof of which country I come from. We're just called African Americans. We're lumped up into just being from the continent of Africa. Well, we know historically, even biblically, not all people on the continent of Africa claim to be related closely, even though all humankind is related. So just because people are of various dark skin complexions, they don't all claim to be relative. And because of that, there's as much a possibility that I could be from a Shemitic black people as much as I could be from a Hamitic black people, according to the scripture in history. And because of that, the idea of having the name of or claiming the possible ethnic connection to Israel is no different than me claiming that I'm Somalian, I'm South African, or Ghanaian. No proof of either, not even by DNA haplogroup tests will I be proven to be able to pinpoint my clan. I would just find out what groups of people in large numbers today I would be sharing a haplogroup commonality with. And when you find that haplogroup in the modern day Middle East, in Arabia, so if I got an E1B1B haplogroup, I'm sharing a Y chromosome with people in parts of East Africa and heavy in Arabia and in modern day Palestine. What do I do with that? So all I can say is this, brother. What the brother said was key to understand. The Hebrew Israelite claim amongst freed slaves goes back as early as the 1860s and 1870s. The popular names that are spoken from the 1890s to the 1920s are F.S. Cherry and William Crowley and others. So when you point out someone like let's say what's your man's name? A gentleman like the one that they call Abba Bivens, who came to New York from Tennessee. That gentleman, in his doctrinal belief, he literally come from a group called the Commandment Keepers, who were Old Testament only. They claim to be Israelites who only accepted the Old Testament. They did not deal with, quote unquote, Jesus or the New Testament. For whatever reason, when Abba comes north, he claims that he had a revelation and that it was revealed to him from heaven. If I remember correctly, he may even claim to have been visited and given this understanding by an angel. He actually found out that Jesus was the Son of God, but that he wasn't that white image, but that he was a black man. So later on, as he develops his school and they purchased that property over there at 1 West Avenue in Harlem, New York, and he started to attract young men who were, looking for something as they compete at that time against the Nation of Islam, as they're competing with the Nations of Gods and Earths, as they're competing with the Pan-African movement and other movements that were vying for the minds of black people outside of church orthodoxy. His claims spurred Ariya and others who were his earliest students to be, with their zeal, even the 12 tribes chart that's popular among a lot of the 1 West and their satellite sister groups today is an invention of Ariya and his brothers. That chart don't even come from Abba Bivens. So what I'm saying is, since they're a particular Israelite group, I visited Crowley's church. It's one of the oldest Israelite churches in the United States. It's been in Washington, D.C. since about 1903 or something like that. Bro, when you go visit their church, they're not connected to the camps in any way. They were never racist against white folk. They never said salvation. They never called the white man Edom, things like that. They just were making a claim that they believed that black people, in the United States more than likely were descendants of the children of Israel, according to the curses. While someone like Cherry could have been considered more intolerant of whites because a lot of these people literally lived through slavery and Jim Crow. So what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the claim of the possibility of being an Israelite is over 150 years old in the United States. And most of it starts with blacks who were in Pentecostalism that they had learned in the South. And as they left that way, some of them, left Pentecostalism and came to this vibe and this mindset. So I just want you to understand that 1 West, while it's become popular in the internet age, is not the be all end all of what it means to be a Hebrew Israelite, or what even claiming it means, because I never learned under them guys. And when they first heard of me back in 2008, they called me a false prophet because, I told them, I said, well, how can you prove Esau, that white folk are Esau? How can you prove that salvation is only for Israelites and everybody else is nothing? Things of that nature, bro. So I just want you to know that it's better for you to say, hey, I believe camp doctrine is dangerous. I was a part of a particular camp, the GOCC, under their lead teacher, Rakah, and I don't believe with their tenets. And I find a lot of people who have those same beliefs, even if their camp is called differently. I think that that's dangerous, but saying who's in hell right now and stuff like that, you can't do that, brother. Yeshua has not given you the prejudgment rod to be like, yeah, this is who I know need to go to hell. This guy, boom, that guy, boom, that guy. The reason why that's dangerous, Miguel, is because your life isn't finished. And by Yah's will, you would hope that 5-10 years from now, what you would consider a great apostasy wouldn't be coming your way and you fall to it. So you don't want to speak condemnation, even if you may feel you rightly judge that their doctrine is unsound and that it's even dangerous and not biblical. That's your right. But to say who's in hell, you just don't have that license, good brother. And I just want to warn you of that.
Hallelujah.
Right, brother. Oh, wait, did you want to speak, Antoine, or?
No, I just saying hallelujah. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. All right. What was your name? Zadok. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong. Is it Zadok? Or?
Yeah, that's correct, brother.
Yeah, okay. Zadok, yeah, hey, bro, I'm just saying, yeah, I'm aware of the 1860s. There was a man, and this was around in the 1860s, but he actually also claimed an angel told him in a vision. if I'm not mistaken. Also him. I'm not saying that. My whole point is here, right? Yeah, I should have worded my statement better before. I 100% agree. But yeah, from what I'm saying is, this doctrine has been around. I was a Hebrew Israelite. I'm aware of Christopher Columbus, 2nd Esdras, Deuteronomy 28, Job 30:30, Jeremiah 14:2, Song of Solomon 1. I'm aware of the doctrine.
Oh, damn, you screaming out the precept pack, huh? Look at it.
He got the package.
He got the pack. Hey, Josh, you hearing Josh? He got the pack.
Hey, brother, I was a Hebrew.
You got it memorized. You don't just got it, you got it memorized.
Yeah, brother. And I've seen the videos, like 2-hour-long videos of Christopher Columbus and the Acts of 14 something. I forgot what it was called. And 2nd Esdras, how Christopher Columbus used 2nd Esdras to get the slaves. You know what I mean, right? I'm aware of the doctrine.
Yes.
And I'm just starting the haplo genetics right now. Haplogroups. I'm a bit new, right? I know, but from what I've studied, I can tell you, I'm Hispanic, by the way. I'm Ecuadorian. From what I've studied,
they would say you definitely from one of the 12 tribes. They done made this whole side of the earth the damn 12 tribes.
Issachar, brother.
Issachar, there you go. Salute, Izzy.
Oh, sorry, my cut out. What were you saying before?
No, I was just saying, they would call you Issachar. I was saying salute to you, Izzy.
Yeah, but hey, I disagree with that. I believe I'm a full-on Gentile. Like, I believe I'm just a Gentile who's been grafted into Christ through faith. That's what I believe. And but from what I've studied in the haplogroups, I can tell you from what I've studied, there is no way African Americans and Hispanics and Native Americans are one people group. From what I've studied. I still need to get my studies up, but you agree, right? It's just absurd. But that's what I've studied, right? And I know One West isn't the one who ultimately started all of this, but in the 1860s, it was still a man who claimed an angel told him about this. I'm not saying that, but my point is, right, from all these false religions like Islam, Muhammad claimed an angel, Great Gabriel told him this.
Sir.
Joseph Smith. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I was gonna say, because I can see where you're going with it. We actually did Josh had a lesson on this about I want to it was some months ago, but when we talked about this regularly over the years, is that's one of the red flags that should go up in your head when somebody is claiming divine intervention, or an angel told me, or God spoke to me. The first thing that should happen to you, or the Spirit spoke to me, or the Spirit did it, a red flag should jump straight up in your mind. Like,
amen.
I need to be warned. You know what I'm saying? We talk about that on the regular. Like, it's just like you can't appeal to. It's like the ultimate appeal to authority, which is a fallacy. Oh, God spoke to me directly. Well, how can I argue with you?
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Brother.
And we talk about that a lot. And a lot of these groups, it's a common theme amongst cult leaders. There's a common theme amongst a lot of major groups, whether it be like Joseph Smith, whether it be Charles Taze Russell, all the people that have divine intervention, or some of these people from One West, or they try to assume this divine power or divine authority, or saying that they're King David reincarnated, all that other kind of nonsense. People's their antenna should just point straight up, like, warning. You know, there should be a warning. So we talk about that a lot.
Right.
I've never heard like Brother Zadok. I know Josh, we never say that. We don't ever say that at our ministry, that God is in an audible voice. Not saying it never happened. They say, this is my servant. Listen to everything he has to say to you. He's some great individual. Like, no, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've never heard any of these brothers saying that stuff. But when you go to these camps and stuff, like, it's a completely different thing. Like, we don't appeal to any authority. They'll say, we think God has blessed us with some understanding, and as far as how we're supposed to behave and what we're supposed to be doing and all this good stuff. But at the same time, we have the humility saying that we're still just people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And anytime you hear that claim, somebody said, like, if Josh called me on the phone tomorrow, I said, that's one God talked to me last night in the dream. I said, Josh, I'm gonna come over there to the east side of Atlanta, and I'm about to slap fire at you because when we're gonna have to have a conversation about what you about to tell me next. Because I don't even want to hear that. I'm gonna hang up the phone. I'm gonna drive over to your house, and we're gonna have a conversation first. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to see this in person. Or you talk, because my intent gonna go up, because it's just a common thing. That's what people do. Like you said with Muhammad and a lot of other people, they do that. Right.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, and without trying, if I'm not there, what a man or a woman say they saw or experienced, I have no license to say no, you didn't. You know, people say that about the resurrection. They literally claim that these guys either went crazy or they were seeing things, and whatever they saw, which was a figment of their imagination, they believed it even unto the death. So I'm very, very careful, because we're running around the world telling human beings, hey, world, y'all go ahead and leave them idols alone now. That's foolishness. And what you need to understand is that a man came from heaven, what was sent from heaven, lived, died, rose from the grave after 3 days, hung out with his homies for a month and a half to show them he was that boy. And then they watched him ascend off the mountain into the heavens. And at this time, he sits on the right hand of the Father, waiting for his enemies to be made his footstool. Brother, the resurrection itself is foolishness to the world. It is very difficult to believe that. And because our very faith is grounded in something that's unbelievable to so many, I'm careful to just be like, hey, people think I'm out of control. So whoever said an angel visited them, whatever it is, it's not my job to corroborate it or not. Just watch the fruit that may bring itself through over time to see if God may have possibly been responsible for this or been responsible for that. Hey, even Balaam, the great diviner of the Midianite people, who are still descendants of Abraham, but weren't followers of the true Yahweh, this man was still given visions by heaven and literally prophesied on what God showed him. God even saved him from killing him. Angel was going to kill him, and his donkey saved his life. So we got the nerve to believe a lot of stuff. And so I'm just careful to be like, hey, well, whatever this angel came and told you, let's open these scriptures. So hopefully, if at least a lot of what I see, and I think I'm led by the Spirit, lines up with a lot of what you see, we don't have to see everything exactly the same. But when it comes to Christ, when it comes to the promise of salvation and things like that, if we're good there, then our differences I don't concentrate on, because we're living on the back end of a couple millennium of dogma that permeates the culture. And because of that, I can't get overly invested in them things to say who is the true servant of God and who isn't. I'm gonna look for the signs that Yeshua spoke out of his very mouth. Men will know you are mine by the love you have for one another. So while some people will argue Trinity versus Unitarianism, or even add a third one, oneness in there, let them argue over that, and by their disagreement in that ideology, determine who truly is or isn't the servant of Yeshua. But for myself, that didn't explicitly come out his lip as a sign on who belongs to him. So there's other things we look for. So I'll just say this to you in closing, because I know we got an audience to get to here. You said all you understand yourself is to be a man from the nations who believe in the salvation that's been offered to you through the from the Father through Yeshua the Messiah. Bro, that's all you need. If you had a DNA test and you said, hey man, can y'all put this in your PTR? My DNA test came back and said they got Jacob's bones and my DNA matches 130%. Oh, okay, that's great news. But are you saved?
Right.
And if not,
yeah, bro,
then it's cool that you got your DNA test back from Jacob's bones, found in the cave of Machpelah. But yeah, outside of that, homie, yeah, you really need to believe in the salvation work done on that tree where our master was hung on your behalf. If you ain't hitting up on that, then you could kind of find yourself in trouble with the Father. And so I just want to encourage you in that. And as you continue, and let me ask you this, because you said you were a part of a camp, I think you said for 5 or 6 months. Where you are now, how long ago were you a part of a camp? How long ago?
Around 5 months. I'd say 5 months, yeah.
Wait, it was 5 months ago you left a camp?
No. I left the camp a month ago, but I was in it for 5 months.
Okay, so you still And let me ask you this: how long do you feel you've been a believer in Christ?
A month. I've been a Christian for a month.
A Christian for a month. Okay. How long have you been interested in trying to understand the Bible, the Word of God?
I'd say probably a year. Yeah, a year.
Okay. So you're still a babe in this Word. And the Apostle Peter says, desire this.
So you weren't raised in it, basically.
Right. So the Apostle Peter says, desire the sincere milk of the Word so that you can grow by it. So I don't know where you rock and who you rock with, but myself, even though I'm an Israelite by ethnic claim, by ideology, I'm a Christian. You know, there were Israelites who worship Baal, right? In the scriptures, you know, there were Israelites who worship Ashtaroth, the Queen Mother of Heaven.
Yeah.
So being an Israelite, so being an Israelite doesn't prove what you believe. That's just an ethnic claim. But as far as what I believe, I'm considered a Christian. Josh is a Christian. Antoine is a Christian, and you claim you're one. So I don't know where you study and where you build. But on this platform, Brother Josh actually holds a Bible study every Saturday about 5 p.m. Eastern time or so. He has a room called Absolute Bible Truth. I would recommend you go and, become a member of the room. And if you ever want to listen to what he teaches as a Christian, it might help you. I myself have a room on this platform called The Bible Dojo. You could touch my PTR and probably even find the link. Just become a member. And at least when we go live, you can hear the myriad of topics we teach as Christian or even Nazarene believers or followers of the way. All of those terms are acceptable to us. So you are among brothers, but just be careful. Do not let your zeal and the knowledge you feel you're learning so quickly puff you up. Walk humbly and walk with circumspection, and constantly ask the Father to give you the spirit to discern so that you're not tossed to and fro with every doctrine that come your way.
Right. Yeah, bro. Yeah, thank you, brother. I actually warms my heart, bro. I got no problem with anyone thinking they're a bloodline Israelite. Obviously, I did disagree on Deuteronomy 28 and the genetic studies and Egyptian hieroglyphics. Obviously, but that's just another thing, right? What matters to me on my beliefs is that if you're saved or not. If you're you claim to be a Christian, you believe in the Trinity, Christian beliefs. Yeah, okay, I couldn't care less if your bloodline is Israelite or not. You can believe Deuteronomy 28 is about the so-called the slave trades. Okay, brother, I'm not going to argue. If someone's saved and they believe that, I'm not going to argue with them. As long as they're saved, okay. No problem to me at all. I don't really bother to go into that because, it's a big topic, as you know. But I definitely look into the Bible Dojo and you guys. But yeah, I would like to, if it's okay, we could discuss the Gentiles in the New Testament, the title of this room, the topic of this room.
Yeah.
I'd like to discuss that.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. So we'll put you in the audience temporarily and we'll bring you back up. And no doubt, you definitely cool being here, no doubt. So let me actually reset the room. Hey, good evening and welcome to Friday Night Frankincense. It's already smoky. So, hey, tonight's topic: who are the Gentiles in the New Testament? This is definitely a topic of never-ending cycles within the messianic, the so-called messianic world, and also. With that, it's a big topic, believe it or not, in so-called orthodoxy because of how they defend themselves. And they in both sides can kind of go too far left and right. So prayerfully, we'll deal with some balance tonight. If you're in the audience, you are invited up. Salute to the YouTube and the Facebook family as well. You guys have the link pinned on YouTube and Facebook. So y'all know y'all can hit that link. Come backstage, and the people on Clubhouse will be able to hear you just as well as you're able to hear them. But we want to deal tonight with who are the Gentiles. So I got my bro Antoine here tonight as a moderator, and my co-host here, my brother Josh, the founder and curator of Absolute Bible Truth, that ministry. So I'm your brothers at Ogben Israel, aka the God Hop MC, hashtag just the best of nobody special. They call me Young Chimney because I'm made for that smoke, you heard? And I smell smoke. So let me hand this over to my brother Josh. Hey, Josh, man, go ahead and say what you need to say to the people, and we're going to go ahead and get it in.
Appreciate that, big bro. And like he was saying, we're going to get in on this topic because it's a very controversial topic. But as I like to say, controversial topics are not always controversial topics. We can make stuff controversial because we want to be set and stubborn in our belief systems. And by that definition of it, anything could be controversial. I personally believe there's nothing controversial about this particular topic tonight. I think who the Gentiles are in the New Testament are the same people they were in the Old Testament and in the Apocrypha. I think it's the people who are not of the nation of Israel. And there is no particular point in the Old Testament, the Apocrypha, or the New Testament where it made a switch from Gentile, meaning somebody of another nation other than the Israelites, to now it just means the Israelites or a group of Israelites. So I would like to just let people come up. We already got one person, and I just want to hear how they come to this conclusion and how they just bypass so many verses that tell you who the Gentiles are. Because I personally believe, this is what I believe. I believe all they do, and if anybody can show me otherwise, I would concede. But I believe the only thing they do, the ones who believe that Gentiles in the New Testament refer to scattered Israelites or the northern kingdom, right, of Samaria, Israel. I believe people that believe all they do is just pick and choose when they want Gentiles to mean Israelites and non-Israelites based on the presupposition of their doctrine. And their doctrine dictates that Gentiles are bad. Gentiles cannot be saved. So I believe the only thing they do, if they go to a verse, if it says something negative about the Gentiles, they'll say, oh, that's about actual Gentiles. If it says something positive about them, they'll say, oh, that's talking about Israel. And that's the only real qualifier they use, which is not scholarship, it's just prejudice. That's all that is. You don't use prejudice to define stuff or to explain stuff. That's just pure prejudice. And our people do not know the difference, most of them don't, between scholarship and prejudice. And we make doctrines based off of prejudices and not based off of prudence. So y'all need to learn the difference between prejudice and prudence, because a lot of people are just prejudiced, right? So we got Isaac, and I think Miguel is back. I thought it said Mikael too, but Isaac, go ahead. What do you have to say on this matter?
Yeah, so well, first of all, I just wanted to say that when it came to, I was listening for a little bit, and you guys said you guys were Christians. That's kind of crazy, because I don't think I ever seen any Israelite call themselves Christians other than myself on this Clubhouse app. So I think this is the first that I ever bumped, because I know most times when I say I'm an Israelite, and then you have some and then I identify as a Christian, a lot of Hebrews, call me crazy. But to answer your questions and the title of the room, I think it's the European nations. The way I look at it, I know you say non-Israelites, but I take it as a step further. I'm not saying the European nations, just because of the simple fact that when I look in Genesis and it talks about the Isles of Japheth, and then you have Shem, and then you have Ham. Well, we know what Shem is, right? That's where you get the Israelites from. That's the bloodline from there. And then Ham is I would call maybe like the African, and maybe a little bit more, but that's how I think I perceived it when I put it all together. The African nations, well, not African nations, but like there's definitely a difference between like the so-called Negro, and then you have like the African people. And then so that's why when it comes down to the word Gentile, that I wouldn't just say necessarily non-Israelite, because we also have Hamites. So and then I'll just yield with this, because when it comes down to Malachi,
No, you going back upstairs and do what you was doing.
When my name will be
Said go on upstairs and do what you was doing. I don't need you to come downstairs.
And then it also talks about let me see, is that the same scripture? Let me see. Because it's the same scripture when he said, "My name shall be great among the Gentiles." And the reason why I think it's the European nations, right? Because when he said, "My name shall be great among the Gentiles," in my opinion, the way I see it, most of the time when they're talking about Christ, they talking about the name of Jesus. So when you say what name is great among the Gentiles, what name are they using? I know that his name is Joshua, and that's what we call him. But I don't see a bunch of Gentiles yelling Joshua or these other names that I think our Hebrews call other than in Jesus. So I yield with that.
All right. Now, let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said that when you see the word Gentiles, you take it a step further and you think it's referring to European nations, specifically just descendants of Japheth. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because that's what we see in the beginning of Genesis when they try to break down the lineage.
Okay, well, let me show you that that's actually not accurate. Let's go to Genesis 10:5, and I want you to read that. I want you to pay attention to something. And when you get there, I will look for you to read that, please.
All right, got you. You said Genesis 10
and verse 5, yes.
By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families and their nations.
Now, the reason for the misunderstanding that Gentiles here simply refers to only the tribe of Japheth is because this is the first place you see this word Gentiles appear in the King James Version Bible. But have you ever looked up this word in the Hebrew to know what it is? Have you ever done that before?
No, but if you, so when it comes down to me identifying the Gentiles, going back.
What's the reason? Hold up. The reason I asked, so you never looked up this word in the Hebrew? So
no, I haven't.
So what if I told you that this same word translated Gentiles here is also used several times to refer to Hamite nations? Then that would mean you can't just let that word Gentiles be a specific designation for just the seed of Japheth. See, the problem is you're reading the King James Version Bible, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you read any other translation of this, like another Bible translation, or either just look this word up, Gentiles, it'll tell you that it just simply means nations. And this same Hebrew word is goy. Plural would be goyim. And it's used throughout the Old Testament. Let me show you something, for instance. Turn to this verse for me right quick.
You might, so when it comes down to, let me see.
That word just means nations. It's not you're making, what you're doing is you're making Gentiles a specific ethnicity, specifically the seed of Japheth.
Right.
I was taught this same thing at the Israel of God. Are you from the Israel of God?
Yeah.
And I figured that. See, I know, I recognize it, but that's not correct, brother. Gentiles is not a specific ethnicity for one particular seed of Noah. Gentiles just means nation. And the mistake that you're making is you see Gentiles being spelled out, translated that way the first time in the King James Version Bible, and you think, oh, it's just a designation for Japheth. But there's a Hebrew word there.
No, to clarify my reasoning is because then when we drop down to in the same chapter, when we drop down to verse 20, then right, so from let me see. So from verse 7 to all the way to verse 20, it looked like it's showing that, okay, then these are the sons of Ham. So that's
Okay.
why
These are the sons of Ham. Okay, read Genesis 10 and verse 20. Read that, please. Let me show you something.
These are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations.
You see that word nations there? Yeah. If you look that word up, do you know how to use the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance?
I've seen one before, but I don't own one.
Do you know how to use a Bible lexicon? Do you know what they do?
No, I just heard of the concordance.
Okay, what the Bible lexicons and concordances does, because you know that the Bible was not originally written in English.
Right.
You know that it was translated from Hebrew, Aramaic Hebrew, and Greek. That's what it's translated from. Mm-hmm. The problem is when you see these words in the King James, you don't realize that that same word nations, referring to Ham, Genesis 10 and 20, these are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Mm-hmm. That Hebrew word translated nations there is the same Hebrew word translated Gentiles in Genesis 10 and 5. So both of these verses actually say, when you read Genesis 10 and 20, these are the sons of Ham after their family, after their tongues, in their country, and in their Gentiles. So Gentiles is just a generic word. It's a blanket word for nations. Whenever you see nations in your King James Version Bible, most of the time, that's that same word translated Gentiles, even referring to Israel. But you wouldn't know that if you don't know anything about lexicons and translations and things of that nature. So no, Gentiles is not just a designation for Japheth. That's just the first time that word Gentiles appear in the King James Version Bible. But when you go ahead, Isaac.
So can I ask a clarification on this? So going back to verse 5. Mm-hmm. So are you saying that basically at verse 5 it says, by these were the isles of the nations divided in their land? That's basically what you're saying.
That's all they're saying. That is all that it's saying. That is not making Gentiles a designation for Japheth. That's why when you get to Genesis chapter 10.
But what nations are they trying to say that they derive from?
In that context, remember, nations is a blanket term, just like people. So if I'm reading Genesis 10 and 5, and I see Gentiles there, meaning nations, referring to the nations of Japheth. I go to Genesis 10 and 20, I see nations there, same Hebrew word Gentiles, they're referring to the Gentiles of Ham, or the nations of Ham, and so on and so forth. So Gentiles is not a designation for Japheth. I learned that at the Israel of God a long time ago. That is false. Gentiles just means nations. And after a while, it evolved. The Hebrews used it to refer to anybody. I can show you where the same Hebrew word is used for Ham. I just did. I can show you in the book of Deuteronomy, when he said, drive out 7 nations stronger than you, that same Hebrew word, Gentile, for Gentile is there.
Hey, Josh.
So you can't just make Gentiles be seed of Japheth.
Hey, let me add 2 things, hopefully to edify the point. Hey, salute, brother Isaac. Welcome to the platform. In the book of Deuteronomy, there's an interesting narrative that is alleged to be written by Moses and was called the Song of Moses before he died. And in Deuteronomy 32 and 8 in your King James, it'll say, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Now here, when he separated the sons of Adam are being called Gentiles. This the Hebrew word goy. If you go to some translations, they even choose to use the word Gentiles in some other translations other than the King James. So when it says the Most High, when the Most High divided unto the goyim their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the that's the Hebrew word for people, according to the number of the children of Israel. So it's alleging that that land that Moses said, he said this land belonged to the Lord. Even before he brought the children of Israel there, he said, be careful how you deal with the land, because you are strangers and foreigners in it with me. I'm giving you this land, but the land is mine. That's why you can never sell it. And he says his eye is upon this land from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So it's claiming that even though the children of Canaan, the sons of Ham, lived in this land for a time, the Most High Yah always had it in his plan to give this to the children of Israel. So even when you read in Genesis 10, and the sons of Adam that are called the Goyim or the Gentiles had already gotten their plots of land after the separating at Babel, the Most High always intended for that land of Canaan to go to who he gave it to. That's why even 400 years or more before it happened, Abraham was promised that land. So understand that the sons of Adam in totality are being called the Gentiles in Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 8.
That is correct. And also in Genesis 12, 1 and 2, when God told Abraham, I will make of thee a great nation, same Hebrew word, goyi, or goyim if you make it plural, which is also be translated Gentiles. Gentiles and nations and even heathen are all interchangeable. You just got to look at the context to know which specific nation is being spoken of. And what's confusing about the King James Version Bible is that it's very inconsistent with that Hebrew word goy. Sometimes being as inconsistent as having it mentioned twice in the same verse and translating it one time Gentile and the second time nations. The King James Version translation is very inconsistent with how they translate that word. But if you get your lexicon, Isaac, you'll see that.
And Isaac, last thing, just to add on to that, last thing, if most modern translations, when you just read Genesis 10 and 5 in modern translations, it will just say the isles of the nations. It just says nations or nationalities of these people in certain lands. So when you get more modern translate, it reads more plainly in a way that you can understand it, and it's a little bit more consistent. But like Josh said, it's little. I could see where you're getting that from, and trust me, because all of us come from the Israel of God at one point in time. So we understand what I want to understand, but that's why you got to get these a strong concordance, or be open to looking at other translations to see what the translators are actually saying or what they're trying to convey. Because when you say, like, I believe only Japheth is the Gentiles, well, no, it says Ham was divided in his nations in the same Genesis chapter 10, but the same Hebrew word goy or goyim in plural is the same exact Hebrew word there. They just translated it nations in the KJV, but it's saying the same exact word, the same exact thing. That's all it's saying.
Okay, I got you. And I guess I got this last question for the sake of the other folks on the platform. So at what point, right? Just for an example, do they identify those nations that apparently, so I guess in Genesis 10, like everybody classified as nations. At what point do we highlight that and separate the Israelites?
In the actual narrative. When you're reading the actual narrative and it says nations, and you know it's talking about Israel, you just read the narrative. It's going to let you know what nation or nations is in question. One thing I can say about the King James Version Bible, I don't think it ever translates that Hebrew word goy or goyim, Gentiles, when it's referring to the nation of Israel. If it is, I've never come across it. Even though the same word is used, the King James Version Bible never uses that word Gentiles, specifically when it's used to describe Israel. The translation, not the Hebrew word. The Hebrew word is there for them, just like it's for every other nation. But the King James Version Bible never uses Gentiles when referring to the nation of Israel. At least not that I've come across. Even though that same Hebrew word can be translated nations. And the way when you make your divide, just like you were reading with Japheth, you saw it with Japheth. When you saw Gentiles there, just think nations. That's all that is. This talking about the nations of Japheth, they did this. Then you read further down and it's talking about the nations of Ham. And you read further down, it's about God telling Abraham, in you shall all nations be blessed. And, and these nations this, and this nation's that, and this nation I'm going to judge after they come up out of Egypt. All of this, goy, goy, goy. Sometimes they translated Gentiles. Sometimes they translated nations. I think even a few cases, they even translated people. You follow what I'm saying? So all you got to do is just understand that Gentiles means nations when it's talking about a collective. When you get to the New Testament, Gentiles still means a nation, a collective, but by that time, the Israelites start using that word to refer to everybody but them. That's how they did it. Everybody but them. If you was in other words, if you're not a Jew, you're a Gentile. That's what they did with.
Excuse me.
By the time you get to New Testament times. But originally, that word just means nations. And the problem we're coming across is when you come across certain camps, specifically One West Hebrew camps, they will pick and choose how they want to define that word based on their doctrine, not based on the definition, not based on how it's used, just based on their doctrine. They don't like Gentiles. So if it's speaking positive about the Gentiles, they say, oh, those are scattered Israelites. That's the Northern Kingdom. If it's saying something negative about them, then they say, oh, that's about actual Gentiles. That is not scholarship. That is prejudice. And we need to learn the difference between scholarship and prejudice. Hey, but then we want to move on to before we go ahead.
Before Isaac goes, there's just one more thing I want to share. Hey, Isaac, if you don't mind, are you able to turn to the book of Judges? You got your Bible with you, bro, or your Bible app?
I got you. Judges, what chapter?
I was thinking about that one.
Judges chapter 4. And the reason that I'm going here is because the only separation for Israel is that they were called by Yah because they're the descendants of their father Abraham. And so Yah is fulfilling a promise that he made to Abraham. And that's why Moses told him on many occasions, the Lord loved you in order to keep the promise that he made unto your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and bringing you into this land. So when you go here into the book of Judges chapter 4, bro, I just want you to read verses 1 and 2. If you don't mind, Isaac, read it out loud for us.
I got you. You said chapter 4.
Yeah, Judges 4 and verses 1 and 2.
Judges 4, 1 and 2. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord when Ehud was dead, and the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, that reigned in Hazor, the captain of whose host was Sisera.
Yes, Sisera.
With which dwelt in Horsehath of the Gentiles.
Now, if you go, and the reason I'm saying this is because as you go and possibly start to learn how to use concordances and stuff, also go to biblical maps, especially maps of Canaan when the children of Israel were settling, coming out of the wilderness, and then of course the times of the kings. Here you have Jabin, who is called the king of Canaan, and he reigned in Hazor, and the captain of his army was named Sisera, and Sisera dwelt in what in Hebrew is called Harosheth Hargoyim, but it's translated Harosheth of the Gentiles. Now, brother, this is located in modern day. This is located in what in ancient times they called Galilee. Now, according to the New Testament, yes, Jesus in the original 12, they were all from Galilee, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how is it that you have a place in ancient Galilee, during the times of Israel coming out of the wilderness, and as the Most High punishes them for their iniquity, when Ehud, the great judge of Israel, dies, they get delivered into the hand of Jabin, the king of Canaan, and his captain dwells at Harosheth Hagoyim, which is called Harosheth of the Gentiles. Now, if you want to know what that is, that was a fortress city. It was a military outpost where all of the 7 Canaanite city-states kept military garrisons. And because Jabin is called king of Canaan, meaning he was the top king of the 7 Canaanite nations, when they all dwelt there, remember this, when they all contributed militarily, do you remember in the scripture, brother, when the Most High said through Moses to the Israelites, the Lord is taking you into this land and you shall get rid of the 7 nations that are in there? Are you familiar with him calling those who dwelt in the Canaanite land the 7 nations?
No, I don't recall that 7 nation scripture.
Yeah, well, when you find it, brother, it'll be an epiphany, because they're called the 7 Gentiles or the 7 Goy. And here, this Canaanite, this Hamitic king, along with his captain, they dwell in a place, or they have a military fortress in what's called Harosheth of the nations, because the word Gentile never was meant to refer specifically to children of Japheth. That name doesn't mean, oh, yeah, this is Harosheth that belonged to the children of Japheth. No, that's not what it means. It just simply means that because that was a fortress where the 7 Canaanite nations. Oh, and just let me show you that right quick. Hold on. I just for the record, so you'll know. So when you do your study, you'll know that the 7 Canaanite city-states are also in the Bible called nations. In Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 1, it says, when Yah thy Elohim shall bring thee into the land where you go to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 Goyim greater and mightier than you. That's why this can be called Harosheth of the Goyim, because the black, I'm gonna go this purposeful, the black African, if you want to call them, or we'll say the Hamitic nations there, were simply known by that Hebrew face, that Hebrew word Goyim. Same word in Genesis 10 and 5.
And that was Deuteronomy. What chapter?
That was Deuteronomy 7 and 1. So I appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate your humility, because you have the right to your questions. But seeing that you're also, if you, and hopefully you don't take this as a slight, but if you saying, hey, I'm just looking into, getting into concordances and stuff, then to someone like me, Josh, and Antoine, who all learned under Elder Bowie for a while. I learned under Elder Bowie back in 1997, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. I got baptized at the Israel of God in Buffalo, New York in the year 2000. So we're overly familiar with the doctrine, and we love our teachers and we'll never talk against them. But since we've been looking at concordances for the last 2 decades, when you say, yo, I'm just getting into those now, that let us know that that you're newer to the journey. And so we want to encourage you to continue on your journey. Them teachers can definitely bring you to somewhere, because the Most High used them in our lives as well, brother. So I just salute you for coming to the stage and having your stance. But I pray that the things that we shared tonight can also at least give you something to think about as you continue to look.
I appreciate that. Respect.
No doubt. Go ahead, Josh. Who next?
Miguel was here, but we're gonna get to Ben Yah and the Connie, because we haven't heard from them yet. And one more thing too, Isaac, if you have the kind of Bible that has like references, like little footnotes, right? See if that word Gentiles is like at the bottom in Genesis 10 and 5 for the word nations. See the word nations go down there, because some Bibles will tell you that Gentiles there mean nations. Some Bibles will even do that. You follow what I'm saying? But now we got Ben Yah. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, shalom, brother.
Shalom to you, brother.
My one thing you said is sticking out. It's ringing like a bell. You said in the New Testament, the word, and I assume you mean by the apostles or anybody in the New Testament, the word Gentile is always used for a non-Israelite.
Yeah, I actually said by the time you get to the New Testament, because it was actually before that. But yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you base this on what?
Well, when you look up the word Gentile and you see how it's used in the New Testament, it's always made a separation from the Jew or Israel. It'll be like Gentiles and Israel, or Gentiles and my people, or Jew and Gentile. It's making a close distinction. It's not combining the two. It's not confusing the two. So the way it's used, Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
The way it's used is a distinction being made, a separation.
Well, that's one of the problems. I mean, I don't want to get in that part because I don't want to go that word. When you say that word Jew, that's one of the problems. But again, I don't want to go farther away than where we are. But that has something to do with when you say that when you bring up that dual dynamic. I mean, like you say, Jew and Gentile, or Jew and Greek, because there's a common misconception that that three-letter word that was created, a contracted word that was created by an English translator, John Wycliffe, a huge mistake in my opinion. People believe that when they see that word J-E-W or J-E-W-S, then that in the New Testament, then that refers to all Israel, all 12 tribes. And therefore, they naturally but mistakenly assume that when it's pinned against Gentile, like Jew and Gentile, then Gentile has to be anybody that's not an Israelite.
So you're saying that Jew is never used as a designation for all of Israel in the New Testament?
Never. First of all, this is what I'm telling you about the English translation. That's the confusing part, because you're never going to find Jew there anyway. In the Old Testament, you're going to find the word Yehuda, and starting with Ruth, and in the New Testament, it's going to be Eodeos, which is the Greek equivalent of Yehuda. Both of those words, if they're going to be translated into English, using the 1524 letter J, would be properly translated as Judean or Judah. And if you have an actual good Greek New Testament, which I have from a Greek scholar, you'll see everywhere you see in the King James that J-E-W, you won't see that. It's going to either say Judean or Judah. Okay. And that's significant. Very significant. Let me ask you a question then.
Was Paul a Jew?
Paul was a Jew. Paul was of Judah. He was of the house of Judah. He was an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin. So he would be called Yehuda too, because the house of Judah.
Oh, hold on. I want to make sure I understand you. So Paul was a Jew because he was from the house of Judah, right? But not from the tribe of Judah.
Right, but the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin make up the house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin.
Correct. So you understand then that Jew can be a blanket term for at least 3 different tribes, right?
Correct. Okay. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Correct.
Okay, because those were the 3 nations, not nations, but 3 tribes that came out of the what captivity?
Mm-hmm.
The Babylonian.
Go ahead.
They came out of the Babylonian captivity.
That's correct. And were they the northern kingdom or the southern kingdom?
The southern kingdom.
Okay, so when you get to the New Testament times, right? Who is the Jew when you get to the New Testament times?
The Jew, as in Judah, are the Israelites who are in the land of Jerusalem. They're the ones that's under the Pharisees, who are sitting in the seat of Moses. They're the ones that are keeping the commands. They have the temple. They're making the sacrifices. They're keeping the Sabbath. They're keeping the Passover.
I got that. I meant to say like what tribes. I got you, yo. You're just giving where they are and what they're doing. What tribes made up the Jew in the New Testament times? Like the house of Judah, as you called it. What tribes were those?
Same tribes. You have Judah, Benjamin, and you have portions of part of Levi.
Okay, so with that being said, when it says Jew and Gentile, the pairing, as we talked about, at what point did it change from Jew and Israel, or Judah, like you said, or Yehuda, Because when it's paired in the Old Testament, Southern Kingdom, Judah, Northern Kingdom, Israel, or sometimes Samaria, right? So at what point can you show us where Samaria, that was the name for the Northern Kingdom, also known as Ephraim, that was the name for the Northern Kingdom, also known as Israel, that was the name for the Northern Kingdom. At what point between Malachi and Matthew did Gentiles switch from meaning the other nations to meaning the Northern Kingdom or Ephraim or Samaria? And we need the book, chapter, and verse.
And it's beautiful that you worded it that way, because you almost answered your own question. I like the way you said from Malachi to Matthew, right? And here's another issue. I have this list of issues that caused the Christian church to mistakenly read the New Testament for 1800 years. You just mentioned one, right? Those who use the 66 book canon. If you notice,
we use the Apocrypha too. We use the Apocrypha too. So take us to the Apocrypha and show us.
You know that point.
I know the Apocrypha. I don't know that point. Don't assume my point that I know. I know the Apocrypha. So I'm glad that you use it too. So qualifying the Apocrypha.
You should know that's why they're called Gentiles.
No. That's what you're saying. We want you to show us from the Apocrypha, anywhere in it, when it made that transition. Book, chapter, verse in the Apocrypha.
No, I'm going to show you from the New Testament itself.
Okay, even better. Whichever. Nothing's off limits here. Okay, where are we going? Where are we going? Here.
And Josh, once he shows this, hey Josh, as he shows this, once he shows this, I want to ask him a question after you answer, whatever it is he's about to show you.
Right.
All right. So
you're going to show us the change. Okay.
I'm not going to go too far. I'm not going to go too far up. I'm going to go just enough, just to get enough context. I know you already know the New Testament. So you already know what I'm coming from. But I'll go as far as, by the way, I'm in Romans 9.
Did I just tell y'all who was going now? Let's go.
Of course, you want one of the places. This is one. I always start with this one because it's impossible to refute this.
This is the truth. Hold up, but wait a minute though. You're gonna read it, and I'm not gonna stop you. But you heard that my question was, at what point did it transition? That means a change. Whatever you're about to read us, and I'm gonna let you read it. This is after a supposed transition, because I know you don't hold the view, whatever you're about to break down, I know you don't hold the view that this is the one and first time this is what you're saying, that Gentiles refer to the Northern Kingdom. And I know you're going to hook that up with Hosea. We know the whole spiel. So my question was still, at what point did it transition? So I'm going to let you read that, but understand, no matter how you break this down, this is not answering my question. Like, I need to know what point in history. Okay, that's cool. I'm just letting you know that I'm asking for apples and you throwing, hold up. I'm just letting you know. I want everybody who's paying attention to know I'm asking for apples and you're throwing a bunch of oranges at me. I just want people to know that, because that's what.
What's even more interesting, though, is that what's more interesting is the fact that you say that you already know this, and
because
yet
I've heard the argument.
Still deny.
Because I've heard the argument. No,
you don't believe.
Just because somebody say they already know something, don't mean they agree with it or is in denial of it. All that means is that they've heard the argument before. Just like if I tell you something I believe tonight, and then we go into another room like a week later, and I say, let me show y'all something from Genesis 10. The same way I broke it down to you tonight. If you came off your mic and say, oh, I already know where he going with that, that doesn't mean you agree with me. That just means you don't heard my position on this before. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying I see the truth, but I'm in denial. Don't put that on me, bro. Don't do that. I wouldn't do that to you. Okay. So go ahead and break it down.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just that dual dynamic we're talking about. I mean, becomes very evident. But let's look at it and we'll judge from what the word says. I'm just going to start at verse, like I said, just to give enough from verse 22. We already know Paul is given a dual dynamic about Esau and Jacob. We know that. So verse 22, what if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction, and that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, which he had afore prepared unto glory. And now he's going to describe those vessels of mercy. And he says, even us. All right. And then he gives a dual dynamic. Whom he has called, and I'm reading from my Greek New Testament, not of the Judeans only, but also of the Gentiles, as he said also in Hosea, I will call them my people, which are not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God. So he just clarified that dual dynamic, those two groups, Jew, I'll use the word Jew and Gentile, as what Hosea said. Now, we can go to Hosea. You already know where we're going. And we're going to see those same two groups. We know that God is divorcing the northern kingdom here, the children of Israel, and he's using a very unique way to do it. He tells the prophet Hosea to go marry a whore from the house of whores, Gomer. And then he's going to, in 3 children he's going to give them, he's going to divorce them. And I'm not going to read it all. Again, I'm just skipping to the pertinent parts, right? Because you know this already. So we know the first child, he said, call his name Jezreel. Because in a little while I will avenge the blood of Jezreel and will cause to cease the kingdom of the house of Israel. All right. And then we go down to the second child, a daughter. He says, call her name Leruhamah, for I will no more have mercy upon the house of Israel, but I will utterly take them away. But he says in verse 7, I will have mercy on the house of Judah and will save them. All right. Now go down to the third child, a son. He says, call his name Leomi, for you are not my people, and I will not be your God. Clearly identifying this as the children of Israel from the northern kingdom. But then there's a promise in this divorce, a clause. He said, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured or numbered. And it will come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall it be said unto them, you are the sons of the living God. And then shall, look at these two dynamics, the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head. And again, I say from Paul, even us, not of the children of Judah only, but also the Gentiles, as he said in Hosea, I will call them my people who were not my people, and them beloved who were not beloved. And it would come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, you are the sons of the living God. And you said you knew this, and I can't imagine how after you just heard me read it again, that you can say that in Romans 9, that dual dynamic in your English Bible, even us, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles, is not referring to the children of Judah and the children of Israel. Your mic.
I love the way he just assumed a lot of stuff about what I believe about Romans 9, even though I haven't even given my position on it. Only thing we both agreed on, Ben and Yah, is that there's a dual dynamic between Jew and Gentile making a separation. Let me take you to Romans 9 and let me explain to you what is going on here, right? This is what this says. If you start at verse 24, he says, even us whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles, right? He's letting you know that 2 groups of people are called here, right? If you keep reading, it says in verse 25, as he said in Hosea or Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. If you go back to Hosea, he's clearly talking about Israel. Nobody's denying that. But what you're denying is that he said in verse 24, even us whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. So what he's doing, he's letting two groups of people are called. And he's talking about from this perspective of dealing with Christ in the New Testament and how he's making a reference. But I'm going to show you this. First, he's breaking down the Jew part, because what I'm trying to tell you is that Jew was used as a blanket term for Israel in the New Testament, because Judah was the prominent tribe. So when they said Jew during that time period, it covered everybody, not just the southern kingdom. It covered everybody. You can read about a woman from the tribe of Asher, book, I believe, of Luke, right? You said it yourself, when you look up that word, it says Judean. So if she was in Judea, she would fall under the banner of Jew. You just said that yourself. No. So if anybody, you did say that, did Zadok, when you looked up that word, did he, Antoine?
Sir,
did everybody else say
that? Ishmaelites.
We're not talking about, Ben, y'all. We ain't talking about no Edomites. We're not talking about no Ishmaelites. No, we're not talking about them. Who said anything about, see, this is what y'all do. See, I've been noticed that everything you've been throwing at me. Hold up, Ben, y'all. Stop. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Now, when it's my turn, right? You said that when you looked at that word, you said, I got a Greek New Testament. You said Judean. Judea is a place, bruh. Judah is the tribe. You know this. So when you said anybody you said Paul is a Judean. A Judean is the location. So anybody from one of the 12 tribes of Israel that is in Judea and is an Israelite would fall under the banner of Jew. You can't backpedal on that because you don't like that it applies to the other tribes after you define the word. So all I'm saying is I agree with you. I'm just telling you anybody under that definition, if they are an Israelite, they would be a Jew. Now you want to throw Ishmael and Edom in there. I don't know if you're saying that applies to them or it wouldn't, but that's a whole different combo. I'm just letting you know that word Jew applied to anybody of Israel descent staying in Judea, as you define, Judean. So if somebody from the tribe of Asher or Issachar, that's an Israelite, stayed in Judea, they would refer to them as a Jew the same way they refer to Paul. That's your breakdown. So you can't take your breakdown and tweak it because I'm showing you that it also applies to anybody else of another tribe. But let me finish this. Look what it says. It said 2 people were called. Nobody is making Gentiles here, not me, meaning these tribes. But I'm showing you this is a teaching point. Then he says, and it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God. Hosea 1 and 10. The other one's Hosea 2 and 23. Then verse 27. Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. He's just focusing on the Jew. He's focused. See, this dude right here, man. This dude. This guy. Okay. Somebody mute. I thought I was mic'd up. Mute. Yeah. Somebody mute. Thank you. Right? It says, Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. Though the number of the children of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall be saved. Verse 28. For he will finish the work and cut it short in righteousness, because a short work with the Lord make upon the earth. Isaiah 28 and 22. Then 29 says, and as Isaiah said before, except the Lord of Sabaoth, which means the Lord of hosts, had left us a seed, we had been as Sodom and been made like unto Gomorrah. Isaiah 1 and 9. Then it says 30. What shall we say then? So now after showing the first part, because he mentioned 2 groups that are called. First, he's dealing with the Israel side. Your problem is when you break this down, you're taking the Israel side and you're making it cover Jew and Gentile. What's going on is Paul is explaining Jew is called, Gentile is called. Let me explain to you how Jew is called, how there's going to always be Jews around. Now he's getting to the Gentile part. This is Paul's style of teaching. Paul will drop 2 points at the beginning. He'll elaborate on one, and then he'll elaborate on the other. He's done elaborating on the Jew part. Now he's on the Gentile part. Verse 30. What shall we say then? That the Gentiles, which follow not after righteousness, have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith. But Israel, you saw he's jumping back and forth? He's making the distinction between the two groups. He's not making Gentiles and Jew be the same people. That's what you're doing, Ben, y'all. He's giving a breakdown of how both were called. And when he goes to Hosea and Isaiah, he's giving a breakdown of why Israel will always be called. They will not be cut off. That's why he said Jew, now he's mentioning Israel. If he's not using Jew to cover all of Israel, then why would he throw Israel up later in a reference to what he's talking about concerning the Jew? But watch what else it says. That's why I'm reading the whole chapter. Before I don't got to go back to it because he went back to it. Then it says, and I don't disagree with who it's referring to. I'm just showing you what Paul is doing. Then it says, but Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, have not attained to the law of righteousness. So wait a minute. If Israel here as the northern kingdom, then who is the Gentiles in verse 30, Antoine? Zadok? Because they say that the Gentiles is Israel. That would be the northern kingdom. So who's the Gentiles in verse 30 if Israel is mentioned in verse 31? Because then my brother Ben, y'all say the dual dynamic is Jew and Gentile, southern kingdom and northern kingdom. Did he not say that, y'all? So when you get to 30 and 31, your dynamic breaks down because he's making a comparison between Gentiles and Israel when y'all been saying that Gentiles is Israel and Jew is Judah. Yep. So this is how I know y'all don't know what y'all talking about because you break down when you get to 30. If Gentiles meant the northern kingdom, what this should have said, verse 30, what shall we say then? That Israel, which followed not after righteousness, and verse 31 should say, but Jew or Judah or the Jews, which follow after the law of righteousness. He cannot be comparing Gentiles to Israel if y'all are saying Israel is the Gentiles. Y'all are saying that Gentiles in the New Testament is a code word for the northern kingdom of Israel. Because y'all just heard him say this. I'm going to always remind him what he said. He said, Jew only covers Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Didn't he say that? Y'all flash your mics if y'all all heard him say that. So if that only covers Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, then you got to make Gentiles be the other 9 tribes. Okay, fine. So then when we get to verse 31, who is Israel right here? And you can't say it's the same one in verse 30 because he's drawing a comparison between Gentiles and Israel here. What's going on here is there's a comparison being drawn between Jew and Gentile, and the only word that's being swapped out here to represent the same people is Jew and Israel. Jew and Israel in this chapter is referring to all of Israel. That's why Paul has used them interchangeably. But you notice Gentiles doesn't change. So at one point, he's comparing Jew with Gentile. In another point, he's comparing Israel and Gentile. You can't have it both ways. You can't say Gentiles means the other 9 tribes called Israel. And then when I get to verse 31, it destroys because now he's comparing the Gentiles with Israel, who you just said is Israel. But let me finish this down. Like I said, I've heard this argument before. It is so weak. It is a lack of reading comprehension and nothing else that makes y'all make this mistake. And you assume that I'm saying that when Paul was quoting Hosea, that I'm saying, oh, he's trying to refer to the Gentiles. No, that ain't my view. He was talking about Israel. And he's using quotes from Israel and Hosea, that's the northern kingdom. And then when he quotes Isaiah, that's a reference like to the southern kingdom. So he's using both of them. And that's how I know he's talking about the whole collective. But he switches back in Jew and Israel, but Gentile remains constant. So if Jew and Israel is being used interchangeably, you can't throw Gentiles in there too when Gentile is used to make a contrast between both of them. So now we got 3 groups of Israel. So now we got Jew, now we got Gentiles, and we got Israel. You cannot have all 3 of them be Israelites. One of them got to be actual Gentiles. And I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say is the one called actual Gentiles. But let's keep reading. Notice, I'm going to read 30 and 31 again. Look what it says. What shall we say then? That the Gentiles which followed not after righteousness have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith. He said they attained even to the righteousness of faith. Verse 31. But Israel, who y'all say is the Gentiles in verse 30, can't be. He's drawing a comparison. He's drawing a contrast. Just like he was drawing a contrast between Jew and Gentile at first. But, and I can show you in other Paul's letters where he interchanges Jew with Israel. But he never interchanges Jew with Gentile or Israel with Gentile. Not once. Never does it. He just, in this chapter, he's just showing you how both are called. Verse 31. But Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, he just said that the Gentiles did not follow after the law of righteousness. The Gentiles which follow after the law of righteousness have not attained the law of righteousness. Verse 32. Wherefore, because they sought it, talking about Israel, not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law. Go back to verse 30. What shall we say then? That the Gentiles which follow not after righteousness have attained to righteousness. Whoever these Gentiles are, they did something different than Israel. We can see that. Right? What happened to the Jew, though, that we was talking about in verse 24? That is Israel. He's just using them interchangeably. Right? Verse 32. Wherefore, because they saw it not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law. For they stumbled at the stumbling stone. All of Israel did that. Not just southern Israel or northern Israel. They all did that. Then it says, as it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. So when y'all go to Romans chapter 9 and y'all read verse 24, what y'all are doing, this is a mistake y'all are making. You're not paying attention to what he said. He said, even us, whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. When he starts elaborating and quoting Old Testament scripture, he's showing you how the Jews or Israel were called. After he's done elaborating on how they're called, you get to verse 30, and he shows you how the Gentiles follow. Verse 30, what shall he say then? That the Gentiles which follow not after righteousness, verse 31, but Israel which followed after the law of righteousness, can't be the same group of people. One followed after righteousness, the other one didn't. So that's what they're saying. This is not proof that Paul is calling the northern kingdom or any kingdom Gentiles. So what else you got? What else you got? And if you don't agree with my breakdown, hold up. And if you don't agree with my breakdown, hold on. If you don't agree with my breakdown, explain who the Gentiles are in verse 30 and who Israel is in verse 31.
Okay. So that entire argument was based on one of the mistakes I told you. You made all
who are the
Israel.
Gentiles in verse 30? Hold on. I'm asking a question. Because you gave a breakdown.
Now you want to.
I gave a breakdown.
I'm about to counter your argument.
Okay, but I'm asking a question. This is my question. Everybody heard what you said. Everybody heard. Hold up. Because see, y'all don't ever like to let actual edification occurs. I'm asking a question. I gave a breakdown. You gave a breakdown. Your breakdown was as follows. Jew is southern kingdom. Gentile is northern kingdom. My breakdown was Jew is a blanket term for all of Israel, and Gentiles is all non-Israel. If you say that Gentiles is the northern kingdom, that would make their name, when I was going through all of this, everybody heard you agree with me. Because I said the northern kingdom is called Samaria. You're like, uh-huh. I said it's also known as Ephraim. You said, uh-huh. I said it's also known as Israel. You said, uh-huh. So now we're in the New Testament. And there's a distinction being drawn between Gentile and Israel. See, you can play with Jew and Gentile, but you can't play with Gentile and Israel. So I'm asking you, in verse 30, who are these Gentiles here in verse 30? Answer that. Then we move on. Who are these Gentiles in verse 30?
Israel. I answered it before you said all that.
Okay, so in verse 31, when it says, but Israel, drawing a distinction between the Gentiles, so who is Israel in verse 31?
The house of Judah.
So, whoa. Okay. So you just, okay, now let's reset the room right quick, big bro. Reset the room. Will you reset the room? Somebody reset the room.
Hey. Wait, hold on. Somebody. Hey, Ben, mute your mic for a second.
Yeah, you got to mute yourself.
We can hear your speaker. Hey, salute and good evening to everyone who is joining us. Welcome to Friday Night Frankincense. And y'all hear what the topic is. Who are the Gentiles in the New Testament? Right now, we got Ben chopping it up with Brother Josh. And so if any of you in the audience are actually interested in coming up and speaking your piece, whether you affirm how we see it or if you don't affirm it, we'll give you the opportunity to come up here and talk tonight. Salute to those of you who have been brought on the stage so far. I ask that you would consider giving a follow to Brother Josh because Brother Josh actually runs his own room on this platform. Also give me a follow because I run a room on this platform, and follow everybody up here who you're feeling. Salute to the YouTube family and to the Facebook family who are tuning in as well. That's my first original audience. We're introducing the Clubhouse live forum to them on Friday nights. And so if you're tuning in through the Facebook and if you're tuning in through the YouTube, salute to you. I see there's a few of you actually over here. A salute to Davion. What's good with you? Sharon in Christ. Hello. Ofeze. Salute. Elephant Man Podcast. Sharon in Christ. Mom Duke, if you're still watching, what up, Mom? My brother Thomas, salute. Ty, tapping in through Facebook. Queen Regina, hello. Lion Farm, salute. My bro Dre is in the building. Oh, tapping in from Jamaica, them. My bro Kaya Fist, what's good with you? Salute. Brother Scott, welcome. Whosoever she brew, thank you for being here this evening. Sadek Ben Yisrael, salute to you. And Jana Hamilton, welcome. You guys on YouTube and Facebook can actually hit the link that you see pinned to the top of the comment section, and it will bring you backstage here. And just like you all can hear myself and Brother Josh and whoever we're speaking with, if you want to get in this conversation, whether you affirm or not, hit that link. We'll bring you up in order, and you can talk with us about this topic, and you will also be heard just as loud and clear to our Clubhouse audience. For all of you who are watching, I ask that you would consider supporting my ministry financially. If you do so, then go ahead. Those of you on YouTube and Facebook, y'all can see the ways there that's on the ticker. Also, if you want to reach out to me for building purposes, my email address is there. And last but not least, if you're on Clubhouse and you would like to support the ministry in that manner, just touch my PTR and it'll take you to my bio, and the pertinent information is there as well. So Most High bless y'all again. We are live tonight on Clubhouse, Friday Night Frankincense in the building. And then if you don't know me, get to know me. My name is Edom Ben Israel, a.k.a. the God Hop MC, hashtag just the best of nobody special. They also call me Young Chimney because I'm made for the smoke, you heard? So we're going to continue. We're going to come to an end with this with Ben Yah and Brother Josh. So Josh, go ahead. I think Ben was responding to you, and then we'll give you an opportunity in case you want to say anything. And before we bring up our next person, I just want to address a couple things I heard.
I want to bring home this last point, and then I'm going to let him respond, because just for the record, when we first started this, he walked me through everything. He said, Jew, he said, your first mistake was with your word Jew and the translation of it. He made Jew, Yehuda, mean southern tribes of Israel. When we get to the New Testament, he mentioned a pairing, a coupling that I also brought out first. And he said, good. His entire argument, since we've been talking, is that Jew means Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Gentiles means the other 9 tribes or the northern kingdom in the New Testament. And then he said, he agreed with me when in the Old Testament, southern kingdom called Judah, northern kingdom called Ephraim sometimes, Samaria sometimes, and Israel sometimes. When I was walking him through it, he said, to everything. When we start reading Romans 9, he went through it first. He assumed that I believe that when Paul was making a reference to these verses, that I believe he was applying them to the Gentiles, like the other nations. I said, no, don't assume my point. And he said, that's right, I shouldn't do that. When I went through it with him, I agreed with him that Paul was making a reference to the nation of Israel. But this is where I'll be telling y'all, this is where the dishonesty comes in that. Because when we get to Romans chapter 30, and I asked him, who are the Gentiles here? He said, Israel. Then when I get to 31, I said, well, who's Israel? He said, Judah. But he's just been telling us all night long that Israel is only the northern kingdom. But when he get jammed up, now he want to change his argument in the middle of the discussion, and now all of a sudden, magically, because he can't figure out the conflict between Gentiles and Israel here, because he talked himself into a corner. So now what he wants to do is he wants to change the narrative. Now Gentiles, because he got to stay stuck on that. He can't make Gentiles mean actual Gentiles. But he can't explain why Paul is drawing a clear distinction between the Gentiles in verse 30 and Israel in verse 31. One of them did not follow after righteousness. The other one did. Plainly saying they cannot be the same group of people. One of them did and the other one didn't. So now we got Israel here being compared to Gentiles. So what he has to do to make his doctrine stick, now he got to bag all the way up and change his original argument from Jew, simply referring to Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Now Israel refers to Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. This is just deceitful. But go ahead and respond. I want to show y'all how you're going to try to clean it up now. Go ahead and respond. I ain't going to say nothing.
All right, you done?
Yeah, he told you to go ahead and respond, bro.
Okay, well, he cut out suddenly. I just want to make sure I didn't interrupt. No, I don't have to change anything because you're the only one that changed it. The mistake I told you would make. You made all Israel Jews, and that was your mistake. So maybe I should have started just a few verses earlier so you could see who that dual dynamic is. And I'm just going to go just a couple of more verses up back into Romans 9 so you can get the context. I figured you knew this, but all right. So start at verse 11 because he's already, Paul, this whole chapter is about Israel. He starts off that way. He says, I'm grieving for my brothers. I would rather curse myself from Christ for my kinsmen, my brothers according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertain the adoption, the covenants, the glory, the giving of the law, the service of God, and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom concerning the flesh Christ came. And then he goes on and he talks about the seed of Abraham. So he's going to X out seeds because he's X out Ishmael first. All right, but I'm focusing on this dual dynamic here. Verse 11, he goes on to the dual dynamic. He said, not only this, but when Rebekah also conceived by one, even our father Isaac, for the children not yet being born, having not done anything good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calls, it was said to her, the elder would serve the younger. You see that? 1, 2. That's that dual dynamic. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid, for he said to Moses, I'll have mercy on who I want to have mercy. I'll have compassion on who I want to have compassion. So then it's not of him that wills, nor of him that runs, but of God who shows mercy. For the scripture said to Pharaoh, even for the same purpose I raised you up, that I might show my power in you, and then that my name might be declared throughout the earth. Therefore, he has mercy on who he wants, 1, and he hardens who he wants, 2. You will say to me then why does he find fault with them? For who can resist his will? But no, man, who are you to reply against God? Shall the thing formed say to the thing that formed it, why have you made me this way? Has not the power over the clay to make of the same lump, here come that dual dynamic, one vessel unto honor, that's Jacob, and another unto dishonor, that's Esau. Now, we got those two, right? We know who the vessels of honor are. We know who the vessels of dishonor are. We know who the vessels of wrath are. We know who the vessels of mercy are. So, verse 22, what if God, willing to show his wrath, to make his power known and do it with much long sufferings, the vessels of wrath, that's one, that's Esau, that's fit to destruction, and that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, that's the second one, Jacob, which he had afore prepared unto glory, even us. So now Paul is defining the vessels of mercy that were prepared unto glory to us. He said, even us, whom he has called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles, as he said in Hosea. So the us there is all of Jacob, because he is the vessel of mercy in the context of this chapter. He, meaning he and his descendants, the vessels of mercy. For it is as it is written, Jacob have I loved, Esau I have hated. He made from one lump, that's metaphor for Isaac's sperm, from one lump of clay, he made two vessels, that twins, Jacob and Esau. One is called the vessel of wrath, one the vessel of mercy. Jacob is the vessel of mercy, and Paul defines that in verse 23, that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, that's the descendants of Jacob, which he had afore prepared to glory, even us, not of the Jews only, not of the children of Judah only, in Hosea 1, God had mercy on, but also on the Gentiles whom he cut off from being his people. That's why they call Gentiles, the Israelites, but they're not Israel because he cut them off. So he clearly defines these two dynamics, the vessels of wrath, the vessels of mercy, Esau, Jacob, and he says Jacob is the vessel of mercy, and he says that's us, not of the Jews only, but also the Gentiles, as he told you in Hosea, the children of Israel and the children of Judah. See, I didn't change anything. And one last thing, who did he call? The Bible never says that God called any non-Israelites. In fact, in Isaiah chapter 48 and verse 12, he tells you who that is. He says, hearken unto me. Again, here you see that vessel of mercy. Hearken unto me, O Jacob, and Israel, my called. I am he, I am the first, I am the last. Who is the called? Jacob. Who does he love? Jacob. Who are the vessels of mercy? Jacob. Even us. Not of the southern kingdom only, Judah, but the northern kingdom that was cut off and made Gentiles, turned into Gentiles, forced into Gentiles, Hellenized by the Greek Empire, who he calls Gentiles. And with that, I land. Thank you, brother.
Hey, appreciate that, Ben. Appreciate you coming in here tonight and you know, making your piece. It's clear that we don't see it the way that you see it. We've been hearing this for, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I've been hearing this since, when did I get familiar with these particular guys? Well, some of he has a more One West-esque explanation, but me coming out of the Israel of God, I'm going to say roughly, what is this? Well, let me say 1997. That would be 3. So I've been hearing this for 26 years. I've been hearing this same spiel for 26 years because my teachers seen it that way. So I understand where it's coming from. I just want to correct a few things. I don't really need to have a discussion about it. I'm just gonna make these points, and it's for who it's for. Yeah, why John Wycliffe did not create the term Jew. You could go as early as Justin Martyr in his against Trypho. Trypho is called a Jew all through his writings, and that writing happened during the Bar Kokhba revolt back in 132 CE. So to say that John Wycliffe and, you know, these guys made up this, Justin Martyr is known as the Samaritan. He actually comes from that country. So as a convert at the time to the faith of believing in Jesus, in his argument coming from that region, he's not a European. He comes from that region of Samaria. When he makes up his, you could say almost his hypothetical argument called against Trypho, he is constantly referred to in that work as Trypho the Jew. So unless you're going to somehow write that out of history, and I can name so many other church fathers, and I'm using that in quotations, those who the Western world know as the church fathers, all through their writings, they refer to those who believe in Yahwism, but yet reject Jesus of Nazareth. They call them the Jews. That term is not a brand new term. Wycliffe, no, there is no sources that are credible that says John Wycliffe made up the term Jew. The reason why that couldn't even be true is because his predecessor Martin Luther actually had a whole bunch of attested to writings where he spoke against the Jews. So how you gonna give Wycliffe that when, of course, we know that Martin Luther, who was called the father of the Protestant Reformation, was going in on who he called the Jews way before there was a Wycliffe or a Tyndale Bible in the English tongue. But outside of that, the 10 tribes of Ephraim, who were scattered by the Assyrians to Hamath and these places in the Assyrian territory, we do know that the Chaldeans destroyed the Assyrian Empire and took over all of their geographic territory. So a lot of people don't like to admit this, but the 10 tribes were now part of the Babylonian captivity because ownership of them transferred from the Assyrians to the Chaldeans. When the Persians took over, the Persians now have the southern and northern kingdom in the 127 provinces from Ethiopia to India. And we just know that that's a fact. So the Jews are all of those who keep this culture in this context. And so in the book of Esther, when all of those people who under the orders of Haman thought that they had a day to purge Jews in the 127 provinces, but we know that was changed. And for those of you in this month who have been observing the Purim, that is in honor of that event in the book of Esther. It says many people of the provinces became Jews for fear of the Jews. So they even took on the term Yahudim in a religious context, just as Benjamin and Levi would, knowing they're not literally from the tribe of Judah, but because Judah is the authority of that region and Benjamin and Levi live under the same culture, they were even colloquially called Judeans or Judites, even though they're not literally from the tribe of Judah. So if other Israelites can be called that in association with Judah, who was the head, if you will, then so are those who came under them. History attests that John Hyrcanus during the Hasmonean Revolution actually by force caused the Edomites of Mount Seir to circumcise and become Judahites or Yahwists, some historical sources will say. And the last thing I'll actually say is this. When you go to the book of Luke 21 and Yeshua says, hey, he tells Jerusalem, you shall go into captivity and be scattered among all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden underfoot of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles come to its end. According to this brother's doctrine, that would mean, hey, to you, southern kingdom, you're going to go into captivity. And the northern kingdom is going to have control of Jerusalem until the time of the nations are done. Hey, Paul the Hebrew, come to the stage and get your boot smoked. Don't type in my chat. Go ahead and come up here talking about Zadok argument even weaker than Josh. Come up here and get your boot smoked. I don't take people seriously who just type. So with that being the case, I just want you to understand, and I would love Paul the Hebrew to come up, to come up here and prove that Yeshua is saying in Luke 21 that the northern kingdom is going to have control of Jerusalem until the time of the northern kingdom comes to its end, because we know the Romans are the ones who scattered the Jews or the Judahites into captivity all throughout the Roman Empire after the destruction of Jerusalem in 70, and only a small contingent was left there. So if you got some historical proof and you can break it down that the northern kingdom are the Gentiles who trot in Jerusalem underfoot until the time of the northern kingdom comes to its end, if you can prove that's what Yeshua was saying, I'll give you at least 5 minutes to bring us some sources. So with that being the case, that whole thing about in the New Testament, the Gentiles is nothing but the northern kingdom being talked to. We know that flies flat on its face. But in order to try to preach that salvation is only the Israelites and that God is only saving the Israelites out of all of the sons of Adam, that no one else has any kind of right to Yah's love or his desire to see them saved, then you have to teach what the brother Ben Yah taught. And that's why it falls on his face. But hey, I want to briefly, because I see we got Trilla up here. We got Adam, my bro Dre, and we got Ben Ami. Isn't that an interesting day? Ben Ami. I want to give the brother Miguel, Josh, an opportunity to just speak because he felt like he fresh off of the fallacy of One West doctrine. So I just want to give him 5 minutes because he's been chomping at the bit. I want to give him 5 minutes. Hey, Miguel, I know you wanted to respond to bro, but this is for me and Josh to deal with. So I want to just give you a few minutes to go ahead and say why you disagree, and then we'll go ahead and move on because we got other people up here. Go ahead, Miguel.
Right, brother. Oh, man, that guy reminded me of myself a couple months ago. Anyway, the first point, I'm going to get to Romans 9, but the first point he made was that Jew does not mean all 12 tribes. That's wrong. Can you head over to, I know you agree with me, but we'll prove this. Head over to Romans 3:1. I'm going to read it. What advantage, this is Romans 3:1. What advantage then hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? Verse 2, much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. Who is the them? That's in verse 1. What advantage then hath the Jew? J-E-W. Verse 2. Because unto them were committed the oracles of God. Okay, what are oracles? Let's go to Acts 7:38. Let's see what oracles are. Acts 7:38. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spake to him in the Mount Sinai, and with our fathers who received the lively oracles to give unto us. Why is this important? Because in Mount Sinai, this was before there was any split between the northern and southern kingdom, Judah and Ephraim. This was, the oracles were given to all 12 tribes. That's why in Romans 3:1, it says, what advantage hath the Jew, J-E-W, Jew, the oracles were committed unto them, the oracles of God. But this was given to all 12 tribes, not just the southern kingdom, Judah. This was given to all 12 tribes. So that's number one. When Paul uses the term Jew, he's referring to all 12 tribes, and you cannot get around this. Acts 7:38, Mount Sinai. At Mount Sinai, was there any splitting? No. This was all 12 tribes in Mount Sinai. And that was the oracles in Romans 3:2 to the Jews. So that's number one. But let's go to Romans 9, that discussion back there. Now, Brother Josh, he clearly pointed out one thing that I wanted to bring up. I wanted to add a bit more to it. Let's go to Romans 9:25 now. As he saith also in our sea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God. Now, I'm going to prove with scripture. All we need to do is read to the end of verse 33. Now, Paul is not saying that the Gentiles in verse 24 is the ones in Hosea 1:8-10 and Hosea 2:23. He's simply used, and I'll prove this, by the way. I'm not going to give my own assertion here. I'm going to give this, bro. He's simply using that story in Hosea as an example. Read it one more time. Verse 25. As he, that's God, as God also saith in Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and their beloved, which was not my beloved. Now I'm going to prove this. Let's go to verse 30. This will bring this home, bro. What shall we say then? That the Gentiles which followed not after righteousness, remember this, Gentiles have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith. But, that's a conjunction, but Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, Israel, he Paul is distinguishing between Israel and Gentiles. But Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, have not attained to the law of righteousness. Why? Wherefore? Because they sought it not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law. For they stumbled, they is Israel, they stumbled at the stumbling stone. Now, why is this important? Paul here is quoting Isaiah 8:14. Let's go to Isaiah. This is what Paul is quoting. Let's go to Isaiah 8:14. In Romans 9:32-33, let's go to Isaiah 8:14. Let's see what he's saying. This will drive this home.
You got 2 more minutes, bro.
Yeah, bro. This I just wanted to say. Isaiah 14. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling. This is what Paul is quoting. And for a rock of offense to both, B-O-T-H, both the houses of Israel. Both the houses of Israel. Read verse 33. As it is written, behold, I lay in Sion a stumbling stone and rock of offense, and whosoever believes on him shall not be ashamed. The rock of offense was to birth the northern and the southern kingdom, birth the houses of Israel. That just drives it home. And so he's distinguishing between Gentile and Israel there. The Israel is birth houses. That's what I'm saying, man. And the guy in the comments, I was in GRCC, bro. I'm Ecuadorian. I'm out of that now, sir. I don't know if you think Hispanics are Gentiles, Pole Hebrew. But yeah, I don't know if you can think I'm an Israel or a Gentile, but I was a Hebrew Israelite in the camp. But yeah, that's my point right there. And Drew means all 12 tribes. Romans 3:1.
Yeah, and yo, Paul Hebrew, man, come up here. You talking way too much. Talking about he sound like a Gentile. I don't know which one. I could tell by your typing.
Him up, they all keep saying he refuses.
Oh yeah.
So, you know
okay.
He don't want Paulie.
Hey, Paulie.
Stay where it's safe.
Hey, Paulie.
That's what they do.
Hey, Paulie. According to your doctrine, he's from Issachar, clown. He's Ecuadorian. Y'all got all of damn South America as the 10 tribes. So he sound like Issachar, according to your doctrine. Stop it. Yo, what's good? Dre, salute, King. What up with it?
Shalom, man. But you talking about the dude look the Garfield in the chat? If he just talking, it's just the Black Garfield. I always call him Black Garfield, respectfully though, when I see him in other rooms. But yeah, he gonna stay where it's safe at. You know what I mean? It's easy to stay in the audience and talk. But yeah, I just got one question. If the brother that y'all were just building with is still on stage, or anybody with an opposing view, and I just asked my question.
Opposing view.
All right. Yes, sir. Appreciate that, good brother. Appreciate that. Because I just want to understand your perspective. So that's the only reason for my question I'm about to ask you. Yes, sir. Do you subscribe to the Apocrypha, brother?
Dre, you're asking me? Been on me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I believe the 80 books.
Okay, cool.
I read. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So I just want to read a few verses, and I'm going to go to a particular verse, and I'm going to ask you your take on it. I'm going to start at Sirach 4, and I'm going to just read 3 verses. I'll be brief. It's 4 and verse 13. He that holdeth her fast shall inherit glory, and wheresoever she entereth, the Lord will bless. 14, that they that serve her shall minister to the Holy One, and them that love her, the Lord doth love. Whoso giveth ear unto her shall judge the nations, and he that attendeth her shall dwell securely. So when you start at verse 1, it tells you it's referring to wisdom. When you start at verse 1, it's talking about wisdom, so it's telling you in verse 15, whosoever giveth ear unto wisdom.
Salakia?
Yes, sir. No problem. Sirach chapter 4.
4 and
I started at verse 13. Just to give a bit of context, but when you start from the beginning, it's telling you it's talking about wisdom. So you get to verse 15, it tells you, whoso giveth ear unto her shall judge the nations, and he that attendeth unto her shall dwell securely. So I want to go to, so follow me real quick, good brother, and this going to be even quicker. Matthew chapter 12. And I'm going to start at verse 41. Men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And behold, a greater than Jonas is here. 42. The queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, a greater than Solomon is here. So we know, even according to the book of Kings, it tells you that, when Sheba heard the wisdom of Solomon, she was pretty much like shocked. She was appalled by her wisdom. We see in other places, when you go to Joel chapter, it talks about giving the children over to the Sabians. The Sabians just so happen to be descendants of I believe the descendants of whatnot. My question to you is, when it says the queen of the south in verse 42 shall rise up in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it, because she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and behold, a greater than Solomon is here. What does that mean in verse 42, that she will rise up in judgment with that generation? Because according to 4 and 15, it says, he who adheres to wisdom will judge the nations. And we know Sheba adhered to the information that Solomon gave her. Henceforth, Christ is saying she will rise up in judgment and judge that generation. What does that mean to you?
You're saying the queen of the south rising up in judgment?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir. What does that mean to you?
Off the top of my head, I do not have an answer for that prophecy. Because that's obviously not talking about Queen Sheba. It's talking about another some type of other ruler, some type of other authority.
And who? Okay, so is this queen an Israelite?
Based off of
right.
That's when you jump in, Ben-Ami. That's when you jump in there, Ben-Ami. Based off of
right.
Well, we know Queen Sheba. She was the Egyptian queen.
Okay.
After she was Ethiopian, but continue.
Okay, that's fine. So, what's the name? That I don't have an answer for. I know the earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
So when it says the queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it, she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. What other queen came came to hear the wisdom of Solomon in the Bible?
What other queen?
Yes, sir.
You don't read about it. That's why it's a future prophecy. It has to be a future prophecy.
But no, the future prophecy of it is about what that queen shall do. That's when it says the queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation. You're correct in that perspective, because that's letting you know that queen, whomever that queen is, right?
No,
right. So it's telling you she will rise up in judgment with the generation of Christ. Yes, sir. I'm in Matthew 12:42. So it's so the future perspective of it is the fact that that queen is going to rise up in judgment and condemn that wicked nation, the Israelites. So we're in agreement in that perspective. But who is that queen? That doesn't mean that queen or that part hasn't taken place yet. If I understand you correctly, you're saying that queen that heard how is it futuristic for the queen to hear the wisdom of Solomon when Solomon dead?
Salaki,
you talking about the Queen of Sheba from 1 Kings chapter 10, right?
He said he disagreed with that. He said that's futuristic. So yes, sir, brother Ben Nye. Matthew 12:42.
Okay, Matthew 12:42. Let me get that.
Right. So how is that? My question is
this prophecy. I'll be honest. I'm not well versed in this particular prophecy. I'm not.
Okay, verse 41. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment. Is that also past tense or future tense? When it talks about the men of Nineveh will rise in judgment and shall condemn, it says men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. Is this past tense or future tense?
The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment. We're saying it says it shall rise in judgment. So when it says shall, that means it's something that's going to happen later on. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So
who are the men of Nineveh that are like example? Like I believe, respectfully, if you and I are so lucky to be resurrected, you know what I mean, in the future, that would be future tense. However, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't be based on our past. So I'm with you there. Just like this here, it's telling you the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. When did the men of Nineveh repent at the preaching of Jonas?
That happened during the time of Jonas.
Right. So is it talking about the individuals that repented at the time of Jonas?
No. It's a prop. Like once again, when it says the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment, it's a future prophecy. Like we don't even have to ask. Like, okay, that's referring to some type of future event.
Yeah, I think his question, brother, is.
I
think Ben Ami, his question is, who are the men of Nineveh that will rise up and judge Israel for being wicked?
This the thing that's so crazy about it. When you look at what's going on in Matthew chapter 12, verse 41 and 42, Christ, you got the Pharisees and the Sadducees asking Christ for a sign in like 26 AD. This group of Jews that Christ is talking to in 26 AD, Christ is telling them the men of Nineveh from 760 BC and the Queen of Sheba from like 900 BC is going to rise up in the judgment and condemn the Israelites that Christ is talking to in 26 AD. How is it possible that a group of people from 760 BC, a group of people from like early 900s BC, gonna be at the same place as some people from 26 AD? That's what the whole thing is going on. We know it's talking about people from the past because the men of Nineveh
they giving you the timestamp that the men of Nineveh was from the time of Jonah.
Mhm.
The Queen of Sheba was from the time of Solomon. So how are they going to rise up and judge Israelites that Christ is talking to in 26 AD?
Right.
In the future, make sure you put that in, Trilla. In the future, as he can correctly see.
Me putting it in this me reading it word for word, verse 40 to verse 41. It's actually Christ is just going over the history of Jonah prophesying to Nineveh. That's what he's doing from verse 40 to verse 41. That's exactly what he's doing.
But who is he talking to? Who is he giving the history to?
Hey, okay, salute right quick. I just wanted to pause that room so I could tap in with those of you who are here. Salute to all of you watching through the YouTube and also tapping in through Facebook. I see we got somebody here in the back channel, Brother Jones. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. So you wanted to make a comment on this. So we got one more person on the stage, and then I'll so basically you're two people away. We got another guy and then you. So I'll give you an opportunity to come on and you don't say or ask whatever it is you need to. Appreciate you for participating.
You too. So man, I just met some new brothers up here where I'm at. And so I seem like this is like a recycled, topic, or whoever we come to, or whoever, we teaching. And so that's what I'm teaching these brothers. I'm getting, more refreshed on it about the Gentiles. So is when you look at because I'm in a position with this based off of dealing with some of you guys' teachings from back in the day, and just studying on my own, just based off of when you look at Genesis chapter 12, the call of Abraham. Then you have before Abraham even had that seed, his heir was going to be Eleazar of Damascus, a Gentile. Before he said Isaac was going to be his son. But looking at Acts chapter 13, and then I don't know if everybody on here deal with the Greek. Looking at that word G14.
Well, hold on, hey, Brother Jones. You know what? I want to save this for the stage. I actually want you to come up and share this with everyone who's on YouTube and Facebook, but also I want the Clubhouse audience to hear your point, because of course we got a few people who disagree with our stance. So I want you to be able to come on and share your view. So I'll definitely bring you up. So just sit patient, bro, and I'll bring you up after the next guy.
Okay.
I appreciate it. All right, so let me go back in, brethren. Here we go.
God raising up prophets, Israelites, the God raising up prophets and prophesying back to the people.
But you're saying again. No, wait. See, wait. Right, but Ben Ami, let me show you what you're doing. You're eisegeting that text. It don't say again. This is talking about the same group of people. He didn't say the men of Nineveh shall rise again. You're reading again into that text. He's saying that the same, right? Like if you read a text and the Bible said, if Jesus was talking about David, the actual King David, and he said, King David gonna rise and judge you in your generation. That's talking about the same King David. Unless you can show anywhere in the scriptures where it's a whole new group of Ninevites.
Okay, so make it real simple. Slakia, to make it real simple, if you're saying, or I corrected myself earlier. I said, okay, reading through verse 40 and verse 41, I can see that Christ is just recounting history. That's all he did. He's mentioned.
That's not all he did. He recounts history, and then as you correctly said, you said this is also a prophecy. At first, you said you corrected yourself, but you really didn't have to correct yourself if you want to know the truth. You were right the first time. You just didn't say everything. Now you're retracting what you were right about, and you're dwelling on another part when it's both. It's a prophecy, and he's recounting something that happened. It's like you see both. Okay, so what they're saying is you were right when you said it's a prophecy, and you're also right when you said he's recounting something in history. So with that being said, the question is, how can a group of people, he said, the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment. Rise, get up.
Right.
With this generation. What generation was he talking about?
He's talking about the people, his audience he was talking to, the
Correct.
Jews, scribes, Pharisees.
Correct. Excellent. And he says, okay, so the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with Jews, scribes, and Pharisees of his audience, and shall judge and condemn it. So he's saying some Ninevites from back in the day, because you correctly said he's recounting history, they're going to rise with the generation, the Jews and scribes and Pharisees, as you correctly said, of his generation, and the Ninevites are going to judge. That's what condemn means. The Jews, scribes, and Pharisees of his generation. So the question is, since you know this is a prophecy, when are Ninevites going to rise up and judge people that were alive during Jesus' generation when both of these generations are long dead today? Jesus' generation is dead and the Ninevites are dead.
So the easy answer for that is God raising up prophets in these last days. When it says Nineveh, you got to understand, I understand that there were Israelites in Nineveh. Okay. There were Israelites in Nineveh. We know Jonah was called to go to Nineveh to prophesy and tell the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name? There were Israelites in Nineveh. When you read the history in Tobit, it says Tobit believed Jonah, warning. And so
hey, brother, what year did Jonah preach to Nineveh, brother?
Exactly.
The exact time frame I do not know. It was under the Syrian captivity. I want to say it was Syria captivity.
No, it wasn't.
By the time Jonah
in 760.
Right. And by the time Tobit was going to Nineveh, it was after Nineveh had already been destroyed or was about to be destroyed.
But you got to understand, it said Tobit believed what Jonah said. Tobit was in Nineveh.
And left.
I believe
so he was that's an Israelite. That's an Israelite in Nineveh.
What year was Tobit in Nineveh though, brother?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get him to home in.
The exact time frame. I do not have.
Tobit in Nineveh at the same time.
Look, I what's the name? I don't know the actual time and dates, but I know.
Okay, so
I know Tobit had to get the warning from Jonah.
If Jonah and Tobit was in Nineveh at the same time, then you would have a point. But if Jonah and Tobit wasn't in Nineveh, if Jonah was in Nineveh in 760 and Tobit was in Nineveh in 605, which is like 150 years later, how are you trying to act like the men of Nineveh was the
I don't have these time frames. I don't know where these time dates. I don't know where these
that's history. That's history. You can look that up in history.
But how could Jonah? How could it say Tobit? I got to get that account. Let me get that. I will have to get that Tobit.
Yeah, just go Google it, and it'll tell you like it gives approximations because these were actual.
I want what the script say real quick. Hold on.
Right. I mean, the scriptures does not give dates, bro. You know, scriptures don't say no 70 AD or no 536 BC. You know that. So let's not play those games. He's giving you the secular approximate history of these events. This has been documented by historians because Nineveh was an actual historical place. So they can go into Nineveh's history as well as Israel's history and pinpoint what time in history these events took place. What you're saying basically is whether Tobit was there when Jonah preached, which he could not possibly have been. That's like a 150-year gap. But you're assuming though, even you say, okay, well, he wasn't there when Jonah preached, but he was there 150 years later. But you still can't use that to conclude that meant that Israelites were just chilling in Nineveh. You cannot do that.
Was Tobit an Israelite in Nineveh?
Kingdom or Southern Kingdom?
Yeah. Listen.
He was Northern Kingdom. You got to remember, Israel had already begun to be scattered into captivity.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
But it's very possible.
In Syrian captivity in 722 BC.
Right.
Hold on. There was already captivities before that. Let me see. During
What captivity you talking about? You talking about the captivity from Judges chapter 3?
Nah, during the time
you talking about going in captivity under Moab and Mesopotamia?
Nah. Let me go to Isaiah. Let me go to Isaiah chapter 7.
Judges chapter 3?
No, I'm going to go to Isaiah chapter 7, and I'm going to read the prophecy. Isaiah chapter 7 and verse 8. Hosea chapter 7, verse 8. For the head of Syria is Damascus. So the capital of Syria is Damascus. Let me read.
722. Damascus. Isaiah prophesied between 745 and 739. The Syrian captivity is 722. Jonah was in Nineveh in 760.
Okay, understood. So for the head of Syria is Damascus. The head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken, that it not be a people. So 65 years is going to a 65-year prophecy that Ephraim will be broken, and it wouldn't be a people. Okay.
What year did Isaiah prophesy this?
Well, I mean, you just said it. I know this was going into Isaiah prophesied during what captivity was going on? It wasn't no
captivity going on when Isaiah prophesied it. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what chapter
you're talking about. Northern Kingdom. Northern Kingdom wasn't getting carried away already.
Isaiah chapter 20, Isaiah prophesying about the Northern Kingdom going into captivity. Here in Isaiah chapter 7 that you're looking at, Isaiah is prophesying the captivity of the Northern Kingdom like 20 years, 30 years before it happened.
It's 65 years. So it said, okay, what's the name? It said in 60 years will Ephraim be broken and not be a people.
But Jonah prophesied before Isaiah though, right?
So hold on. You're saying Jonah prophesied before Isaiah?
Yeah. Jonah, you got Isaiah from like 745 to 739. You got Jonah, you know what I'm saying, in 760. So Jonah prophesied before Isaiah, and Isaiah was prophesying to the Northern Kingdom in Isaiah chapter. He
was prophesying about the Northern Kingdom,
and he was prophesying about the Northern Kingdom in Isaiah chapter 7. But it's still after Jonah.
That came to pass during the time of Hosea.
The men of Nineveh already been repented and put on sackcloth and ashes before this happened.
Right.
So it ain't really no point for you to come here.
Right. Why would God instruct Jonah to go prophesy to Nineveh about destruction coming?
The same reason he went to Nahum to prophesy about Nineveh, because they was committing wickedness.
Right. Okay.
But Jonah and Nahum went at a separate times.
Yeah, understood. But there was there are already wars breaking out. When you read through Kings, there are already wars breaking out against Northern Kingdom. Okay, Northern Kingdom was actually fighting battles and losing. You had
the battle of Megiddo, you had the battle of Carchemish, you had all type of battles going on. But what they got to do with Jonah and the men of Nineveh though?
Because when these wars are lost, captives are taken.
So Ben Ami, are you sitting here claiming that you believe in the book of Jonah when Yah says he would rather preserve the life of 60,000 men and women, which were the creation of his hand? You believe that Nineveh was populated by, you believe that's talking about 60,000 Israelites, brother?
No, I believe there were Israelites dwelling in Nineveh.
And that's cool, that's fine. So if you're not, so let me finish. If you're not claiming that, all of Nineveh were Israelites, but you're saying, hey, there would have been Israelites.
All of Nineveh
right. Let me finish. If you're not saying that, then the 60,000 or so souls that were a part of repenting weren't all Israelites, even if it was some Israelites who lived there.
Do we have the population of Nineveh?
Population? Yes, bro. It says 60,000 in the book of Jonah. That's what the Most High told Jonah out of his own mouth.
Okay. How do you know there wasn't 60,000 Israelites, and
because it don't say that.
All right.
Because it don't say that.
Okay,
it
bro.
don't say that.
Okay.
Because it don't say that.
We don't know, but hear me out. We do not know the entire population of
yes, we do.
Of Nineveh. We don't know.
Yes, we do.
Population.
Yes, we do. If the Most High said,
yeah, I had to move him to the
me,
audience. Go ahead and finish up, Josh. He not ready.
So, right, he ain't ready. He ain't even trying to learn. Right, the Most High, out of his own mouth, gives the population of Nineveh, and this guy says we don't know. So he's saying God don't know, because God gave us the population. Number two, then he just said that I'm not saying that it was populated only by Israelites. I'm just saying Israelites were there. But what he's trying to do, and I love when they try to do this because they swear to Christ they so slick. What he's still trying to do is make that 600,000 so people, whatever, only be referring to Israelites. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, bro. You can't tell us in one breath, I'm not saying that only Israelites were there. I'm just saying they were there with the Ninevites. But then when God started talking about the people who we wanted to spare, you want to make that only be Israelite. That's where he was going with that, Zadok. And I know you saw that.
Yeah, but I just said, hey, are you saying the 60,000 souls were all Ninevites? He said, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying Israelites. More than likely, some Israelites live there. And then you're going to turn around and say, how do we know that number isn't talking about Israelites? Bro, he just not ready. He just defending, he learning his doctrine. He learning his doctrine.
That's prejudice, not prudence. See, prudence is wisdom. Y'all need to look this stuff up. That's prejudice. These guys are not using prudence. They're not using wisdom. They're using prejudice. They're not using wisdom. They're using racism. Every time we get one of them backed up, they change their doctrine or their view right in the middle of the conversation. Here's the only two options you got. Either all 600,000 people in Nineveh were all Israelites, and that's why God said they can repent, or they were Ninevites, right? The king of Nineveh, right? Because God gonna scatter wicked Israel and then set one of them up as a king, even though in Deuteronomy 28, he says that your king you ain't gonna have no king, when that's part of the curses, right? I guess they just forget the curses when one of the curses was, you ain't gonna have no king. But the other option is, it's talking about actual Ninevites, and some Israelites may have been there because we know Israel, like he said, been in multiple captivities and they were there. But one thing we cannot say is that the people that were called to repentance were only Israelites. That's where he was going with that. These guys are blinded by prejudice. That's what it is. I'm just gonna put it out there. Let's stop pretending like these guys can't see, like literally can't see or can't understand. They see all of this stuff. In Matthew 12 and 41, you read to him, Trilla and Dre. This is what it says. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it because they repented. So whoever these Ninevites are is not some future group of prophets from Nineveh. It's the same ones that repented. This is common sense. This is common sense. Let's start treating these guys like the idiots they're behaving as. Because I know they see this stuff. So if you want to play dumb, I'm going to talk to you like you're dumb. You know good and well, whoever these Ninevites are, Jesus said they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And Jesus makes it plainly clear that these same Ninevites that repented, like you know how you read about kings back in the day that repented?
Mm-hmm.
Like Hezekiah, if Jesus said Hezekiah repented and he shall rise and judge the previous generation, I'm not looking for another Hezekiah. I'm looking for the same one that Jesus said repented back then. So what he's trying to do, because you had him trapped, Dre and Trilla, he knows that this prophecy is tearing up his doctrine. So what he wanted to do was try to read a narrative into Matthew chapter 12 and 41. That's why when you start getting off on that, Trilla, I said, stop. I don't care who the Ninevites were at this point. I don't care if they were actual Israelites, Ninevites, or a combination of the two. All I'm saying is whoever they were the same ones that repented at the preaching of Jonah and they're going to rise up and condemn that generation. How's that brother getting that to mean, oh, God's going to have some prophets among Nineveh in the future who's going to be condemning? Man, get out of here with all of that, man. This is talking about the resurrection.
Hey, bro.
Man.
Hey, I got a brother who's tapping in. He's listening in through YouTube. He wanted to come to the stage and speak his piece, so I definitely want to give him a shot. But I also want to say this for the record, for all of y'all who up here coming with this doctrine that, I mean, yo, it's bad as you're actually changing your view, freestyling on the moment. Just remember this. All right. So just remember that. Hey, Brother Jones, salute to you, man. You've been waiting patiently, bro. You've been back here for about 20 minutes or more. So what is it that you wanted to say as far as this subject? What's your stance?
How you doing, bro? How you doing, brothers?
Good.
Now, like I was saying, it's just, you know, each people that you meet, it's like a recycled doctrine, and so it's kind of basically like put this to end to where people go wake up on the wrong side of salvation. And so when we look at you know, from the studies, just from the teachings and from the stuff, my own studies, when you look at the word, you know, like based off your title, you know, who are the Gentiles in the New Testament? You know, that word ethnos, you know, G1484, that's all over the New Testament several times, to where us as Israelites, we're supposed to be the light to the Gentiles. If you look at Isaiah chapter 49, it talks about us, you know, being a light to the Gentiles, because he said it's a light thing to raise up the tribes of Jacob. But his salvation is supposed to go to the, you know, be a light to the Gentiles, to the ends of, you know, to the ends of the earth. So when I look at, you know, the word, you know, ethnos, G1484, you know, based, you know, when we look at Acts chapter 13, that's not a distinction to where if those brothers from the 10 tribes, which people say they lost, but they wasn't, they would have been able to be welcome into the synagogue on the Sabbath. That, what is that? Acts chapter 13, Acts chapter 13, verse Acts chapter 13, you can start in verse 44. After Paul had written down everything after the exhortation, he told this to the brothers. Verse 46, it says, then Paul and Barnabas waxed bold and said it was necessary that the word of God should first have been spoken to you, but seeing you put it from you and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, we turn to the Gentiles. So that word, when we go look up, when we do our due diligence and study, that word is G1484, to where it's a whole nother nation. It's not Israel. And we know the arguments to where, oh, we had Israel acting like Gentiles, or Gentile, you know, Israelites and all that. But it doesn't construe to where the salvation is also to them as well, too. So just, you know, just piggybacking off of you guys, and just, you know, looking at the Greek, and then but also looking at the scriptures, but also going all the way back to the beginning, to, you know, like how we said, because all was under sin, all was under death before God had given Jacob the name Israel. When you look at the call of Abraham, you know, indeed all the nations of the earth will be blessed. If you go look that up, that's everyone. So I just think that, you know, when brothers and sisters come on to this knowledge, they gotta be aware of what teaching it is, because they can be caught up in damnation and not know it. And it's kind of like a hate doctrine, and not knowing what we need to do as Israelites. First clean ourselves up, and then we're supposed to spread this message out to the rest of the sons of Adam.
Well, that's if you understand what a kingdom of priests would actually do.
Yes.
Levi, you know, when Levi is set aside in the nation as
you might have muted up on accident, Zadok.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yep. Okay. Hey, my bad. When you have the tribe of Levi being set aside as a whole tribe of priests they weren't made that to serve Levites. They were put in that position to serve the rest of the tribes. In that same regard, if Israel is a kingdom of priests, then why do you need a whole kingdom of priests? Probably to teach other kingdoms. So, you know, it's kind of interesting, bro, the way that, unfortunately, a doctrine of long ago, you know, during the civil rights struggle of the early 20th century, when this doctrine would have probably become popular, you know, as Jim Crow was still very powerful in parts of the United States. So to look at the white man as the, you know, as that as that archetype devil, you look at Jacob and he got the promise of God, and his brother Esau is the one who is looked at as being the opposition. All of a sudden, Esau, you know, white folk and everybody else become Esau. That's why these brothers who came on couldn't help but try to first establish the Europeans are the Gentiles, because if they can establish that, now this is interesting. In the Old Testament, the sons of Japheth are the Gentiles in Genesis 10, according to most of their doctrine. And then miraculously, they turn into the northern kingdom in the New Testament. And when my little bro Josh say, hey, show us book, chapter, and verse, how do you explain between Malachi and Matthew, if you will, between that time frame, even if it's history, can you show us something that identifies that now the 10 tribes are now the Gentiles, instead of the whole time in the Old Testament, this word Gentile, in the abundance of evidence, is being used to talk about all other nations outside the nation of Israel. And they don't have that. So they start to talk, you know, it's almost like when Jehovah's Witnesses have the reasoning in the scriptures book. After if you know their book and you ask them all of their questions, they have nothing left. It's like telemarketing when a telemarketing company tries to sell you a product and you try to get off the phone and refuse the product, they'll have the person try to master these 10 or 12 rebuttals. That's all they got to work. And if those things don't work, then they tell you to end the call. So what we do is the telemarketing version of some bad Israelite doctrine. We just know their rebuttals because we knew these rebuttals. And at a time, we probably even believed some of these things back when some of these guys, like if I'm talking to a guy, bro, and he's 27 years old, this Negro was just in his mama's, he was conceived in the womb when I believed this doctrine 25, 26 years ago. So when I'm talking to this 25-year-old or something on the stage now, and he's coming with this argument, it might be hard for him to believe that, yo, bro, you do know that I know your whole playbook. And that's why, as Josh pointed out, you can literally hear their gears turning as they try to update their doctrine real time. That Nineveh explanation, that brother literally said, no, I'm not saying everybody in Nineveh was an Israelite. I'm saying it was Israelites there. Josh said, okay, that's okay. Then he said, but how y'all know them 60,000 people weren't Israelites? How do you do that in the same damn breath? How do y'all do that? How do you do that?
What I learned from Dre and Trilla, because they venture outside on Clubhouse a lot more than we do, big bro. And they were the first ones that told me, because I didn't know that they did this. I just, you know, me and you, when we debated, we had professional organized debates. We didn't do this free for all, what they call popcorn style, right? So when you're doing a professional style debate, you don't have the luxury of changing your view in the middle of the debate because it's far too obvious. Everybody's going to catch it, right? But when what Dre and Trilla brought to my attention, because this is nothing but good old-fashioned pride. We both been there before, big bro. We've been there. You know what I'm saying? Right? We've never done this, though. I've never heard Zadok change his argument in the middle of an argument. And I've never done that either, right? But this is good old-fashioned pride. What they do, just like the brother who I was dealing with, I forget his name already. It wasn't Ben Ami, it was Ben Yah, or something like that. Y'all all heard that brother give an extensive and elaborate explanation on who Judah is and who the Gentiles are. I questioned him several times to make sure he repeated himself. He said in the New Testament, Jew, he broke down what it means and how you say it in the Greek. He broke down how you say it in Hebrew. That brother said Jew in the New Testament is Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. He said that. He didn't add anything to that. He didn't try to switch it up. I said, I disagree. I think Jew was a blanket term for all the Israelites because one definition he read said Judean. And he correctly said that Judean is the place. I said, so if another Israelite outside of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi live in Judea, then they will fall under the banner of Jew. And he talks about no, when history will tell you that even non-Jews who live under the in Judea and converted over to Israel were called Jews. But that's neither here nor there. I don't care about that part. My part was he definitively made Jew, J-E-W, in the New Testament, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. When I asked him who Gentiles are, he said, Northern Kingdom, AKA the 9 other tribes. Remember, I was running it all down for him. I said, also called Ephraim, right? This is what he's saying in real time. I said, also called Samaria, right? Also called Israel, right? Cool. We get to read in Romans chapter 9. He gives this breakdown. Jew, verse 24, it mentions Jew and Gentiles being called. He said it again. Jew, Judah, Benjamin, Levi. Gentiles, Northern Kingdom, Ephraim, Samaria, Israel. We get to 30 and 31. I asked him who the Gentiles are there. He kept with his original narrative. Gentiles is Israel, Ephraim, Northern Kingdom, Samaria. He kept with that. I said, well, who's Israel in verse 31? Because a clear distinction. I don't care. Do not insult my intelligence. Y'all are not stupid. One West Hebrews, I'm talking to y'all. Y'all are not stupid. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being real. Y'all are not stupid. No matter what your doctrine is, you know Romans 30 and 31 is drawing distinction between two group of people because it said one followed after righteousness and the other didn't. So when we get to verse 31, I say if the Gentiles in verse 30 is Israel, the Northern Kingdom, then who is Israel in verse 31 when it's clearly separating them from them Gentiles? That dude said Judah. So now Judah miraculously also can mean Israel when the brother said, I can't use it that way. When I first brought it out there, I said Jew can refer to all the Israelites. It's just another name for Israel. He told me no. That's what he told me. He said, I disagree with that. But then when he get backed up, now he wants to change it to my view so his view can stay consistent. That's deceitful. And I'm telling any Israelite right now, just in case you come from a specific debate platform who's always asking somebody to debate on Romans chapter 9, I want all the smoke. Because I can prove to y'all that y'all twisting that out of context. I'm not telling nobody. The first thing he assumed, y'all, was that we believed that when Paul quotes Hosea and Isaiah, that we're trying to apply that to non-Hebrews when those verses are clearly making a reference to actual Israelites. That's not even what I do. I know those are applying to them. Only thing Paul did, he made a statement about how Jews are called and how Gentiles are called. He first elaborates using Israel's history on how Jews will always be called despite what they did. It's going to be a remnant. And then he elaborates on how the Gentiles are called, and he draws the distinction between how one group did one thing and another. And I can take y'all through the entire book of Romans after we read chapter 9 and before and show you, as Miguel first pointed out, that Jew is used as a blanket term for all the nations, because as Miguel pointed out in Romans chapter 3, the oracles of God, according to Paul, was given to the Jews. And we know that the southern kingdom ain't the only people that got the commandments and the laws and the statutes of the Most High. So you know Jew used right there means the whole nation, right? And I can show y'all in the rest of Romans how Paul bounces back and forth between Jew and Israel synonymously. Jew and Israel is used in Paul's writings to refer to all 12 tribes, and Gentiles just simply mean Gentiles, non-Israelites. I will debate anybody from that platform. I'm looking for the leader specifically. You know what I'm talking about, Dre. They always asking for that. I know y'all don't want to debate that either.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah, trying back in.
Hey, Hey, yeah, hold on for a second, because I dropped Ben Ami earlier because I felt that the discussion wasn't going to go nowhere. So I only allowed you to come back to my stage, Ben Ami, because I got a question for you on one text, and I need you to exegete it for the entire audience.
Right.
The book of Luke, chapter 21, right?
Okay, Luke 21. Let's go there.
Yeah, let's go to Luke 21. So when we go to Luke 21, oh, hold on, where's it at? Let me open my Bible app. Okay, so Luke 21, and when we get there, when Yeshua makes this statement, just let us know according to your understanding what this means, right? So Luke 21 and verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. What's your exegesis on that text?
Okay. I'm gonna preface this by saying I don't know what y'all have heard from other brothers, but I understand there are times in the New Testament where the Gentiles is referring to non-Israelites, and there are times where it's referring to Israelites who assimilated to Gentile customs or Hellenized.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, big bro, before you continue, remember I told y'all before we even say it, I said all they do, if it's talking about something negative, they gonna say it's actual Gentiles. If it's talking about something positive, they gonna say Israel. I'm letting everybody know. So my guess is, I'll let y'all know what he gonna say. Go ahead. I'm letting him do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, let him.
Yeah, when you finish, but I mean, I want to ask something, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Understood. So it says, and they shall fall by the edge. Oh, Luke 21, verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. That's talking about the Israelites. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So,
okay.
Based on this prophecy, Israelites are going to be carried away captive out of Jerusalem, and Gentiles are going to trod, or they're going to have some type of rule in Jerusalem until their time is up.
Okay.
I have other scriptures.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. I just
like to though.
Yeah. But I'm asking questions. Hey, no, that's fine. That's fine. You explained that. Sometimes it ain't like, hey, bro, believe me, it ain't like you need 2 or 3 more scriptures to establish that point. Either we agree or disagree. I actually agree with you, but I brought you up to the stage for a purpose. So I got one more text that I want to ask you about. The book of Acts chapter 13.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, Acts 13. And when we go to the book of Acts chapter 13, here in Acts chapter 13 and verse 42, it reads, and when the Jews were gone out of the synagogue, the Gentiles besought that these words might be preached to them the next Sabbath, right? And so you got Paul preaching and breaking down this word to these Gentiles. And after he's done with the gospel, verse 48 says, and when the Gentiles heard this, they were glad and glorified the word of the Lord, and as many as were ordained to eternal life believed. Who do you understand these Gentiles here at the synagogue to be in Acts chapter 13?
Okay, Acts chapter 13. Let's see what city they're at.
They're in Antioch in Pisidia.
Okay, Antioch. Well, okay, not a problem. It says, and when the Gentiles heard this, that's still talking about Israelites that were they're assimilated to Gentile customs.
Okay, so that's talking about Israelites who were okay because they right now all it's doing now. Hey, Josh, I heard what you said. I heard what you had said.
Can I show you?
Wait, hold on, brother. Before you go to a text, I'm saying, yo, just be patient, bro. I'm asking the questions. So you said, because you just made that statement. So remember this. Paul actually, hey, brother, just calm down, brother. Paul actually quotes a text out of the book of Isaiah. And so when he says this here, this is what you would have to admit. It says this here. This is verse. Hold on, let me back up. Oh, verse 46 and 47. Then Paul and Barnabas waxed bold and said it was necessary that the word of God should first have been spoken to you. But seeing you put it from you and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, lo, we turn to the Gentiles. For so hath the Lord commanded us, saying, I have set thee to be a light of the Gentiles, that thou shouldest be for salvation unto the ends of the earth. So that would also mean that you believe that Isaiah 45, I believe that's what it is, that's being quoted here, the Gentiles in Isaiah 45, which the whole quote in Isaiah 45 is, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my, that thou shouldest, that thou shouldest save Israel, and that you shall be for a light unto the Gentiles. That's actually what it says in that text. So if you go to Isaiah and read where Paul is quoting, you would say Israel in that text is only a certain part of the Israelites, and Gentiles in that text are other Israelites.
Okay, so I'm willing to go there and deal with that.
Okay, go ahead right quick, and then whatever you wanted to ask, you feel free.
I want to make a point that there were Israelites being referred to as Gentiles in the New Testament. Really quick. I'm going to go to Matthew chapter 4. Matthew chapter 4. And I'm also going to 1 Corinthians chapter 10. And then I'm going to go to Isaiah. So Matthew chapter 4, I want to say verse 14. Just to show Israelites were referred to as Gentiles.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
But remember, when you say there, it's interesting how you say in Matthew 20, and I mean in Luke 21, oh, those Gentiles are like, Gentiles, those are non-Israelites. But then you conveniently choose to say that in Acts 13 without even breaking a sweat. You made the other argument because there you see that salvation is for them Gentiles. So there, all of a sudden, you say that's the northern kingdom. So when I read,
prejudice,
hold
prejudice,
on,
not prudence.
Right. But Ben Ami, what I'm saying is, in order for you to prove those Gentiles there are the 10 tribes, those Gentiles were happy when they heard Paul quote what Isaiah said. So when you're done with your two texts, I'm going to take you to the Isaiah text he's quoting and exegete in that text how there we're supposed to take Gentiles to be the northern kingdom, because it would have to fit that. So yeah, go ahead, bro. Finish your thought.
So I'm going to go ahead and read Matthew chapter 4:15. I'm going to ask you a question. Matthew 4:15.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, Matthew 4:14. That it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. So, do you agree that Zebulun and Naphtali or Naphtali are Israelites, Israelite tribes?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that they're being referred to as Gentiles in this verse?
No, the region is being called Galilee of the Gentiles, Galilee of the nation.
Okay, not a problem. So when it says verse 14, that it
but
might
that's
be
okay.
fulfilled,
I mean, they can be under the term Gentile. I ain't got no problem with that.
Oh, no, well, it's either yes or no.
No, it's not. It's not. I said I don't have a problem with it, because when the psalmist says, praise Elohim, all ye goyim, Israel is a part of the nations that's going to praise him, bro. Praise him, all you nations, all of you.
Okay.
So so go ahead.
We can agree that Israelite tribes are being referred to as Gentiles right now.
No.
No.
Testament?
No.
He just said no.
No.
He said the region is called Galilee
of the
Gentiles. That's enough. Hold up. In the New Testament, when you read regions in the King James listed that way, that means that is a Gentile province. Otherwise, he would have referred to that whole, he would have said Galilee, he would have said Zebulun of the Gentiles, Naphtali of the Gentiles, and Galilee of the Gentiles.
May I read verse 14 again?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
It says that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. So these are two Israelite tribes' lands, right?
Right.
Okay. So their lands are going to be called something. And it says, by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles.
Yeah, of the nations.
You disagree that the land of Nephthalim, I'm sorry, the land of Zebulun and the land of Nephthalim, you disagree that is being referred to as Galilee of the Gentiles?
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just telling you that it's called, that the region has that name. It's not calling Zebulun.
But those are Israelite tribes.
Right, but it's not calling the tribes that. It's calling the territory they lived in a certain thing. Just like if you were here earlier, when the nations when the 12 tribes started to fall to apostasy in the book of Judges after Ehud the judge died, they were accosted. The Most High oppressed them with Jabin, the king of Canaan, and his captain was Sisera, whose fort was in Harosheth of the Gentiles, bro. That's in Galilee, and Israel didn't even own the land yet.
Wait, okay. So you're saying these two Israelite lands are these two Israelite lands, even though he just said Galilee of the Gentiles is referring to a land, you're saying Galilee of the Gentiles is not referring to the land of the Nephthalim.
No, I've said it. Yes, I'm saying that's what the land is called, but it's not. That don't mean it's calling Naphtali and Zebulun Gentiles. That's my argument.
Yeah, I strongly disagree.
No, that's cool. But what's your next text? What's your next text? Because we got to go to this Isaiah.
I was going to bring out 1 Corinthians chapter 10.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
These are once again Israelites being called.
And one. Baptized under the cloud.
Jay, stop showing off, letting us know you read Bible, bro. We know you read the scriptures.
Man, let me shut up.
We know you read them.
Actually, you know what? I'll actually go to 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 1.
See, you said 12 and 1?
Rebuke me, swift rebuke. I've been rebuked.
Nah, I was going to go to 10. I was going to go to 10, but 12 is actually a whole lot better.
Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 1.
2.
Now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led. Who is Paul talking to?
He's talking to the nations who served idols, who have repented and come to Christ.
So he's not talking to Israelites.
No, he's talking to the nations who have repented and come to Christ. The ones who it was unlawful for Jews to keep company or come unto one of another nation.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to 1 Corinthians 10 to show that these are Israelites in Corinth.
Right.
1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 1. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant how that all our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized under Moses in the cloud and in the sea. In verse 1 and 2 of chapter 10, are these Israelites?
Yeah, he's talking about the Israelites, and he's telling the Gentiles about how when he says our fathers, remember,
moreover, brethren.
Right? The Gentiles are brothers. Yeah, they're brothers. So they're brothers in the faith. You do know that, right?
No, but he said our fathers were baptized.
Right. He's recounting to them.
Who got baptized under Moses?
A brother. Listen, he's talking to the Gentiles. He's the Israelite. He's saying, look, y'all, our fathers were baptized unto Moses in the cloud and the sea. The audience he's talking to, he's letting them know what happened to his people. He can call them our fathers, as he's talking about the Israelites who were baptized in Moses in the sea.
Hey, Zadok, let me just mention what you just said too. If this brother was talking to me, then not me, and he was talking about his family, like his brothers, and he was like, our fathers, Josh, came over here on ships. That doesn't mean that he's including me in the hour. This is basic English, bro. I know you can't try to if it could mean, even if it meant what you say it meant, where he's including everybody he was talking to, the Bible makes it clear that from our doctrine, our belief system, when the Gentiles converted over to the faith, they were considered brothers of the Israelites anyway, and he would refer to the Hebrews' ancestors as theirs too by adoption. That's why Paul was talking about adoption. When you adopt somebody, their ancestors become yours. So even if you're trying to make it be the same, no matter which argument you take, if you say he was talking, like Zadok said, when he said our, it could just simply mean that Paul is saying our father, like talking to people, talking about what happened with his ancestors. That's the ours. You know, my people, I'm talking to you. I can use the word our talking to you, you ain't gonna think that's talking about you. Or it could mean when he said our, he was including them too, because they were brothers in the faith, which they also said. So none of these things you're saying are conclusive. They're speculative at best.
Okay,
Next scripture.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick,
So
Benjamin and Josh. Real quick, Benjamin, you can take off.
Okay.
And, yeah, I ain't trying to stop you. And yeah, Josh, because I was just at the mall a few weeks ago, and they stopped us, you know what I mean? And they took our ID, they wanted our IDs, and they wanted to view some of our receipts. And that's literally how I conveyed the message to my siblings when they asked me about it. That didn't have nothing to do with my siblings that I was telling it to. I said they took our IDs, they took our receipts, they wanted to see everything that we had. But that hour did not associate with my siblings. So this is what I be saying, like, brother, but I mean, when you, like Josh said, like that, even if it did, it wouldn't help you. But just because you can tell me something that goes on with you, your family, or kindred, or whatnot, and say use our, and it have nothing to do with me. Just like I can do that right now. I was at the mall. They took our receipts. They took our IDs. And I'm telling you, they took our. That ain't got nothing to do with you, though. And you would understand that. So how does the term or the word our trip you up to make you believe that this has to mean that they were Israelites?
This is a letter to the church of Corinth.
And the church of Corinth was only Israelites, in your opinion. There wouldn't be no Gentiles.
It's not even an opinion.
It's an opinion. No, it's definitely an opinion. It's definitely an opinion.
He said brethren twice, okay?
Yeah, because they looked at Gentiles.
Gentiles who
brothers in the faith. He's talking about brothers in the faith. Why are you trying to act like brothers? Hold up, Ben-Ami. Why are you trying to insult everybody in this room's intelligence and pretend like brother also always only means blood relative? When Paul, when he wanted to make that distinction, he would say according to the flesh. Why would Paul go to extra step to say according to the flesh sometimes if brother always meant that? But he said according to the flesh.
9, he clearly said who are Israelites, right?
No, I get that. I get that. I don't need you to quote the verse, but we both know. Hold up, Ben-Ami. We both know that when Paul wanted to make sure we knew, he was talking about blood brethren, kinfolk. He didn't just use the word brother. When he wanted to be very distinctive, he'll say according to the flesh. He said Jesus was made the seed of David according to the flesh, meaning he was a flesh and blood Israelite. When Paul said Israel, my brothers according to the flesh, he wouldn't make those distinctions. Wait a minute. He would not make those distinctions this is the real problem, bro. And I ain't taking no shot. You lack reading comprehension skills. I can tell by the arguments that you're formulating. This is not a doctrinal disconnect that we're having here tonight. This is your poor reading comprehension. You read the word our and automatically assume our includes everybody that's being addressed. Even though if you came to me on the street and you said, yo, I was kicking it with my family and our grandfather just had a birthday. You ain't gonna think, I'm not gonna believe that you're like, our grandfather had a birthday? If I said that, you're gonna say, no, man. When I say our, I mean my family. So you don't do that in real life. So don't do that with the scriptures, bro. Let the context speak. But even if you wanna go with that, we're telling you that anybody according to the faith would be included under that banner of our fathers. When you adopt somebody.
Preset for that?
Yeah, the mixed wait, hold on. Because hey, Ben-Ami. First of all, the mixed multitude was baptized in the seed of Moses. All right. They didn't have them go around another way. Everybody who came through the Red Sea was baptized under Moses. That's just facts.
The covenant and the laws were given to Israel.
Yeah. And to the stranger, and in Deuteronomy 29, this covenant is made with all of you men of Israel here, you, your sons and your daughters, and the stranger who in your camp, from the one who draws your water to the one who cuts your wood for you. Stop it, bro. Now, I'm only giving you one more shot to break down this. Wait, hey, bro.
You're saying God made covenants with the strangers.
The strangers who were with Israel were under their covenant. That's what he said in Deuteronomy 29. That's it. Hey, bro. Hey, Ben-Ami, I only brought you up because I'm not really trying to overly answer you. I want you to answer me. You said that
But
in
that's
Acts.
like you controlling the narrative.
Yeah, because it's my platform, so I control the narrative on my platform. So I'm you at least. Hey, I'm being straight up with you. It ain't like no secret. I'm controlling the narrative on my platform.
You controlling the narrative.
I'm controlling the narrative on my. I dropped you earlier. I brought you back up only for a purpose. So you claimed in Acts 13 that the Gentiles there in the synagogue who were happy when they heard what Paul said. You said that they were the northern kingdom. He said they were the north. No, bring him back up. His laughing is just it's a protection mechanism because he's in front of the public.
That was being disrespectful because he was doing it while you were talking.
I'll
bring him back up.
Oh yeah, bring him up.
To ensure you can speak uninterrupted.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, bring him up. Hey, and open your mic. No, bro, don't you understand? You have made your point, and I don't want to hear it no more.
No, I haven't.
No, you did. To my satisfaction, you did.
Oh, but that's deceitful though.
No, it's not deceitful. Really, it's straight up.
Bernard, you can go, when he lets you get it, Bernard.
It's straight up.
Bring it out.
It's straight up. It's straight up. So go redo the.
It's not straight
no,
up,
if I'm telling you, hey, bro, it is just. If I tell you to, if I tell you to take your shoes off, if I tell you to take your shoes off in my house when you walk past my door, I control the narrative. So now listen, in Acts 13, you claimed those Gentiles were of the northern kingdom, and they were happy after they heard Paul quote what is written in Isaiah. So in Isaiah 49. Verses 5 and 6, which Paul is undoubtedly quoting from. He says, and now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him, though Israel be not gathered. Yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. And then this is what Paul quotes in Acts 13. And he said, it is a light thing that you should be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob, and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give you for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Now, that's undoubtedly what Paul just quoted right there in the book of Acts, Acts 13, and in verse 47, for so hath the Lord commanded us, saying, I have set thee to be a light of the Gentiles, that thou shouldest be for salvation unto the ends of the earth. You believe that Jacob, Israel, and Gentiles in Isaiah 49 are all Israel? Gentiles is nothing but another code word there in the prophecy for Israel.
I believe salvation is only for the Israelites. That's my answer.
Okay, all right. Have a good night, homie.
So it's time. Yeah, it's time for him to go. See, now he don't see. This is what he was doing. He don't want to answer. You don't want to answer nothing, Ben. I mean, you weak, dude. And then you got the audacity to say, when I was putting out the challenge, Thomas, can't you get in on that? Dude, you ain't even ready. You can't even answer simple questions. You don't even know basic stuff. You think we forgot when you first got on here, you were saying stuff like, I'm not versed in this and I'm not versed in that. How you go from I'm not versed in this, I don't really know that, to I want to take a challenge. I want to step up to the challenge. The pride is ridiculous. Bruh, you don't know anything and you're not humble. That's the truth of the matter. You're doing exactly what I said all of them do. This is not a build. This is us against y'all prejudices. Y'all already got a presupposition. It's really not hard to do. A 3-year-old can master their doctrine, Zadok. This is all you got to do. Read the New Testament. If it's promoting, blessing, or saying anything nice or positive about the Gentiles, simply say those are Israelites. If it's condemning them, if they're doing something bad, say those are actual Gentiles. That's not even deep. That's not really something I even want to really address, because that's not scholarship.
Right.
That's just somebody just, I'm saying 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato more. They're just picking. They don't actually bring no scholarship. Even when you try to play that Galilee of the Gentiles, the dude reading comprehension skills is garbage. Garbage. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't want to talk to people who don't know how to read basic words. He don't even know that Galilee of the Gentiles literally means that's where the Gentiles live. That's what it means. That's the place of the Gentiles. If he still don't know that, Just Google Galilee of the Gentiles during the time of Christ, and it will tell you it was an area populated by the Gentiles who had been there since the time of Solomon. So it was talking about actual Gentiles. But this borderline illiterate reads Galilee of the Gentiles and think that is talking about Zebulun and Naphtali. That's why it made a separation. This is what it says. 15, Matthew 4. The land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. Look at the description, land of, by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan. This is naming where Jesus would be doing his ministry. Then it says Galilee of the Gentiles. He's trying to make Galilee of the Gentiles cover land of Zebulun and land of Naphtali. But then he will take you to the Old Testament and show you how the tribes were divided according to their land assignments. And he can see that these are talking about borders. These are talking about borders. You know what a border is, bro? A border is, this is where my land ends and your land begins. If I got to make it even simpler for you, you ever seen a fence before, bro? You know, between two houses? A fence, that's called a property line, a property divide. It shows where my property ends and your property begins. So when you're reading all of this stuff in Matthew 4 and 15, thinking you're intelligent, you actually sound pretty stupid, because that lets me know, and this ain't a shot, I'm just telling you how you sound to me. You don't understand what a border is. You get to a third border and you try to make that encompass the first two borders previously mentioned. I don't want to sit up here, Zadok, and have a conversation with a guy who's not smarter than a fifth grader when it comes to reading comprehension. I'm not talking about all around.
Bro, look, I brought him back. Because he was begging to come back. I knew that when I asked him those two questions, but it's funny because you couldn't help yourself after I had him admit who the Gentiles were in Luke 21, and I was taking them to Acts 13. You just had to come on. Hey, y'all. Now look, because it talk about something being done to Jerusalem, that's foul. Oh, those are, the Europeans or whoever. But as soon as something sound like it's a good thing for Gentiles, that's going to be the 10 tribes. You said, watch. And then when we went to Acts 13, he did that, but he got caught out there because once that Isaiah 49 is read, Negro, exegete Isaiah 49 here in verse 6 and show us that Jacob, Israel, and the Gentiles are all the same people. And what did he say? All I'm saying is ain't no salvation for anybody but Israel.
Exactly.
That's my point.
You smoked them.
Yeah.
You smoked them. You know what I'm saying? You Santa Claus them. You put him in the chimney. He was Santa Claus at that point. He was Santa Claus at that point. He was stuck in the chimney. He came down the chimney. Right? And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. We got to stop when we listen to these back and forth, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we got to start being honest with ourselves in the audience. And we got to be pointing out, look, man, this dude is clearly not bringing any scholarship. This is prejudice. And you're not going to convince somebody who's prejudiced, because prejudice cannot be debated. You cannot debate someone's prejudice. That's a personal feeling. That's like me trying to give Zadok reasons why he shouldn't love his wife. Prejudices have emotional attachments. I can't debate the love Zadok has for his wife out of him no more than I can debate the hate somebody has for somebody else out of them.
That's
but we don't want
right.
to debate your prejudices. We want your scholarship. And all these guys keep doing is bringing their prejudices, trying to disguise it as scholarship. And then when we back them into a corner, they change their argument.
Hey, salute, family. Hey, God bless all of you who are tuning in through YouTube and Facebook. If you want to come up and say something, we probably got about roughly 45 minutes to an hour left on the platform tonight. So if you're on YouTube or Facebook and you want to make a point, if you agree or disagree, hit that link. It is pinned to the top of the comment section on both of those platforms, and you could go ahead and come on up and chat. All right. That is no issue whatsoever. The Clubhouse audience will be able to hear you just as loud and clear as you can hear them. So welcome. I appreciate y'all. Drino Yisrael tapping in. I didn't see you earlier. Salute to you. Queen Mariah has tuned in. Salute to T. Clark, Servant Sound Productions. I see a few of you have come in. But y'all, the reason we do this is because you know, we have to contend for the faith that's been delivered. And so when you have people out here talking about, hey, there was no salvation for anyone but Israel, that's what they're all basically saying. And so while we're being as cordial as we can, we still understand we're not dealing with people who are preaching the gospel nor the word of God correctly, in our opinion. So we're up here to be combative with them on this topic, not just to play patty cake. So if it sounds a little aggressive and passionate sometimes, that's just what it is for. So I'm hoping that you all are enjoying this. If you are digging this, share it out, let folks know we in here. And as always, I ask you all to consider supporting the ministry. If you decide to do so and you want to give financially, look at the ticker on the screen. It lets you know how to do that. All right. So I keep checking in here to see if any of you decide to come up here and talk on the topic. All right. But let's go ahead and get back to this.
In Galatians 3:21-31 is the seed that's counted for the Lord as God's seed. The one of the flesh is not God's seed, but God used this to usher in the promise through all of the seed of Abraham. So this is what's amazing, is wherefore remember that you being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called circumcision made by hands in the flesh, that at that time you were without Christ, being alienated from the commonwealth of Israel and strangers from the covenant of promise. Now, this is the point, right? This is what a Gentile really represents, the one who is a stranger and that's void from the covenant of promise, right? Having no hope, right? Because without the law, they wasn't given the law to like Israel. So look at this, which is look at this. So having no hope and without God in the world, but now in Christ Jesus, you who were sometimes far off, which they refer to as the Gentile, right? Which was of the flesh, are made near by the blood of Christ. For he is our peace, who have made both one and have broken down the middle wall of partition between us. That wall that you were just talking about, bro, Josh, bro, I'm just astonished, right? So, and I'm almost done. I'm gonna land right here. Verse 15, it says, having abolished in his flesh, Christ, Jesus, the enmity, the hatred, even the law of commandments contained in ordinance, for to make in himself of two one new man, so making peace, right? And that he might reconcile both unto God in one body by the cross. Having slain the enmity thereby, he came and preached peace to you which were far off, and to them which were near. For through Christ we both have access by one Spirit into the Father. Now, therefore, you are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints of the household of God. So the one who is the stranger and the foreigner and the fellow citizen, which is now the fellow citizen of the saints, which is the household of God, which it refers to as the new man, the new building, which is in Christ, that we're going into in verse 20. And we are built upon the foundations of the apostles and prophets, Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone, and the whole building fittingly framed together groweth into the holy temple, into the Lord, in whom you also are being built together for an habitation of God through the Spirit. And this is the new man in Christ that we have been translated into, which it talks about in Colossians 1:13, that which we have been translated from darkness into the kingdom of his dear son. So I just wanted to land right there and just say, bro, you're doing an excellent job. That was powerful. Y'all doing a wonderful job this evening. In Jesus' mighty.
That's all right. That's all right,
Alrighty.
Service. I'm glad you could come in, because when we be smoking your boots, you be just as gracious, man. So I appreciate you coming in on a night that we agree and see it similarly. But I see that we got more people who have joined in. Hey, thank y'all so much for tapping in with us this evening. This is our third week actually hosting this. Hey, Josh, man, I think it's getting a little bit of traction, bro. I think people is, digging it. They're hearing about it more. And, hopefully over time, some more to people who I'm really looking for. I want to see some of these so-called big names, some of these big dogs that these puppies who are babes in that doctrine, they coming around here getting it. So when we whoop on them a little bit with the, how you remember, when the little puppy he'd do something in the house and he ain't know no better, so you got to put his face in it and then hit him with the little rolled up newspaper. When they go back over to where they come from, I'm hoping that these guys will tell their big homies, man, these dudes over here smoking our boots, man, they had it wrong, but I couldn't really get it off the way I wanted to. I need you to come over there, big bro, and get at this Josh and this Zadok and these guys over there at ABT and just see what happens. You know what I'm saying? But salute to everybody who's joining us. This topic is a good one. Now, and I know this ain't your first time hearing it, but people been coming at my little bro a lot in these various rooms, saying his name when he really only be on Clubhouse like once a week at best. They've been saying his name a lot over the past year or more when they feel like it, especially y'all. Even sometimes when I be hearing Dre and Trilla be in rooms smoking boots, when they can't even deal with Dre and Trilla and get mad, they'll bring up Josh's name out of nowhere. Josh ain't nowhere around, but even when they argue with Dre and Trilla, here could come a Josh. So we decided to create a platform where, hey, this ain't the Bible Dojo. This isn't the absolute Bible truth room. This room allows you to get the best of both worlds. Come and get at my little bro. And he got backup. I'm just here for backup. This really his show. I'm just here for backup. You know what I'm saying? I'm like Orange Juice Jones out here, man. It's your world. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut. You know what I'm saying? So look, we got another bro up here. Kind of threw me off for a minute, but I see his picture is different. He got on a respectable fedora. His name is Bro Joshua. What's good with you, Bro Joshua? What say you, sir?
Good evening. Happy Sabbath.
Hey, happy Sabbath. What's going on with it?
I've been in and out of the room, so I've been checking you guys out. I was up to speak a while back, but did anybody bring up Genesis 10, 1 through 5?
Yeah, that was the very beginning.
That was like the first thing that threw out there, bro.
Yeah, that's what
2 hours ago. 3 hours
I get it,
ago.
yeah. And then somebody bring me up to date on why that's not the answer to the question.
You got to ask the delusional that. We can't speak for the delusional. We showed it to them. They couldn't refute it. We can't speak for them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just like if I give you a sheet of paper and it say 5 words on there that you can easily read and you act like you can't read it, I can't speak for why you acting like you can't see it, even though we know you can see it.
Okay, so I mean that would the question that says who are the Gentiles in the New Testament, but the Gentiles didn't change from the Old Testament to the New Testament. It's bloodline.
Exactly. That's why we titled it that, because there's a doctrine out there that's teaching that it did change. So the controversy is, like you correctly said, did it change or is it the same? And it's the same. The Gentiles are the same people.
Oh, gotcha. And did anybody go to Luke 21:24? I heard you mention it.
Zadok only went there like 3 times. He went there like 3 times.
Yeah. So the point is then if he read that scripture and then all you have to do is look and see who's in charge right now. That's the Gentiles. So
the problem is this is what they do. And I've been saying this all night and I've been predicting it before they do it. They've come on the stage. I knew exactly where they're going to go. That's what be really upsetting them because we've heard this for years. This all they do, bro. It's real simple. I mean, if you got a 5-year-old child or grandchild at the house, they can do it. If it's something positive being said about the Gentiles in the New Testament, they will say those are Israelites who were living like Gentiles. If it's something being said negative about them, like in Luke 21, they'll say those were actual Gentiles. That's all they do. It's not deep. It's not scholarship. It's not impressive. It's just prejudice. That's all it is. If it say something good, Israel. If it say something bad, Gentiles. That's all their elders are literally telling them, Josh. That's all their elders. That's all. And send them outside. Real simple. And that's all they do. But when we take them, hold them to task and tell them to show, walking down through the context and show that Gentiles actually mean actual Gentiles, they have been changing their arguments in the middle of the conversation. They start repeating camp mantras. You follow what I'm saying? And the whole conversation just falls apart and we just dismiss it from the stage.
How are the elders getting around the fact that the Bible says that the definition of Gentiles are the sons of Japheth?
Yeah, there's a brother on stage. I'm gonna say there's a brother on stage, I believe, from UPK. You know, if y'all want to pose those questions to him, I know it's always good to hear hear those answers from the opposing side.
Well, hold on.
Let's see what he wants to say first.
Oh, you talking about Strong Palm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you know what? We'll give him a shot, but I'm just telling you on this topic, it's not looking good for a lot of these brothers right now, and this is just the truth of the matter. All right, so all right, so now we're gonna go ahead and let Strong Palm come to the stage and see what he got to offer. What's good with you, King Palm?
Hey, what's up? Shalom, y'all. Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, man, we all right out here, man. What say you, bro?
Strong hand. Yeah, you know, I like dwelling amongst the wolves, you know. I'm comfortable there. Now I just see what y'all had going on. I just wanted to not necessarily I think a lot of people be teaching this and saying stuff, but they don't be really knowing what they be talking about. And they be answering the questions wrong that y'all be giving them. I think when it comes down to it, you really gotta know like the Tanakh in order to be able to even make a statement such as that the Gentiles, not all the time in the New Testament, would be talking about Israelites that's not living like that and not in a covenant with the Most High or a broken covenant, trying to get back into it. So, of course, I done had this conversation with probably Trilla, Josh, Dre. I don't think I ever had it with you, Zadok, though.
Yeah, it'll probably be the same.
I never had it with me either. When did you have it with me?
Yeah.
It didn't last that long. That was when you was kicking niggas off the stage in like 30 seconds flat. Like, yo, never mind, man. You know what I'm saying? Nigga don't answer the question right. Josh will kick
It ain't about a right or a wrong. It's about
forgive me, y'all. Sorry about that.
Let people get away with
He caught me off guard. That man said 30 seconds flat.
Y'all like to tap dance, dub step.
Josh, 30 seconds though. 30 seconds.
That is a hyperbole. That's a hyperbole, bro. That is a strong exaggeration. If you last
like, no.
Yep, because see, here's the thing about it, man. I love my Israelite brothers, and I know some of them love me. But I also know that my Israelite brothers will agree with me that a lot of us be tripping. But they don't like to admit when they tripping. And these brothers be tripping. Y'all brothers, y'all get in y'all, now I ain't gonna say emotions, because it's not really emotion. When it comes to some of y'all get in y'all bag, and y'all bag have a hole in it, and then y'all start tripping. We've seen it happen. It's psychological, dude. I'm telling you, y'all have been like when Zadok was giving I don't know if it was Zadok or if it was Miguel who gave it was Zadok who gave the analogy of the telemarketer, right? And that analogy hit hard with me because I used to be a telemarketer when I was like 21 years old. And they give us a script. Y'all call it a precept package, right? It's literally a go-to when somebody resists what you're saying. But when we go outside y'all little precept package, y'all start to short circuit and the malfunction like a computer like a computer error. That's what y'all do. Y'all literally do that. And when I see y'all doing that, I'm not a computer tech, bro. I don't fix computer errors. I just send you to the repair shop. That's called the audience, by the way. So that's why people be getting dismissed, because I'm not here to argue with the error. I want y'all to be honest. Y'all be tripping. Just like if you still the same way and you say you remember me being that way, I'm going to let people see if I am correct about how y'all be tripping. Watch how when we take y'all outside y'all little bag of tricks, watch how, because you really have nothing else you can do. It's all psychological. You don't know what to do with yourself. You're going to malfunction and you're going to start tap dancing and buck dancing and dub stepping. That's what you're going to do. So you see what's on the table, Paul.
They dub.
Now put your question out, and I'm going to show the people that if y'all are not honest, watch what y'all do. Now, I'm not saying you're not honest. I'm just going to show people how this honest man behaves when he's backed in the corner from y'all worldview. But go ahead, Paul. What you got?
Yeah, no, my name Kazak, but
my name Paul. I said Paul. I didn't say Paul.
Oh, Paul.
Strong?
No,
Oh, you Strong? Hold on, you the original Strong from back in the day? You changed your name? I remember you Strong.
Yeah. Same dude. Nah, but my difference is, like, say for instance, you come up there and you're in an interrogation room with like 5, 6 people that disagree with you, and they gonna keep asking you question after question, and you don't never get it. I'm more like a teacher than a debater. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I had to teach y'all why we would say something like that, and I had a few, a little bit of time to do that, I could do that. I could give you examples of why we would say that in the Bible. But that'll be something different. I don't know how y'all platform is going tonight. I just came in here. I saw J-Dog, Dre, Trilla. I saw Josh, and I ain't see nobody up here on the opposing side. I think y'all done ran the niggas off Clubhouse or something. But so I just figured I'd come up and dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
They still on Clubhouse. They just stand on the island.
I don't see how y'all don't see it though. You know what I'm saying? It's like
how we don't see what? What don't we see, Strong? What don't we see?
Well, like in the Bible, right? When you go all the way through what was going on in the Tanakh, you start seeing Israel being cast out. Lord saying, y'all ain't my people. Y'all was my people. Y'all supposed to have been the rulers. Y'all supposed to have been in charge. Y'all supposed to have been a light to the Gentiles. Gentiles being the other nations there, right? But y'all wasn't doing that. So now y'all cut off. Y'all not my people no more. But I'm gonna gather y'all out of all the countries I done put y'all in. I'm gonna bring y'all back. I'm gonna make y'all a people again. I said y'all wasn't my people. I'm gonna make y'all my people again. And then you see Christ.
Hold on, we don't see that, because everything you just said, we see that. We agree with that. So what don't we see? I'm getting to the point. I want you to get to the point where what we don't see. Everything you just said, because the first thing you said was, y'all just don't see it. I said, well, what don't we see? Everything you just ran down.
I said, right, I don't see how y'all don't see it, but if y'all see it, then that's cool.
No, I'm saying, but see, how can you say, but Strong, listen, how can you say, I don't see how y'all don't see it, when everything you just said, we agree and teach it? We don't only agree, we teach it. So this is the problem that we have with y'all. Y'all come on our stage and y'all tell us what we think and what we believe, instead of just simply asking us. When y'all come on our stage, we ask you, the first thing you came on the stage, we said, what you think of this? Y'all come on the stage and y'all assume our position. Then y'all, after assuming our position, y'all teach our position that you assumed. You teach it for us. You don't even give us the courtesy of saying, yo, Brother Josh, Brother Zadok, Trilla, other Brother Josh, Service, Ball. Do y'all see that God said Israel was my people? Yeah. Do y'all see that he cast them out and said, you're no longer my people? Yeah. Do you see that he said that he's going to gather them back? Yeah. Do y'all see that he said he's going to set them back on high, which they were originally? Yeah. You don't ask us any of that. You just start spouting out your doctrine and don't even ask if we agree with any of it. Because you'll be surprised to learn that we actually have more in common than where we disagree. So I'm just saying, it'll be common courtesy to at least ask people. Even if you think you heard us say what we say before, like, yo, I was in a room the other day, Josh, and I think I heard you say you believe this, that. Did I hear you right or what? Then I will tell you. So that's why when you come on the stage, tell us who, you said you saw the people in the room. So I know you had to take at least a glance at the title. If you're interested in what the title is, can you tell us who you think the Gentiles are in the New Testament and why? And we will let you speak.
Well, based on what you said before, it's all about context. When you start talking about, like, when I was walking with you, I was throwing stuff out there that I thought y'all would agree with, because I know y'all know the Bible up to that extent to know that these people was cast off, and the whole point of why Christ was coming was why he said he came. You know what I'm saying? For those people that was lost, to get the people that was lost back into the fold. For the people that's not the Lord's people to become the Lord's people again. Many that come and believe on him gave them the power to become the sons of God again, like we were supposed to be in the beginning, had we not been disobedient. So when you look at that and you're talking about redemption of a people that was cast out and became not a people, and he was said that they will become a people again, and then Christ came and did exactly what they said it was going to do, and all the prophecies, when I said I don't see how y'all don't see it, those are things that I don't think nobody up here will argue with. But however, when it started coming to a fact of the Gentiles or people being called Gentiles, then you got to go into a little bit more in depth, because what happens usually
that's why you're strong. That's why you're here. We want you to, not to be funny, 2 more people on this stage. We want you to kind of like dive. We don't need the preliminaries. We don't need the backstory, the origin story. You know, you watching the hero movie and we don't need Batman Begins. You know what I'm saying? We want Batman the Dark Knight. We want you to get, we don't want to know how he first decided to become Batman. You feel me? We want you to jump right into the Dark Knight trilogy, bro. Just start off with the Joker.
But that's what I think the niggas with the precept package that don't know the Bible, that's where they go wrong at, because you got to start there. If you don't know that the
not with us though, bro. Like, not with us. Maybe if you were dealing with somebody new. Plus, we've been going through this ad nauseum all night. So you don't need you don't need to do that. Yeah, get to the point where you go into verses or that you say Gentiles here that you know we believe are referring to the other nations. Get to that point and show us why and how you know these are talking about scattered Israelites or the northern kingdom. That's what we want you to do. If you want to do that. Book, chapter, verse. You ain't got to do it, but that's what we're doing tonight. So
I got you.
Can I count you in?
Yeah, I'm in. All right, so we can go to like Romans 9:24. We can go there.
Hey Josh.
Okay.
Hey Josh. Hey Josh, I just want to make sure. Hey, Strong, you got more than 30 seconds, bro. I just want to give him at least a good 5 minutes to lay out his premise before we comment. So go ahead, Strong.
When you say that, hold on, let me make sure that I don't waste my 5 minutes on something Josh just said I don't need to go to. Because my whole
you're going to Romans 9. He's gonna give you 5 minutes. But matter of fact, we'll give you all the time you need to break down Romans 9. Just that. And it shouldn't take you that long to break that down. You follow what I'm saying? But we'll let you do it. We'll let you do it.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. You got it, Strong. I just want to make sure you heard, bro. That's all.
Let me ask you this, Zadok, because I like to have a conversation. I don't really like to on a monologue and that like that. So y'all be able to ask questions. I'll be able to ask questions. I would prefer it. I mean, I don't know how y'all do it up here. But
that's what's up.
If you just want me to teach, I can do that. I do that for hours, but they ain't got nothing.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I really want to get to the meat of like Josh was saying, like what y'all really want to know.
Look, what I'm saying, brother, is I just want to make sure that whatever your stance is, that the audience clearly understands it. So whatever you're going to go to Romans 9 and do, we'll give you up to 5 minutes. If you just take 2 minutes and say, that's good.
It ain't gonna take that long.
Yeah, if you take 2 minutes, that's fine. Cool. But once you're done, just say, hey, I'm going to land my plane there so that we can come, because we might agree or we may disagree. So yeah, go ahead, bro. Whatever it is you want to show us in Romans 9.
I think it's a good place to start.
Okay.
Romans 9, let's say 24. Let's go to Romans 9 and 24. Right. Romans 9 and 24 says, even us, whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. As he said also in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the same place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God. So I think that's a good place to start because it got the word Gentile in it, right? It says the Jews, but also the Gentiles. But then he goes directly into OC, which is Hosea, starts talking about when he said he would call them my people, which were not my people. The average, now I know y'all better than this, but the average Christian that you would speak to would think that it's saying right there that he was going to call Gentiles, meaning people who are not Jews, because it says Jews right there, his people. And beloved, which was not my beloved. But if you know the Bible, you know when he's talking about going to OC, he's talking about going to Hosea, and he was talking about his people that became not his people, And it shall come to pass in the same place where I said unto them, you're not my people, there they should be called the children of the living God. So I just would start there to just use that as an example of a time where you see that word Gentile, which does not mean a specific group of people. I mean, unless you just take that one spot where you're talking about the Isles of the Gentiles and Japheth or whatever the case may be, and place that everywhere in the Bible. When you see that word meaning just nation or whatever, it don't mean a certain group of people. But I think that's what happens a lot of times when you have a conversation. You get it jumping around about, well, who is this Gentile? Or who is that Gentile? Who is this nation? Who is this stranger? Who is this? So you always get in a fight about strangers and Gentiles, and you never get to the point of why are these people actually making the assertion that it's talking about a people who is not the Lord's people being called the Lord's people. And Hosea chapter 8, verse 8 will tell you why. So I'll go there real quick, and then I'll just let y'all, if y'all want to jump from there. No, I'm sorry, it's Hosea 1 and 10. Go there real quick. Hosea chapter 1. And verse 10. Hosea chapter 1 and 10 says, yet the children of Israel, no, matter of fact, I'll start at verse 9. Then said God, call his name Lormai, for you are not my people, and I will not be your God. So now he's talking about the people that ain't the Lord's people. Verse 10, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sands of the sea, which cannot be measured or numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall it be said unto them, you are the sons of the living God. So this is saying the same exact thing it was saying in Romans chapter 9. This is a prophecy about that Israel was not the Lord's people, and them getting back into the fold and being called the sons of God again. And in Romans, he was reiterating that because of Christ and because of what he laid down and giving us another chance to come back into the fold and be the Lord's people again, us who follow him would be able to come into the fold and be the Lord's people. So I'll start right there.
Hey, Josh, can I chime in at any point?
Yeah, bro.
I want to walk him through. I want to walk him.
Hey, Bar.
I want to go first.
Hey, Bar. We'll let you come in, bro. But we just want to make sure, because even though I know you chomping at the bit, it's been a lot of smoke brought our way. So me and Josh on purpose are taking on this, the smokiness. But I already know where you coming from. So we're gonna let you get in. Bar. I didn't know who that was for a minute, because you was Bob P for a minute, but now I know who you is. I already know he trying to smoke some boost too. He said, I want some too. Okay, check this out.
You want all the smoke. You got to pass the blunt sometimes. Puff give. You know what I'm saying? You got to pass it.
No, I know. I just want to say this: when you read Romans 9, the way you did that, strong, the context of like, of course, this isn't what I'm not the book chapter verse guy the way some people are. Book chapter verse don't always give you context, because sometimes 3 or 4 chapters is the context altogether. It's not just one chapter. It's almost like reading Yeshua in the Garden of Gethsemane or Gethsemane. Chapters 14 through 17 is the entire prayer. So you can bring context. If you're looking at 17, there is context sometimes in chapters 15, 14, or 16 that leads into what you're looking at. So in Romans 5, when he talks about by one man's sin, death passed unto all men. Now, unless Israelites are the only one who died, brother, in the world, and everyone else who are mankind don't die because of what Adam did, the context is he's talking about what happens to all men from one man. So Yah has chosen that by one man, all men would have an opportunity for justification. Now, when you go into chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 8, and he's breaking down sin and justification through the entire process, then he says, man, I wish I myself could basically be thrown away from Christ if it guaranteed Israelites who are my kinsmen according to the flesh would be saved. And he's breaking down everything between how Israel was given God's love and how they messed up, and how God loves them and is opening his hand to them, but he's seeing even in his generation how hard-headed they're being. And he's saying, and then he says this, the one text that you did quote, hold on, let me actually bring that text back. That right there in chapter 9, that one verse you read, when it says this, it says, wait, no, not who are Israelites to whom, because when he brings up Israelites, I'm under the impression he's telling the Gentiles, look, man, God's work is being done through Christ to give an opportunity unto all men, just like through Adam, all men inherited death. And I really wish that my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoptions and the covenants, man, if they would repent, if their repentance would be guaranteed, then you know what? Let me be the one who don't make it. If that guaranteed that my entire nation would be saved. He's not telling this to Israelites. He's telling this to others about his kinsmen according to the flesh. Then he says this. He says, what was that? What was that verse that you just read, brother? It says, even us whom he have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. As he saith also in Hosea, I will call them my people, which are not my people. He's saying, look, he's speaking of us, his of the Jews, those of us who he cast away at one time. He's calling us, he's going to call us his people again if we repent. But what he's letting the Gentiles know, through God's grace, you were not called his people. And he will also make you part of his people if you believe in his Christ. Not to us Jews only, but also to the Gentiles. So when he's quoting Hosea, he's letting the Gentiles know the promise that's been made to Israel who will repent. And the Gentiles should take solace that the same thing that God is willing to do for his people who have sinned and fallen short of his glory, the Gentiles who are nothing but sinners who have fallen short of his glory can only have that same hope. They get no better hope. They don't get no more than Israel get when it comes to God's willingness to redeem them. That's the context there. So when you read the word Gentile in that chapter, he's not saying southern kingdom and northern kingdom. He's literally telling the Gentiles about everything that Israel got coming if they would repent. And because that's what God is promising to the only people on earth who have committed treason, because they're the only ones he knew, according to Amos 3, then if he's willing to have that love for the own, that's like Jesus letting Judas in heaven, bro. You was my bro and you betrayed me. So the guy who wasn't that close to me and ain't did the same thing, if he do what I say, you know what? I can have mercy on him too. Because look at the kind of mercy I'll have on on Judas. Israel was Judas to Yah. And a lot of Hebrews got to admit that. So I just wanted you to know that's how I take the text. But hey, Josh, what did you want to say, bro, on top of that? And then I want to give Strong a chance to respond. And then I want Bar to come in.
Oh, no. I like Strong's teaching style, because he said he likes to be asked questions. So this is what I'm going to do. Since they like to go to these verses, I'm going to get super technical with them. Because, well, I'm trying to find out from Strong, is he just whipping out verses, or does he actually know what they mean? So, Strong, are you there, brother? Strong concordance? Strong's is also concordance?
Strong concordance. Yeah, I see he's still there on stage.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Hosea chapter 1 and verse 10. And I'm gonna ask you a question. Hosea 1 and verse 10. And I'm gonna read it. Let me know when you're there with me.
All right, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, salute to the YouTube and Facebook family. I know y'all enjoying this tonight. What happens is we don't really walk through this stuff together because it's usually a breakdown and pride and arguments and all of that stuff. But Strong got more of a kinder temperament about himself. So we're going to see if he's going to maintain that temperament and throw in a little integrity while we at it. Because I'm going to show y'all, this is my plan. I'm putting it out here. I'm going to show y'all if Strong is really an honest man or if he's indoctrinated. And he's going to do it.
I'm not going to jam them up. I'm not going to play no games with them. This, when you really sit these guys down, I'm going to show you right now if this guy really is honest about what Yah's word says, or is he just simply indoctrinated?
Hey, John, Brother Josh, Salakia, just real quick. I think if you hold him at verse 9 on down,
I got him. I got him. I got him. I just got one question for him. Okay, verse 10. You there, Hosea? I mean, I call him Hosea. Or you there, Strong? Hey, Bar, why don't you read verse 10 for me, man? Because you need something to do.
Yeah, right. All right, yeah, Hosea chapter 1, verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in that place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, you are the sons of the living God.
Here's my first question to you, Strong. Is verse 10 talking about all 12 tribes, or is it just talking about the northern kingdom? Remember, I'm trying to prove if you're just ripping scriptures out, or do you actually understand them? Because you took us here. You should be ready to answer this. You should already know. If you got to think about it, that means you on the precept package. You smoking the precept package. You high off the precept package. Because see, I know what this verse means.
Yeah, well, the only reason why I hesitated because verse 7 is talking about the house of Judah.
Okay, but I'm asking you about verse 10.
Yeah, and then
is that talking about all 12 tribes, or is that talking about just the northern kingdom? And keep in mind, whatever answer you give, that's who Paul was referring to.
Yeah. I will have no more have mercy on the house of Israel, but I will utterly take them away. But I will have mercy upon the house of Judah, and will save them by the land, by the Lord their God. Then say, call my name, Lord, my, for you are not my people. Josh, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. Bar, do me a favor. Read verse 11.
There you go right here, verse 11. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come out of the land, for great shall be the day of Zazrael.
So since 11 tells you, after it mentions just Israel by themselves, 11 says, then shall Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together. So since verse 11 lets you know that Judah will be gathered with the Israel mentioned in verse 10, I invite you to answer the question again. Is verse 10 talking about just the northern kingdom or all 12 tribes when it says Israel?
Well, verse 11 is all 12 tribes.
Mm-hmm. But I asked you about verse 10.
But I know, because I got to go back into the context. That's what I was saying.
The context is given in verse 11. If verse 11 tells you that the children of Judah will be gathered to the children of Israel that you just read about in verse 10, then verse 10 could only be talking about the children of Israel, the northern kingdom, because it just lets you know in the next verse that Judah would be gathered to them. That's the giveaway. That's how you know.
I wouldn't argue with that,
Josh.
Okay.
Josh, I just want to
go ahead, Bar.
Look, Strong too. Listen to this. Look, verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. This is all from northern southern kingdom, not one left. And then it brought it home in verse 11. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head.
That's everybody. In verse
right. 11, so 11 is everybody, and 10 is just talking about focusing on Israel, the northern kingdom, right? Khan?
I can see it because it says
Khan, or should I say Khan or confused?
Yeah, so
what should I say?
Where you going, man? Where you going?
Okay. So now that we know that, let's go back to Romans chapter 9, and let's go to that verse that you quoted, verse 26. Right?
Right.
So read that for me, please, Bar 9, because he bars 9.
I
9.
Romans 9 and 26.
Yep, read that for me, please.
It says, and it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
So we just read that exact verse, and Hosea lets us know that that particular verse is talking about the northern kingdom, and verse 11 lets you know that Judah will be added to them, and they're going to have one head, which is the southern kingdom. We see that. So if we read this in verse 26, we got to agree that Paul is just talking about the northern kingdom when he quotes this. Yes or no?
No.
Because you can't take us here and then be like, nah, that ain't what, huh?
No, I don't agree with that.
But you just, okay, so this is why I tell y'all where the honesty comes in at. This is what I was telling y'all. I'm going to show y'all if this is an honest man y'all dealing with. You just said strong when we read Hosea 1 and 10 that was only talking about the northern kingdom. And you know that because the very next verse says Judah would be added to them. It wouldn't make sense for verse 10 to be all 12 tribes unless you believe there's a 13th tribe that's going to be added to the 12.
No, the reason I'm gonna tell you why I said that though, Josh, because when I went up to like verse 6 and 7, that's what I was trying to say. What I do know for a fact is that both Judah and Israel was both cut off.
But strong. Hosea chapter 1 talks about Judah and Israel. It talks about both of them individually and when they're combined. If I take you to a text, let's go back to Hosea chapter 1, because what I'm trying to show y'all is it's starting to creep in. It's starting to creep in. I'm trying to tell you, it's like it eases in, and the more chill the brother is, the slower it seeps in. Bart, take me back to Hosea, please. That's what we're gonna show y'all, because I'm trying to show y'all this is what these guys do. Let's go to Hosea chapter 1, and I'm gonna ask strong these as we go through them. Hosea 1 and verse 7. Read that, please, Bart.
Hosea chapter 1, verse 7. But I will have mercy upon the house of Judah, and I will save them by the Lord their God. And I will not save them by bow, nor by sword, nor by battle, by horse, nor by horsemen.
Question, strong. Is verse 7 talking about just the southern kingdom or all 12 tribes?
No, that's just talking about the southern kingdom.
How do you know that?
Because it says the house of Judah.
Oh, because it says the house of Judah. Okay, now skip down and read verse 10 again, please, Bar.
God, Hosea chapter 1, verse 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in that place where it was said unto them, you are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, you are the sons of the living God.
So when it says children of Israel here, is this just talking about the northern kingdom or all 12 tribes?
All right, now I can show you why I was reluctant to answer the question when I said I'm not for sure. Because if you go in verse 6, you'll see where it says, I will have no mercy upon the house of Israel. And then in verse 7, it says, the house of Judah. So it's calling about them separate houses all the time. But when it says the children of Israel and the children of Judah, then that's what was jamming me up. So
okay, so you can see that verse 6.
When you said it though, I was like, I wouldn't argue with it.
Okay, so this is, hold up. So verse 6, house of Israel. Verse 7, house of Judah. So that's the pattern. First he talks about the house of Israel, then he talks about the house of Judah. When you get to verse 10, he says children of Israel, and then when you get to verse 11, he says Judah being gathered to the children of Israel. So is verse 10 talking about just the northern kingdom or all 12 tribes? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would just say I would go with that it's talking about the northern kingdom, but like what I'm telling you, I'm still not. I would have to ask.
Okay, so that's cool, right?
Like that's what it's talking about.
Okay, and how would you be able to know for sure that must be what it means? What does verse 11 mean when it says?
That's why when it say the children of Judah and the children of Israel to be gathered together, that's why I say that's all of them right there.
Correct. 11 is talking about all of them. 10 is just talking about the northern tribes. Which verse did Paul quote in Romans 9?
He quoted verse 10, the one I went
So who was he referring to when he quoted verse 10? Was he talking about all 12 tribes or just the northern kingdom?
He was talking about all 12 tribes.
But you just said that verse 10, your understanding is he was talking about just the northern kingdom. Do you see where he's being dishonest, everybody? He will take you to a verse. This is where, see, you're being dishonest. You just told, this is what you did. I
don't see it that way, though.
No, listen, no, strong, no. You lack integrity, bro. I gave you a lie detector and you failed. You took us to a verse to give us context. What Big Brother Zadok said is sometimes book, chapter, and verse is not enough. Sometimes the whole chapter is the context. So I walk you through this piece by piece. You said that the verse Paul was quoting was Hosea 1 and 10, and you were correct. But then you also said that that verse that he's quoting is referring to only the northern kingdom, which is also correct. But when Paul quotes it, you want to make it mean all of Israel. That's being disingenuous. How can you not see that? Or are you that much of a deceiver that you can't even tell when you lying?
The whole chapter of Hosea chapter 1 is talking about...
Bro, you failed. Get in the audience. I told y'all, you failed. If you're going to take me to a verse and say this is talking about Israel, y'all notice I did not disagree. I did not debate it. I did not fight it. All I did was go there and show specifically what part of Israel is talking about, and he got a problem with that. So when Paul quotes it, he's quoting that verse to refer to the northern kingdom. The reason why he wants to make it mean all of them in verse 26 bar is because that's going to jam up who those Gentiles are in verse 24. He's not being honest. He lacks integrity, and he need to get his line behind in the audience and stay there till he learned to stop lying. Because you took me there. Don't take me to a verse, and then we walk through the verse together. You tell me it's saying exactly, we agree on it. Oh, that's the northern kingdom. I can see that because verse 11 said Judah going to be gathered to him. I can see that, Josh. I can see that. Then we go back to Romans 9. Oh, that's talking about all of them. Can y'all not see that this dude is either a liar or just plain stupid?
Yeah, I think he said, didn't he say he had to get clarity as well? So.
And then he got clarity. This dude is either a liar or he's stupid. You took me here, bro. And then we get the context. Now you want Paul to quote it to make it mean what you want to say? The reason why I wanted to do that, though, this is my point, is because I'm showing you that Paul uses Jew and Gentile here. But when he quotes these verses to back up why Israel as 12 tribes are not cut off, sometimes some of these verses he quote refers to the northern kingdom. Other verses he quote refer to why the southern kingdom ain't cut off. But all of them in this verse is under the banner of Jew. Once you walk through this and you get to verse 30, you see that because Paul then says Gentiles did this in verse 30 and Israel did not do that. But they teach that Jew is the southern kingdom. So if Jew is the southern kingdom in this verse, then every time I see Gentile, it has to mean northern kingdom. You can't change it up when you get jammed up, because that's what they do. These guys lack integrity. They are freaking liars. I do not want to build with a liar. I do not want to build with a liar. I'm not going to do that. So Strong, now you understand why back in the day you were gone in 60 seconds. Like the movie. You were gone in 60 seconds. Now you understand why. Because you're full of it.
Oh, goodness. Hey, look, everybody. Hey, yeah, I don't think that too many of these brethren who have come on tonight have been able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt their points. We were told that every time you see Gentile in the New Testament, because they didn't argue with the Old Testament narrative, especially that when you start out like bro Joshua was on earlier with Genesis 10, and they don't have a denial there at all. Even when you deal with Sisera, you know, the Judges 4 with Sisera, who was the captain of the army for Jabin, the king of Canaan, who oppressed Israel. It said that their headquarters was in Harosheth of the Gentiles. They don't really have an issue with that. But once you get to the New Testament, there's this mysterious situation that the scripture doesn't establish, neither does any extra biblical history establish. But all of a sudden, the word Gentile, that means non-Israelites, all in the scripture. All of a sudden, all it means is Israelites now. And in specificity, Ephraim, the northern kingdom. But because of certain things that are inarguable, they now do what Josh pointed out. And I'm bringing this up again. Josh pointed out, whenever in the New Testament you see something that speaks like in a good light, where like God is going to have mercy or show some type of love or consideration toward Gentiles, that's the northern kingdom. But anytime you got some Gentiles dealing with devils, or the Gentiles in Luke 21 who are coming and they're going to stomp Jerusalem under their feet after the Jews are scattered, oh, now that right there, yeah, that's them white folk, or that's them Edomites. But anything that could seem good. So we went to Isaiah 49, which wasn't quoted by Paul in Acts 13. And when Paul quoted it, it said, when the Gentiles heard what Paul said, they were glad, and many as would believe were baptized. So when the brother Ben Ami was up here, and I asked him, hey, who is this talking about here in Isaiah 49:6? And he saw what that text was saying. His response was, all I know is salvation is only for Israelites. He wouldn't even address Isaiah. And now the same thing was done here in Hosea. You can't part-time the text referring to the all 12 together, and then at times only to Ephraim, because he literally talks to Ephraim when he talks to them, and then he literally talks to Judah when he talks to them. But you see, he punishes both of them and calls them Israel in Hosea 11. So what that means is that when you go to Romans and you ask, well, who is he talking to here in Romans 9? He's talking about Israel, not just the Jews. Because now what y'all doing in Romans is y'all are only referring to, according to y'all doctrine, the 10 tribes as being who Hosea is talking about. But Josh just walked with bro showing this is talking about all 12 tribes. If it's talking about all 12 tribes, then now who are the Jews? What's the difference between the Jews and Gentiles all through the rest of Romans and the other letters of the apostles? Brethren, this is worse than I thought. And the reason this is worse than I thought is because this is, in many instances, the more popular doctrine that allegedly represents what Israelites believe. This is damn horrible.
It really is. But see, here's the problem, Zadok. We're not dealing with ignorant people. We're not dealing with stupid people. We're dealing with a bunch of prejudiced liars. These guys are literally being taught to deceive. They are literally being taught that. This is what I've been trying to tell people for the longest. One West Hebrews, not all of them, but like for the most part, these are some lying, deceiving people. They are taught when all else fails, lie. When all else fails, lie. Buck dance. Change your argument in the middle. You saw how that brother took us there. And I said, before I even went there, I said, I want to make sure this brother is not ripping verses out of not out of context, and that he actually understands these verses. As soon as I went there and I asked the question, he jammed up. And he went there and read it. How in the world you gonna take me to a verse and I ask you about the verse and it takes you 3 minutes to collect your thoughts on what the verse means? You just took me there. That lets me know that these brothers is on a freaking script. They are teaching from a literal script. They don't really know anything. They literally got a script in front of them. You know how somebody be rehearsing their lines? They literally got a script in front of them. And then somebody like Zadok or myself come on and we improvise. We improv. That ain't in the script. They don't know what to do. So they start, so when you dealing with another actor improving, you got to improv too. So then you start making stuff up. But see, it's okay for you to go off script, but you can't contradict script. And when they go off script, we box them in so bad, they start contradicting the script they went. That's why when I took him to Hosea 1 and 10, and Bar saw it coming a mile away, because he said, you could really start at verse 9, Josh. He saw it coming a mile away. He knew what I was going to do to him. He saw it coming. And when I told him, who was that? He said, oh, that's the northern kingdom. So when Paul quoted it in verse 10, he was quoting the verse specifically talking to the northern kingdom. But I took him here to show him that Paul would take bits and pieces from northern kingdom and southern kingdom to show you that neither one of them are cut off. Therefore, Jews in Romans 9 is talking about all of Israel. So Gentiles, if Jews refer to all 12 tribes, who are the Gentiles? You can't make the Gentiles be Israel too. And that's why when I was dealing with that other brother, Ben Yah, earlier, and we got to verse 30 and 31, he literally had a mental breakdown because he could see that 30 was talking about Gentiles who he been saying was Israel. But then all of a sudden, Israel, who he just told you was Judah, now Judah becomes Israel because he didn't have nobody else to make him. This is what you're dealing with, y'all. These guys are not scholars. Don't be afraid of them. They don't really know scripture like that. They just really good actors. And a really good actor sticks to the script. And they improv very good. If you watch some of Martin movies and get like the DVD commentary, matter of fact, any comedian that's in a movie, if you play the DVD commentary, I guarantee you the director's commentary will tell you like all the comedy part was improvised. They just cut them loose and just let them do them. This is what these guys do when me and Zadok and Trilla and Drake, they back them up. They start literally making up stuff on the fly. Strong, I love you, bro, but you a liar, bro, and I don't deal with liars. I'm sorry. You couldn't be honest enough to keep the conversation going because you don't want to be wrong, right? Like somebody said in the chat room, and then I'll let go next. I'm trying to find that comment. But somebody said these brothers just don't want to admit that there was Neil McRae. She said some people simply can't just admit defeat. So everybody see they getting defeated, big bro. They see it. But some of these brothers just can't admit it because they're indoctrinated. That's all it is.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Who that?
Second death.
Okay, we actually got James ahead of you. Then it could be you second death. Go ahead, James. Boaz, the pillar of truth.
Hey, what's up, man? Peace, everybody.
What's up with you, bro?
Chilling, man. Enjoying the dialogue. Beating the dead horse, but it's all good, man. I enjoy learning, looking into these different areas. And a lot of the perspectives they bring, I've heard them before, but some of them, it just blows my mind, man. What you, like you said, the prejudice, what it can do to your common sense, man. And it's hard to believe that some of these brothers are genuine because it's just obvious, and I say that from my perspective and from y'all's perspective as well. It seems obvious to us, but that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to jump in real quick. I had a question just regarding a verse because when y'all first went into this topic, my mind went to Acts 15. I don't know if y'all really covered Acts 15 specifically. I know y'all jumped around in Acts, but just dealing with I was looking at Acts 15, the account that James gives dealing with Peter's account. It reads Acts 15, starting verse 14. Simon has declared how God at the first visited the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And with this word, the words of the prophets agree, just as it is written. After this, I will return and rebuild the tabernacle of David, which has fallen down. I will rebuild its ruins. I will set it up so that the rest of mankind may seek the Lord, even all the Gentiles who are called by my name, says the Lord, who does all these things. And obviously he's referencing, I think, Amos 9 here. So when you go look at Amos 9, it says it here in verse 17, so that the rest of mankind may seek the Lord. But when you look at Amos 9, I guess the New King James or the King James, it reads, dealing specifically with verse 12. I'll just read verse 11 and 12. On that day, I will raise up the tabernacle of David, which has fallen down, and repair its damages. I will raise up its ruins and rebuild it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom. And that was my question here, was why is it when you read, and if you look at the footnote here, and it says in the Septuagint, it says, and I looked up the Septuagint, it actually uses the word anthropos there instead of whatever's translated here. I didn't look at the translation here in the Hebrew. What's Edom? Idumea or whatever, Edom. What are they drawing from to get Edom here? Is that correct? Go ahead.
This is what's going on. It's not what they're drawing from. It's what they originally said. A lot of times in the New Testament, rather than mentioning a specific nation, when they quote something, they'll just give the label of Gentiles to it. That's why when the Septuagint was being translated, the Septuagint is not always a word-for-word translation from the Hebrew. Oftentimes, the Septuagint is like what you would call a paraphrase, right? Being that Edom is a Gentile nation, when they, and I'm reading it right now, it says that the remnant of men and all the Gentiles, right? That covers Edom, right? Because Edom is a Gentile nation. So sometimes when they did that, they would just say Gentiles, because remember, the Jews refer to any nation that wasn't of them as Gentiles. And that's what Peter is drawing on. He's drawing on the Septuagint version of it, right? Okay. And the Septuagint would take the Hebrew version, and sometimes they would just paraphrase stuff and put everything like under one banner. So whether this says Gentiles or Edom, no matter how you look at it, Edom is a non-Israelite nation, which would make them Gentile. You follow what I'm saying? So that's all that's going on right there.
Yeah, so there's no
talking about non-Israelite. So there's no contradiction unless you don't believe that Edom is Gentiles. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting that it gives that, and when they're quoting it, when you're reading it in the New Testament, it says it uses all of mankind instead of Edom there as well. But yeah, and like now that I think about it, there is no contradiction because they're both Gentiles. So yeah,
exactly,
no contradiction.
Right, but and that's why we say any nation. That's why I said at the beginning. After a while, Israel referred to any nation that was not a part of them as Gentiles. So that would cover Edom, Ham, all of them. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Hey, that's all I had, man. I just want to be quick. Got invited up. I just wanted to ask that question. I've been hanging out, man, and I appreciate all y'all. Appreciate the knowledge that y'all are bringing, man. Peace. That's all I got.
No doubt. Now we got second death.
Yo, what's good, y'all boys?
What's up with your Laker five? Cause that is the second death. That's why I called you that.
Trying to avoid that thing. Hopefully I get caught up in the first resurrection. You heard me? But yeah, on what he was saying, right? That's crazy because what he just pulled just now, right? About what was that? That was Amos 9 and 11. Where they talk about Edom, but then it goes and says, and of all the heathen, right? And you said it's like a Gentile nation, but then from what's been circulating and stuff like that, how they say Edom is a so-called Caucasian race. When you read like Obadiah, that's specifically going into Edom. And all races do space travel, but Ham, like the true Hamites, I don't think majority of them have technology like that. even though they have the resources to get up there.
Hold on. Space travel? You lost me. What are you talking about?
No,
space
because
travel?
remember, in the book of Obadiah, it speaks about Edom setting his nest amongst the stars and different things like that.
Bro, that's not talking about that's not talking about space travel. That's talking about Edom. That's where they were located at, and that was Hebrew terminology. That was Hebrew terminology, like what you call like a metaphor for how high on the mountains they were. And plus, this is a prophecy against Edom back then. You think Edom back then had space travel?
I'm thinking it's talking about prophetically, but at the same time,
yes. It's talking about prophetically, but who is being prophesied?
Hey, salute, brethren. Of course, we're coming close to the wrap-up time of this. We've been on for a little over 4 hours now. You all see how this is going. But at the end of the day, I'm really hoping and praying that you brothers and sisters are edified by the switch around, after over a year or more, year and a half of, using the dojo one way. I'm really into building and networking with people. I also don't mind debate every now and again. So the way we got it going now, we do this Friday night frankincense, which is a combination of doing a Clubhouse live with YouTube and Facebook being able to be involved. And then, of course, on Sunday evenings, doing a topical teaching live here from the Bible Dojo. So I appreciate you brothers and sisters who are hanging out. I know it's late for our West Coast brethren. It's not as late for you guys because it's just about to push around 11 p.m. for you all. But for the East Coast, I know it's late. So any of you who are choosing to hang out for a little while longer, appreciate you. And for those who catch this on the replay, you are the real MVP. So let me go ahead and get back into this right here.
Said that's close to what I said, but that's not what I said. Okay. I said Peter is drawing upon the Septuagint, right? He says that all the Gentiles, that's how I read in the Septuagint, that the remnant of men and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called. If you look at this in the King James.
No, I'm talking about Amos 9 that you went over with the other dude.
I know, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Okay. That's what I'm doing. That's what we went over. He'll tell you that himself, right? This is in the King James, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and all the heathen. Heathen means nations. So if it says remnant and all the of Edom and all the nations, that means all the nations, because it's telling you Edom and all the nations. The only thing the Septuagint does is it doesn't single out Edom. It just says all the nations. So that will still include Edom. And that's why it said, that's why there's no contradiction, because that would include Edom. That's all we were doing.
Okay, so in Obadiah specifically talking about Edom.
That's all we want to read through it.
Yes, but we want to read through verse 1. I'm going to let Dre walk you through it because Dre wants to get in there.
I just want to hear him read it. Y'all can, walk in. I just want to hear him read it. It don't sound like he really want to read it verse by verse.
Right. This ain't talking about no satellites. This ain't talking about no America. This ain't talking about no space travel. This is talking about ancient Edom dwelling in the mountains. Their location, Seir, they had a location called Mount Seir. Yeah. This is talking about how high they dwelt in the mountains. This ain't talking about no satellites, bro, or no space travel.
Okay.
So let's go through verse 1. If you don't believe me.
The vision, I'm going to read it.
Okay, let's go.
The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, an ambassador sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
Hold on, stop. Hold on. He said, I have made thee small among the heathen. Is that future or past?
Let me see.
Come on, bro. You know the difference between a past word and a future word. I have made is made past tense or future tense, bro. This 4th grade English, bro.
Well, because he almost wiped them out with King David. Remember King
David?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes. See, I told y'all.
Yeah,
I told you, they know. They know, Dre.
Listen. Again, I told you, when I read it in full, the whole thing, it goes into us coming out of captivity, and it says, none shall remain in the house of Esau.
That's cool. That's cool, but I'm not talking about.
I'm just saying, I got you, but listen,
Second death.
jumping the gun.
Second death. I'm not jumping the gun. I'm starting from verse 1. How am I jumping the gun? And I'm starting from verse 1.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen,
just continue to read. We can pick up what.
Let's continue to read.
But
That's what I'm saying.
Let me speak. Yeah, but you stop that.
I asked a question and you answered it to my satisfaction concerning what we're talking about. Why should we? If I ask you a question about a particular verse, hold on a second there. Chill. I got you. I'm just saying, if I ask you a question about a verse and you answer it correctly and satisfactory, why are you continuing to go on and on about something else we ain't even got to yet? We trying to walk through this. That's why I be looking like y'all be stalling and filibustering. You got it right. And I was happy about it. I said, see, Dre, they know. He knows. So let's keep reading. Can we keep reading second death? Can we do that? Can we?
If he don't want to, I'll keep reading.
Oh, he might have a problem. I want to make sure. See, now he want to get quiet. See, first they say we don't let them talk. Now they don't want to say nothing. You feel me? Because they don't want to walk through this. They want to spin the narrative. That's what they want to do. See, this is how you study the Bible. You walk through it verse by verse. He made a claim, Dre. He said Obadiah is talking about Edom having space travel. I ain't said nothing about them Israel conquering them. I ain't said nothing about that.
Oh, there you go. We couldn't hear you second death. We couldn't hear you,
bro.
Okay, I was just about to say I was saying something. They muted.
Yeah, you was on mute. That's all.
Okay, we was telling you we couldn't hear you. We was telling you we couldn't hear you.
Okay,
that's we have verse 3.
I was saying Obadiah is not in the time of David, so when he's quoting this is Obadiah's way after. Just letting you guys.
Yeah, because this is already after the time of David. They have already been made small among the heathen, like you said. You said David almost wiped them out. You are correct. Yeah. So we can already see that whatever Edom is being spoken about right here is being an Edom that is in Obadiah's day. This is an Edom in Obadiah's day. You can't make it jump all the way to the future when you see certain things. I got you. But read verse 3. Let's read verse 3. Look what it says.
The pride of thine heart have deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Stop. What does it mean when it says, thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rock?
Yeah, Mount Seir, and they will push to the Caucasus Mountains as well.
I don't know about the Caucasus. I don't know about the Caucasus Mountain part, but you're definitely right about the Mount Seir part.
That's why, God, just same thing like Deuteronomy 28. God like to use signs, So
okay, but they dwell. It said thou that. It said thou that dwellest. Hold on. It said thou that dwellest. So is that future tense or is that present tense?
I think it goes in back and forth. Like
no, I'm talking about in this verse right here. He said thou that dwellest.
I'm asking your question. Yeah, I'm asking your question. It's like a characteristic of them. That's what they like to do. Skyscrapers and different.
It don't say that. It does not. It don't. That's eisegesis, bro.
Listen, no.
That's eisegesis. You're reading.
Whose habitation is high. Okay.
It said thou that. Hold on. Wait. I'm reading the verse. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the rocks. As Obadiah is giving this prophecy, where does he describe Edom's current location?
Mount Seir.
And exactly, because that was what the rock is talking about on the mountain, right? Okay. So is this a future Edom, or did Edom dwell in Mount Seir in the past?
In the past.
Okay, so far there's nothing we've read. So far there's nothing. Hold on, let me finish. So far there is nothing we've read that forces an interpretation of this talking about some skyscrapers today. There's nothing there. That's what you're pushing into the narrative. All this says, bro, is that, hold on, I'm just saying, all this says is that they were made small upon the heathen and they dwell in some mountains. That's it. Okay. All this other stuff you saying, you adding to God's word. Because it don't say none of that stuff you said. None of it.
It's just, precept upon precept, you speaking similitudes, bro. But go ahead.
But you can't create a similar. But you can't create a similitude. That's the problem.
I'm not. I'm just bringing the characteristics, just like how he says we smooth and we like a man who dwelling in tents. We like to chill.
Bro, that's just an interpretation. Bro, That's just an interpretation
gonna,
you were
we're gonna
told. That's not in the
reading.
text.
Okay,
That's not in the text. Let's stick to the text.
All right, we're gonna continue.
Verse 4. Right? Read verse 4.
Though it said, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest amongst the stars. What is talking about there?
It's talking about them being high in the mountains.
That's what it spoke about in verse 3. So it's repeating verse 3 and verse 4?
Yes, it's giving what you call a metaphoric description of how high they see themselves. Just like when God told the children of Israel, I brought you out of Egypt on eagle's wings. Did they actually jump on the giant eagle and fly out of Egypt, bro?
Nope.
So you do understand that was metaphoric language then, right?
It was in haste. Yeah, it was in haste.
Exactly.
Okay,
hold on. Hold on.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to get the thought.
I'm trying to tell you. Wait.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
If you can understand that the eagle in Exodus represents the speed of how fast he got them up out of there, then what would an eagle have in common with being dwelling high? Because eagles literally have high places on the mountains where they nest themselves and in trees. So this is saying the same thing. You can't do that. You cannot take the metaphor and start playing with it. So, okay. So he's telling them, though thou exalt thyself to the as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, their nest means their home. Their home was Mount Seir, right?
That's what I bring
this will I bring thee down, says the Lord. So I'm going to bring you down.
When did that happen? Because you said
that happened.
It actually happened.
That happened several times in Edom's history. Edom was conquered by the Egyptians. They were also conquered by the Arabs, and they were also conquered by the Israelites.
Are you talking about the future or in the time of Obadiah?
No, I'm telling you after Obadiah, but before our time.
I don't know, man.
This is when Edom, bro.
This is
coming. Hold on, wait.
You just told me the same thing just now.
Listen, wait. I'm gonna explain. Look, see, this they starting to filibuster. See, when they see you going somewhere, now you trying to act like you can't sit still. Now you trying to act like you can't sit still and be quiet. See, it's like trying to teach a child with ADHD. Cause they see where you're going with. You know, you got that child in the class that try to disrupt the class because he really can't keep up with the class. So he want to disrupt the class. Chill, bro. You asked me what I meant. I'm showing you. This is not just a prophecy against Edom's, that's the whole place. You know, Edom had other settlements. We're seeing which particular branch of Edom this is talking about. You know, Edom had other settlements. They had Amalek too. But let's keep reading. Read verse 5. Look what it says.
I was just, but if we're keeping it in context, remember they're small. They were pushed to Mount Seir. Remember, they was small amongst the nations, so they wouldn't be too much spread out.
Yes, and this is talking about
be together. If we kept it in context from the beginning,
but this is talking about.
They wouldn't have been everywhere.
Listen, I didn't say they were everywhere. I said there was more than one branch of Edom. That's all I said.
Yeah,
I don't know what you got everywhere from.
Yeah, but no, you
So
said that,
can we continue reading, please?
Can we? Right. You don't want to continue reading. This is filibustering.
Yeah, we can continue reading.
Just continue reading, please.
I'm just asking questions like you did, just to get them.
All right.
Right. And I answered your questions. And then when I answer your questions,
if thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If thy grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men, you want to explain those? Or you want me to?
If you want me to, because you're reading like you understand it, so I'm not jumping in. That's why I ain't jumping in.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, keep reading, bro. Go ahead.
7, all the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him.
Is this past tense or future tense the way this is speaking?
This is sound like future. Because
hold on, whoa. This sound like all the men of thy confederacy have brought. Have brought is future? That's future language?
Remember, I'm saying how they be speaking in the scriptures, it be speaking like that. It don't even happen yet.
Okay, but Granted, that is sometimes true. Starting from the beginning, it was talking about literal past tense.
Okay,
so how did it jump from literal past tense to prophecy past tense? How can it do that?
Okay, so I'm asking you, when did this take place?
This already happened. His name is telling you how Edom became small among the nations. He's telling you, look, that's why he said, hold on, I'm telling you, verse 7, because it said Edom has been made small among the heathen. Now he's telling you how it happened. First he said, how are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hid things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. Your allies have turned on you. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none withstanding him. He's telling you how Esau got brought down. And if you keep reading, he's going to tell you what's going to ultimately happen to him. My whole point in taking you here, though, was not to break down the entire book of Obadiah. My point was just to show you that verse 3 ain't talking about no satellite or no space travel.
You remember, the point was that you said that he was prophesying only at that time and not going into the future, but you clearly
right, because if you look at this,
talking about verse 9 and 10, where it's going to say about them being cut off forever. That didn't happen, right?
I know
that happened already.
I know that, tense, but right? Listen. You don't listen, Second Death. You really need to work on your listening skills. What I told you when you first was talking, you said, they got space travel, and you kept on talking. I said, whoa. I said, where is space travel at? And then you said, in Obadiah. I did not take you here to try to prove that all of Obadiah has been fulfilled. All I took you here was to show you that this ain't talking about no dang space travel. That's it.
That wasn't the reason why I came to Obadiah. The reason
that's why I came there, because that's where that verse is mentioned.
Okay, but look, just to go back, so that way you're not confused about what I asked in the beginning was based off of Amos chapter 9, verse 11 and 12, when you said that it was referring to whatever based off of whatever book y'all use, because you said something.
There was the Septuagint, and the only thing I was showing that brother is in the Septuagint. It just put everybody under the banner of Gentiles. That includes Edom. That's it. After I told you that, you mentioned that Obadiah. No, you didn't mention Obadiah. You mentioned satellite travel and space travel, and I said, where is that?
No,
that's what I did. And you said Obadiah.
I mentioned about Obadiah if that was referring to all heathens, or was that?
And I said no, that's just talking about Edom. And I answered your question, and I said no, that's just talking about Edom.
Again, remember when I initially started, I said it's based off of what's been, everything that's been taught around these subjects. So I'm bringing
we're not even getting off into all that. All I'm saying, bro, I got you. Second up. All I'm saying is you were saying all of this stuff, and you just mentioned something in passing. You wasn't even dwelling on that. I just heard you say it, and I just said, whoa. Where does it say anything about Edom doing space travel? And you said Obadiah. And I said, show me that. And I went, you took me there, and all I was doing was showing you this is not talking about no space travel. It's just metaphoric language for how high Edom dwelt in the mountains. That is it. You wanted to keep reading and make it all about what's going to happen to Edom ultimately. That's not what I did. You did that. Y'all be the one doing this stuff and try to put it on us. All I said was, this ain't talking about no space travel. We didn't have to go through all the Edom to break that down. We could just read 1 to 4, and we would have saw that.
He didn't really want to read. He didn't really want to deal with it.
And he didn't even really want to read.
I know. I didn't read this stuff from the camp perspective. He did not really want to deal with it verse by verse, which is why he wanted to kind of set the, how they do that, but what they be saying, I want to just kind of set the premise first,
They want to set the mood. They didn't want to dim the lights and turn on some slow jazz.
Chapters in the world. That man didn't want to read that. He was just making up stuff. Don't know what are you talking about. Just making up. Just shut up, man. We just sometimes respectfully, and I love you. I love the brothers. I love my brothers and sisters. Just respectfully, just be quiet.
Dre. I guess I'm a little kind of anxious. I'm gonna throw a little metaphor out there, right? Because every time these brothers want to deal with us, they always got to set the mood. They got to dim the lights. They got to put on some slow music. They got to pour some champagne, not just be ready to jump into it. You know what I mean? Metaphorically speaking. You feel me? With a woman. I'm using a woman in the metaphor, by the way. Right? I ain't got time for all that, dude. You know what I'm saying? I want to jump right into this. All I'm saying is, you heard me, Dre. Obadiah 1, 3, and 4 is not talking about no freaking space travel or no satellite. This is just a metaphor for how high Edom dwelt in the mountains. When he said, though thou set thy nest upon the stars, all God was saying is, though you place your home high in the mountains. That's all that means. You follow what I'm saying? That's it. Stop trying to make stuff be about America and satellite travel and Russia and all that mess. Y'all brothers need to learn how to properly exegete these scriptures and stop it with this camp doctrine. This is a no camping zone. No camping.
Stuff that they really can't even prove ever happened in the first place. And even when you look at this right here, I was gonna post it, but I was gonna let them get it off. But yeah, anybody can pull the refresh on my PTR, and then they will see the eagle that represents, the American nation or whatnot. But there's more nations that are, you know what I'm saying? Whether you look at that's why I say y'all can put it, y'all can see. There's more nations that use the eagle as a symbol than America as far as quote unquote European. So even when they do that, this smack them back in the face. You know what I'm saying? Something like this will smack them upside the head. Because they're not being honest with information and the scholarship. So they'll say, okay, well, the eagle represents, the eagle with America or whatever. That's why he didn't really want to go into that and really deal with what it could really mean. And I know because, I come from the school. I know what they say. I know what he's saying is not nothing new. That's why they struggle with it, because he's just repeating what somebody told him. It ain't based on no type of scholarly, information or nothing like that. He ain't got no type of Hebrew sources representing that idea. You know what I mean? He's just telling you he's just repeating what somebody else said.
He just staying on the script. Like I said, he just following the script. Their precept package.
That's it. He got his precept package, and the precept package ain't equipped for everything. I be telling them brothers, and precept packet ain't equipped for everything. Y'all might want to get in there and do some due diligence studying on your own. But yeah, that's it. But he clearly didn't want to read that though. It would have been done by now. So
right. We got Yehukanan.
Oh, yeah, shoot. Shalom, brothers. How y'all doing?
Shalom, sir. What's going on, bro?
Nah, man, chilling. Yeah, y'all been beating up on people. I do need y'all to help me reconcile the scripture, though. I'm just jump right into it. Y'all been beating up on people all night, so let me go with this scripture. Let me go to John 7. We'll start at verse 34. And it says, "You shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither ye cannot come." Then said the Jews among themselves, "Whither will he go, that ye shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles to teach the Gentiles?" Now, is it your position that every time Gentile is mentioned in the so-called New Testament, that it's referring to other nations outside of Israel?
That's right, and I've been waiting on this one all night. It's about time this showed up.
My contention would be that since Christ was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel and told his disciples not to go into any of the cities of the Gentiles, but only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, we have to say he was telling them, only talk to the southern kingdom. Don't take the message of salvation to the northern kingdom. That would have to be what your doctrine is teaching Christ came to do, but y'all all teach he only came to save Israel and no one else. Well, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I don't know if you even come from
every time I get generalized. I'm not.
Wait, hold on. Well, if you don't come from that, you still almost similar. You just that light.
That's fine.
You're that light.
Can we talk without the accusations? That's all I'm asking.
Well, I said you're that light.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but oh no, you heard what I said. Yeshua came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Was that all of Israel or just the southern kingdom?
No, that's all of Israel.
So if that's all of Israel, who are the Gentiles that the disciples were told, don't go into the cities of the Gentiles, only go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel? Are those Gentiles there, the northern kingdom, or literally other people besides Israelites?
Now, my understanding. Now, this is just my understanding. Now, look at that. You said don't go to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
Can we look at the verse? Can you pull the verse?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, can you pull out? I don't know.
I got you. I'll read it for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Dre. Hey, and if I generalized you with some cats who actually say salvation is only for Israel, then I apologize. But when you ask that question, that's been the lead off I've heard for 2 decades, so I am used to it. So I apologize for stereotyping you.
That's cool.
Yep. So the verse I believe that your brother went to, I started verse 34 for you, bro.
Yeah.
It said John 7:34. Ye shall seek me and shall not find me, and where I am, thither ye cannot come. Verse 35. Then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go that we shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles?
Yes, sir.
So one of the first problems you're gonna run into, brother Yukonon, is what the Greek word for dispersed is. That's the diaspora. You know what the diaspora means in the Greek? It says scattering, dispersion of Israelites dispersed among foreign nations.
Right.
Next definition of the Christians scattered abroad among the Gentiles. See, notice it still make a separation in the first definition. Israelites scattered among foreign nations, not making them the same. Christians scattered among the Gentiles, not making them the same. Strong definition: dispersion, especially and concretely, the converted Israelite resident in the Gentile countries. So that really, it's almost conveying the idea to let you know, in order for him to reach those diasporas, who would he have to talk to? It's just like you would say today, if you're in America and I wanted to convey an idea to you and reach you and your people, only way I can do that is if I bring the whole message to America. So I would say, you see what I'm saying? So I would say, right. So but that's not calling you a Gentile. That's just saying, in order to bring the message to you, I'm going to have to bring the message to the Gentiles. That's not calling you that. Being that you're scattered amongst the Gentiles, how do I know who you are? Opposed to the Gentiles, especially if you're amongst people who are dark complexion, especially if you're amongst people who look like you, who may talk a similar tongue as you. How would I know the difference between you if I just go to bring the information? So he's literally letting them, in order for me to get that idea or that information to you, the only way I can do that is if I take it to the Gentiles overall. However, that's not me calling you a Gentile. That's why it gives you a separation to say, whither will he go? Will he go to the dispersed, the scattered, among the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? Because that's the only way he's going to get it to the scattered, is if he goes amongst the Gentiles.
So just so I'm clear on what you're saying, so you're saying that his goal is to teach the dispersed, but in order to get to the dispersed, he's that Gentile right there, he's saying he has to teach the Gentiles.
I'm not necessarily saying a goal, I'm saying a question. Remember, the question was asked.
Right.
There was a question, right. A question was asked, and it was, whither will he go that we cannot find him? Verse 34, it said, he's in verse 35. Then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go that we should not find him? I'm going to read it in the ESV. The Jews said to one another, where does this man intend to go that we won't find him? Does he intend to go to the dispersion amongst the Greeks and teach the Greeks? So he's clear. So I'm saying that they're asking a question. The question is, where is he going to go that we can't find him? Is he going to go and teach the Greeks or the Gentiles as far as the dispersion amongst the Greeks? So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So to your point, I guess I'm just trying to clarify. So to your point, what you're saying is basically, in order to reach the dispersed, he has to teach the Greeks.
How would he reach them any other way if they scatter? You feel me? I understand. I don't think you're being, facetious and nothing like that. I'm just saying, if you're scattered in Egypt, brother, how can I teach you or get the message to you and your people? What would I have to do overall?
You have to give the message to everybody.
Exactly. So that's why I said, remember the question, where he going to go that we can't find him? Is he going to go to the scattered amongst the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles? Because they understand the idea is, if he going to get this message to them, he going to have to teach everybody. Because how he going to know who is who?
Right. And that's what I agree with. Like, I believe that, because I believe, okay, according to my understanding of the text, especially when we look at the so-called Old Testament, there are going to be people that cleave, but I believe that there is still a hierarchy. I don't believe that everybody goes in on an even slate.
Yes, you're right. There is the Jew first and also the Greek. Yes. But what he's trying to show you is that the dispersed among
yes, sir,
the Gentiles is not the same as the dead Gentiles.
Got you. So
That's,
right there,
so they're not, in
that
other
term-
words, they're not. This is not a verse where the Jews are being called the Gentiles.
Got
in
you.
the New Testament, this is a phrase, and it appears in different forms in the New Testament. Let me show you something if you don't mind, Yahukanan.
No, go
Right?
ahead.
Just to, go and turn to Acts 21 and 21.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get there, read for me, please.
Yes, sir. Let me check. Okay, Acts 21 and 21. And they are informed of thee that
but let me give you some context. This is just James telling Paul that that the Jews who are zealous for the law are hearing rumors that he's out there teaching against the law. I just want to give you that context. But
Yes,
continue.
And they, okay, let me start over. And they are informed of thee that thou teachest all Jews which are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, saying,
That's good. I just
Yes,
want
sir.
you to get that phrasing. This
Got
is
you.
how they describe the dispersed. They say among the Gentiles. It wouldn't make sense to say Jews among the Gentiles when Gentiles are also Israelites. It'll just say the Jews who are scattered, or it'll just say our people who are among the heathen. So this is how they describe their people. This is the same thing you're reading in John. They're also known as the dispersed. Let me show you another example of that, right? This is James 1 and 1. Read that.
Let me see. James 1 and 1. You said 1 and 1? James, a servant of the Most High, and the and our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad.
Scattered abroad where?
Among the Gentiles.
Exactly. That's also known as the dispersion or the diaspora. First Peter 1 and 1. Read that.
I think, okay, so I think I got what I'm getting the understanding is anytime. Is it safe to say then that it was the intent of Paul to reach the dispersed, but with the understanding that the Gentiles were going to also come along because he had to go to the dispersed? Or was
he was the apostle. He was the apostle to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
And since the Jews were dispersed among the Gentiles, it was kind of like a two birds with one stone thing. God sent Paul to be the apostle to the Gentiles, the non-Hebrews. Paul's missions took him in Jewish synagogues, right?
Yes, it did.
And it tells you that there were Greeks. See, let me just get real technical with you for 1 second, Yahukanan.
Yes, sir.
What people don't understand is there were two groups of Gentiles that Paul preached to. They were both groups were actual Gentiles, though. One group was the straight up pagan Gentile, don't know nothing about the God of Israel at all. They're just a straight up pagan, right? The other group was the Gentile that was Tanakh only, right? They converted over to the ways of Israel. So when Paul went up in these synagogues, he ran across Gentiles that were living like Israelites, actual Gentiles living like Israelites. He was apostle to them. But then he also, when he was like out in the marketplaces and on the streets, he ran into straight up, full-fledged pagan Gentiles, don't know nothing about the God of Israel, right? So when you read Paul's travels, all you got to do is look at where he's encountering the Gentile in the book of Acts. Go to the book of Acts. When you see where he's encountering these Gentiles, you can know if he's dealing with the Gentiles who are with the dispersion, right? And you can see if he's dealing with the Gentiles that are just living their best life as pagans and idol worshipers, where Israel also happened to be. And the giveaway is where he encounters them at. If it says he encounters them in the synagogue, they are Gentiles who had already long since converted over to what they call today Judaism, or we just say the ways of Israel. If you meet them on the streets or in the marketplaces, they straight up pagan Gentiles, unless on the street it lets you know that this is a guy who was still living like an Israelite.
Now,
so
let me jump in. Was that first group that you mentioned that were in the synagogues that converted over? Now, were they dispersed Israelites or?
Nope. They were actual
Gentiles.
They were actual Gentiles. And the way you know this is because when he goes in these synagogues, it always say the Jews and the Gentiles. Now let me ask you a question. And I'm going to prove to you, because just like I try to prove that people are being dishonest, I'm going to prove to you how smart you are, Yehukanan. And I'm not being facetious. I'm going to prove to you how smart you are. If you called a Jew a Gentile, why would you call him that? What would be your reason for calling him that?
Because of their practices.
Right. Okay. Exactly. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
If Paul went into the synagogue and people were keeping the Sabbath, right?
Yep.
If a Gentile is in there keeping the Sabbath, they say Gentiles in there keeping the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you refer to that person still as a Gentile if they're not practicing as a Gentile? Keeping the Sabbath is not a Gentile practice.
Exactly.
So you know when he goes in the synagogue and they say Jews and Gentiles were in the synagogue keeping the Sabbath, why would he still insult them by calling them Gentiles when they're in there keeping the Sabbath with the rest of the Jews?
Agree.
Why would he do that?
Agree.
He wouldn't do that. So that lets you know when you're reading in the book of Acts and it tells you that there were Jews and Gentiles in the synagogue, those had to be actual Gentiles, unless you want us to believe that even after these guys converted back and start keeping the laws and statutes like they was originally supposed to do, Paul and Luke, because that's who wrote Acts, is still insulting them, calling them Gentiles. I'll give you a perfect example. I don't think your birth name is Yehukanan. I think that's your chosen name. And ain't nothing wrong with it because Joshua's my chosen name, right? And that represents your change from the old you to your new you as knowledge of Israel. Am I right?
Fine.
Now, if I knew that, me and you grew up together, I knew you before you were Yehukanan. And I saw your transformation. And I said, yo, this is Yehukanan now, right? Josh, call me Yehukanan. Why, bro? Because I don't woke up, I'm trying to live like an Israelite. My government name, to me, represents when I was a sinner. That's why I'm embracing and reclaiming my identity, right?
Gotcha.
If you told me all of that and I still address you as your government name, how would you feel like I'm doing you? Would you feel disrespected? If you're telling me the reason why you chose Yehukanan is to reflect your change, I'm saying under those circumstances.
I get your premise. I mean, because people still call me by my government name. So
yeah, but no fellow believer call you that though.
Right. Sometimes they do because people that know, like I got aunts, they older and they slip, but they always call me by my government name.
Right. But they're not being disrespectful about it. You grew up and they knew you by that, right? I'm saying if you tell me that and you hammer it home and you know I understand.
Yes, sir.
And I keep saying your government name, despite that you know I understand that. And you want to be called Yehukanan to reflect your new walk. Would you feel like I'm disrespecting you?
I guess I would. I guess my temperament is different.
No, I'm speaking hypothetical. I'm not speaking how you actually are.
Okay, got you. Yeah, then I'm
speaking like right. You would feel disrespected. So why would Paul and Luke still refer to these commandment-keeping Israelites as Gentiles when, as you just said, the only reason you would call a Jew a Gentile is by the practices? Well, they're not practicing Gentile customs, and yet we're still addressing them as Gentiles.
Yeah, you're right.
And no one does that today. Like, you don't see no camps where they're referring to them. Not, no camps and organizations. They refer to each other as their new name as far as, whatever their spiritual name is or ties are. They don't still call a brother Mark
by the government name.
You know what I'm saying? They don't do that. They don't call a brother a Gentile. So y'all essentially saying Paul's someone who was more familiar with more information than most of us are even, familiar with, but still calling these people who was adhering to the customs or going by a concept that nobody today practice. No, y'all don't call yourselves proselytes. Y'all don't call yourselves by those old names or titles, but that's essentially what y'all gonna have to tell us Paul was doing. All them proselytes was Israelites, and none of y'all would even go by that same thing. If I called you a proselyte, you probably would be offended respectfully. And I'm not even gonna say you're wrong for that if you feel as if you're an ethnic Israelite or a descendant. I'm not even gonna say you're wrong for that. That ain't my point. But I'm just saying, y'all, what camp does that as far as a proselyte? Or calls you by your old name based on what you came out of.
Hold on, Dre. Let me kick in for a minute. We got a naysayer in the chat named Los Mac. Come on up here and get this work. Don't be a chat room keyboard gangster. You said I'm being disingenuous. You walking in on the end of the conversation, and then you want to throw out some accusations. Go ahead and invite them up to the stage. And watch them get this work. Don't be in our chat. Dude, yeah, come on up here, bro. Because you putting something out on me, talking I'm being disingenuous, and I can tell by what you're quoting, you're either a liar or you halfway listening to me. Y'all got to start walking in on the end of the movie and tell me the whole
speaker.
movie.
There you go. Okay. I'm gonna mute
Okay, now tell me, how am I being disingenuous? How am I being disingenuous, Lopes? You mute, we can't hear you, bro, if you're saying anything. How am I being disingenuous?
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, how was the other Joshua being disingenuous then? You must be talking about the other one then.
You talking about me or Joshua?
He said Joshua. It's another Joshua.
Oh, okay.
How's he being disingenuous?
Yeah, brother Joshua.
Well, we're both brother Joshua, bro. So my bad. Easy mistake. So how was he being I still want to hear from you though, bro. How was he being disingenuous? That's what I want to know.
Well, because I had asked him about a certain scripture, and I wanted to ask him who the Gentiles were being represented as in Romans 9:24.
Well, you know, we're going to do something. Is he still in the room? Because we'll bring him up. We'll let y'all hash that out.
Here, brother Joshua is on the stage.
Yeah, we'll let you get him. Yeah, you ain't got to just come for me and big brother Dre. You know, y'all, we'll let y'all hash that out. Go ahead. Ask your question to him again, bro.
Yeah, I'm here.
I asked the question as to, in Romans chapter 9, verse 24, who are the Gentiles in that verse? Who is that representative of?
And they actually had already answered that, brother. So that's why I was trying to give it to him in the chat, because y'all actually already addressed that before brother jumped on, but he doesn't like my answer.
So real quick, brother Los, do you subscribe to the Zondervan Bible Dictionary? Have you used that before?
I've used it. I mean, I know what the Zondervan Bible Dictionary is, but
right. So you've used it before. Is that correct? Did I hear you correct?
I own a Zondervan Bible Dictionary, so I know what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. Okay, all right. How does the Zondervan Bible Dictionary describe or define a Jew, if you don't mind me asking? I'm pulling mine right now. I know you're familiar with it, so that's what I'm at. So how does that define a Jew in a Zondervan Bible Dictionary?
A Jew, I have to look it up because I don't have it on me.
I'll read it for you. I got you, brother.
Let me see if I got it.
Yeah, I got you, sir. I got you.
Hold on, I like to read.
Yeah, I'm going to
Let me get it with you.
Yeah, I got you. I'll read it for you right now. I'm in front of you. And if you want me to, I'll screenshot it for you as well. I got mine also. So when you go to Jew in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, this is what it reads. Let me get that up. And I even tell you the page and everything. It's a little dark where I am. I apologize. Okay, cool. I want to know, do you agree or disagree with the sources that you referenced? So, cool, here we go. Jew, so this is on page, I'll start on page 283, just in case you want to just get right there. And it says, Jew, originally it denoted one belonging to the tribe of Judah, or to the two tribes of the southern kingdom, 2 Kings 16:6, 25:25, but later its meaning was extended, and it was applied to anyone of the Hebrew race who returned from the captivity, as most of the exiles came from Judah, and as they were the main historical representatives of ancient Israel. The term Jew came finally to comprehend all of the Hebrew race, from page to page 284, of the world. Esther 2:5, Matthew 2:2, as early as the days of Hezekiah, the language of Judah was called Jewish. So it tells you, and we go in the book of Esther. I'm sure you're familiar with Esther 8, and it tells you Esther 8, when you go to that 17, it tells you all the people of the land became Jews. So surely if a non-Israelite can be referred to as a Jew, the idea that a actual ethnic Israelite being referred to as a Jew, as far as evolving in time, is not far-fetched. So what I want to ask you is, do you agree with the definition of the Zondervan Bible Dictionary that you use and reference frequently?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. So because I believe that's what the brother Joshua was saying, the term Jew at a particular period, like I said, it started out meaning one thing. I would agree with you there. And then it evolved into the southern kingdom. I would agree with you there, because we would agree that,
It became a colloquial term because the Southern Kingdom, or what we would call the Southern Kingdom of Judah, they kind of occupied, especially during the time of the Romans. They were the tribe that had the synagogues and the temples and the scribes and the Pharisees. You know what I'm saying? That were being held. So when you had the split during the time after Solomon, you had the split. You had the Northern Kingdom who had went into captivity into Syria. Then you had the Southern Kingdom, who eventually went into captivity later. But when the times the Romans came around, they were able to come back and come together in Jerusalem at that time to establish the temple. And so during that time, they were the ones that were somewhat keeping the laws of God. So they colloquially called anyone who came back into that area, or I should say, worshipped under the auspice of what would be, the laws of God. They were called Jews at that time. But that did not. But even with that, you still had those of Israelites who did not return from captivity, who were still taking on the customs of other nations, who were recognized as Gentiles, even by the very Southern Kingdom of Judah.
Fair enough.
So
real quick.
So what I wanted to.
But real quick, and you can ask your question, brother, and I mute up, and I hear you. I hear you out. Because you just asked them. I had into one question, but I'm gonna ask you a different one real quick. So just walk with me real quick. Come to Deuteronomy 32 with me, and I'll go where you want me to go with you. And you can, if you want to pose it to me or to another brother on stage, that's fine. I'll mute up and I'll hush my mouth. So walk with me.
Hold on 1 second. You said hold on.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 32. And just let me know when you're there. I'll read and just walk with me here. Because I was going to ask one question, but I'll just ask this one and I'll yield and you can take over. So I'm going to start at Deuteronomy 32 and I'm going to start at verse 15.
Deuteronomy 30.
Chapter 32 and verse 15. Let me know and I'll read it. I'm going to read it. I'll read it and you just let me know when you're there.
Okay, go ahead.
Deuteronomy 32 and 15. But Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat, thou art grown thick, thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. Before I continue, Jeshurun, who is Jeshurun?
Who is Jeshurun?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure.
Jeshurun would be, a term that would be used for the nation of Israel. You can kind of pull it up if you would like to pull it up.
Yeah. I know you're talking about because Moses was called the king of Jeshurun. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So you would agree that Jeshurun is a term that's used for all of Israel. Okay, cool. Verse 16, they provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations. They provoked him to anger. All of Israel provoked God to jealousy and provoked him to anger. Do you agree with me so far?
Go ahead.
Okay. Verse 17, they sacrificed unto devils, not to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom their fathers knew not. Do you agree both kingdoms did that as well, as far as all of Israel sacrificed unto the devil? I say yeah, just so I can, so you don't know. I'm not being for. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna read this last two, and this is what my question is based on. So I'm gonna go down to verse 20, and he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a froward generation, children in whom is no faith. Verse 21. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their jealousy or with their vanities. And I will provoke them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with the foolish nation. So we agreed that Jeshurun is all of Israel. We agreed that all of Israel sacrificed unto devils. We agreed that all of Israel would provoke them to jealousy. So in verse 21, he says he would provoke them to jealousy with with they which are not a God. So what I want to ask you is, when was let's say I agree with you on the Southern Kingdom. When was the Northern Kingdom provoked to jealousy by a foolish nation? What book, chapter, and verse do you take me to?
Well, the phraseology and how it's being worded here is basically speaking of how both the Northern and the Southern Kingdom would go against God's commandments, and that he would provoke them to jealousy. But this is basically future prophecy. This is stating that, basically he's kind of given a synopsis of what would happen in the future.
Right.
Because we know.
I agree with you. So you might not have heard my
Right,
question.
right.
I agree. So here's my question.
Right.
I agree. It's talking about the whole house. But let's say I agree. I give you Southern Kingdom. Where was the Northern Kingdom provoked to jealousy by a foolish nation? Book, chapter, and verse.
I don't have that right now, but what I can show you is this is still speaking of the fact that during in the time of the Romans, when when the Southern Kingdom came back to the temple, when Rome gave them back to be able to practice the righteous acts of the Most High, there were other Israelites who were not living the way of the commandments. They were living the way of Gentiles. And so
can you show where the
at that time we know that
can you show where this prophecy happened to the Northern Kingdom? Yes or no?
Well. See, you took me way away because I was now. Someone said that I said someone was being disingenuous, and I wanted to come with a scripture, and you
and that's
took me
fine.
somewhere
I'm not
else.
going to stop you from doing it. I'm just asking you a question.
But this is going to clear it up.
You can still bring that out. You can still bring that out, Los.
Well, hold on, bro.
Oh, no. I'm asking you a question. If you can't answer it, tell me that. I'll shut up. I'll yield. I'll concede. I'll mute up. But what you're not going to do is tell me what I'm not going to ask you, because you came up with a particular idea. And this is something that I ask you brothers frequently. And I'll tell you why you can't answer it when you say you can't answer it. So what I'm asking you is, because we agreed that Jeshurun is all of Israel. We agreed all of Israel provoked him to jealousy. And we agreed that he said he would do the same to them. So I said, even if I agree with you on the Southern Kingdom, fine. When did this happen to the Northern Kingdom is the question. Is there any book, chapter, and verse?
I didn't know I was muted. But you keep talking.
Okay,
and I'm saying, let me answer.
All right. Now you're mute. Now I'm telling you. Now you're muted. I muted you now so you can hear the question, so you can answer it properly. So I can mute.
Well, I
I'll
heard
mute
your
up.
question. You tell me the third.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask it again respectfully. It's not. I'm not asking you, Los. I'm telling you. I'm going to mute up when you're talking. You're going to mute up when I'm talking, so I can hear you properly. And that way you can hear me properly. It's not a question. I'm telling you what's going to happen. So you can either, if you want to go back down, you can go back down. You can fall back, stay out the chat, and stay in your place. But what's going to happen is I'm going to mute up when you're talking respectfully so I can understand you. And you're going to mute up respectfully when I'm posing my question to you. So my question to you again is, book, chapter, and verse. Can you show me where this happened to the Northern Kingdom? Yes or no? I'm going to mute up.
Yes. Now don't mute me again and shut up. And let me bring the scripture up, bro. I'm going to go to where I was at before you changed the whole direction of what my conversation between Brother Joshua was. I'm going to go to the book of Romans, chapter 9. And I posed the question to Brother Joshua. I asked him, who were the Gentiles in Romans 9:24, which is going to answer your question. Whoever that was, Dre.
Me and Brother Josh, I'm just tapping in. My answer to that was Genesis 10, 1 through 5. Gentiles are the same people that they've been since the Lord told us who they was in Genesis, and it didn't change when we get to the New Testament. That was my answer.
Okay.
So
where'd you say you said Romans 9, Los?
Romans 9:24. I'm going to read Romans 9:24 through 26. And it reads, it says, even us, whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. As he saith also in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, which is kind of answers what Dre was saying, that, since it's showing a distinction here, these are people that are not God's people. It says, and he also said in OC, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not my beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God.
Keep reading down to 30.
So the reason why I brought the scripture up is because in 25, in verse 20, also in OC, So if we know the scripture, we know that OC is a Greek way of saying Hosea, right? So this is Paul saying that also as it was said in Hosea. So when we go back to the book of Hosea to find out what Paul was talking about, if we go to Hosea, I'm going to go there real quick to try and find out what is this all about? What is he saying? The people that are not my people. When you go to Hosea chapter 1, verse 10, matter of fact, I'm going to start at verse 9. It says, then said God, call his name Lo me, or ye are not my people, and I will not be your God. Verse 10, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God. Verse 11, then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Jezreel, which is also Jeshurun. Now we see, if you go to verse 1 in Hosea, it explains that God has separated the northern kingdom from him, and he said that later on that he would bring them back together, meaning that he would call them not his people, who were and eventually he would say that they would be called the sons of eventually they would be called the sons of the living God. So this shows that God didn't separate himself from his people. So when you talk about back in the chapter you brought up, saying when was Israel, the northern kingdom, separated from God? Right. It shows it right here in Hosea that he separated the northern kingdom. And he calls.
But that's not what I asked.
Hold on.
That's not what I asked, though. And you didn't show me. Go ahead.
Hold on.
You got 20. Go ahead. Land your plane, because you're talking and you still ain't answering. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, because you don't understand the contextual understanding of the scripture. When it says that he was going to cause them to jealousy, he was talking about the northern kingdom, because in the future, in Romans, like when Paul brought it up, Paul brought up the fact that you were going to, that there would be Jew and Gentile, meaning that there were going to be the Jews.
So
were
where in Romans were the Gentiles jealous because of the Israelites?
You understand?
You don't get it.
Let me just
you don't understand the question.
Los, let me help you out.
I totally understand the question.
No, you don't.
Los, let me moderate. This is what he's asking you, and he can jump in at any time if I'm misrepresenting him, because I understand exactly what he's asking.
I know what he's asking.
Listen. Sometimes people can tell by your answer if you don't understand the question, even if you think you do.
I understand exactly what he's asking.
Wait. Listen, bro. Listen, yield. That's all we saying. We ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. All he is saying is, even if you understand a question, understand this. There's a difference between a response and an answer. A response is just you saying something. An answer is actually addressing what was asked. He's trying to tell you, you're responding to me, but you're not answering me. And you're not trying to hear that. So I'm just jumping in to bring a little, hopefully bring a little clarity. His first question was, where in prophecy, book, chapter, and verse, does it mention the northern kingdom provoking the southern kingdom to jealousy? He asked you in prophecy. Paul is not prophecy, my brother. Now, if you want to go there to prove a point, we ain't gonna stop you, and we didn't stop you. But he said in prophecy, and he even said if you can't do that, he'll mute up and he won't say nothing. He wasn't gonna try to beat you up or embarrass you about it. He just said if you couldn't, he'll yell, he'll mute up, he'll be done with it, right? So you couldn't do that. Then we let you go to Romans chapter 9, which was more in line with you dealing with Brother Joshua's question. I'm paying attention, right? But you still kind of directed it at Dre and said, this answers your question, Dre. No, it does not, because Romans 9 don't say nothing about nobody being provoked to jealousy in these verses you go into. He's asking you about a prophecy being fulfilled. If you can't show that, humble up and just be like, bruh, I can't get you that right now. Or that's simply what I was taught. I never really looked into it, or I got to get that back to you. But don't Don't be coming at the brother like he being disingenuous, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. We ain't got to do that. He ain't gonna come for you if you can't answer something. He ain't even that type of dude. So I want to move on to a little bit more people. A lot of people been waiting a long time. Mr. Black Taster been up here for a minute. Then we still got Gadliel and Hannah Y'all and a lot of people. Let me get to Mr. Black
Hey, Josh.
Taster.
Hey, just jumping in right quick. In about 10 or 15 minutes, I need to dip off, but I don't want to end the room because it don't sound endish. So that with y'all being moderators, y'all have control of the room to boom it or end it whenever you feel like it. But it's almost pushing 2 o'clock, and so roughly about the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Much longer. You know, Drake can have some fun with him if he want to, but you know how we do it. We're gonna get out of here together, Zadon. We're gonna all shut it down together. You know what I'm saying? You, me, and him. We're gonna let these other brothers, you know, speak their piece, and then we'll call it a night because you know we got work to do tomorrow.
Yeah,
and we talking about the word. We talking about actual work.
Praise God. All right, go ahead, bro. You got it.
And all I was saying, Josh, and just to be brief, because even where he went in Romans 9, nowhere he went does it show as far as that those Gentiles that he believes were Israelites were provoked to jealousy by the Jews. So even where he went to, it did not answer the question. Now we can see in some places in Acts where the Jews were, so it talks about them being jealous by them bringing the Gentiles into the, near the temple, or them coming in to keep the Sabbath. And I'm saying that's the whole nation, but they disagree with that idea, and that's fine. So I'm saying since they disagree with that idea that the Jews in Acts or that the Jews in some of the other places aren't all of the nations, okay, fine. Just show me how this prophecy would apply to the northern kingdom. So even when you go to Romans 9, that don't show or suggest that the northern kingdom was jealous or provoked to anger by the southern kingdom. You know what I mean? So that's why, like you said, I wasn't being disingenuous or dishonest. Maybe he wasn't understanding the question. And I know he wasn't understanding because even when you reference it or do a cross-reference of it, it actually takes you to Romans chapter 10. And when it takes you to 10, it takes you to verse 19. He says, but I say, did not Israel know first? Moses saith, I will provoke you to jealousy by them which are no people and by a foolish nation. But notice this say Israel, the same connotation as Jeshurun. But they're going to tell us Israel here ain't Israel. It's just the southern kingdom. So it's not me creating the separation. That's them. And that's me going with the idea that he set forth. It just becomes problematic for them because they separate Jews or Israel from the whole nation. Now he cannot show where specifically the northern kingdom was provoked to jealousy by the southern kingdom. And that's all I was asking. So even where he went to, it literally, that wasn't me being unfair. It just doesn't say that. Nothing suggests what I've seen where it talks about the Gentiles being provoked. How would the Gentiles be provoked to jealousy by the southern? Like, if anybody's really listening to the question,
what would they have to be jealous of? They both.
What would they have to be jealous of?
They both went into captivity,
and that's why he can't show it literally verbatim. I've asked a number of brothers this, not even no shot at him, but brothers who really do this type of work, and they honest and they'll just say, "No, we can't show that because it don't specifically say it." But he said, "Yeah, I can show that," and went somewhere where the Jews or the Israel he don't even believe is talking about the northern kingdom. That's the disingenuousness or the dishonesty, and that's why I say he either didn't understand the question or he wasn't being honest about the answer. But yeah, I'm done.
And that's what we've been getting all night. And I just want to point something out real quick before we go to Mr. Blacktastic. Have you noticed, Dre and Big Bro, that all they've been going to all night is Romans 9 and 24? Have y'all noticed they ain't went nowhere else? And we don't broke that down and debunked that over and over again. I think it's sad when you get all these people from separate camps and different walks of life, and the best they can come up with is Romans 9, and that has already been debunked.
I went to John.
Huh? We ain't talking about you because we ain't talking about you, Yahukanan, because you had a question. You didn't try to use that as something to throw like this is absolute proof. And then even you were shown that dispersed among the Gentiles just by the wording is not the same as the Gentiles, right? You dispersed among the Gentiles. You're not the Gentiles. You follow what I'm saying? So that is not a proof text either in John 7 and 35. That's not a proof text either. You follow what I'm saying? But you did. But we talk about the people that's challenging us. You just asked the question, right? You just put that out there. You want to come like, this is absolute proof. You didn't do that. You just said, what about this? Right? And I've been waiting for that. We've been having that in the chamber. Dre, we've been waiting for that one. I can't believe you were the first one to bring it out, to tell the truth, bro. I thought we would have been heard it. But now we got Mr. Blacktastic. He is fantastic. Go ahead, bro.
Shabbat shalom, my people. Glad to hear from you all. I saw a few other people jump up here on the stage, and I'm kind of intrigued because I got a feeling we're going to hear the same redundant arguments that we've been hearing for years at this point, and which have been debunked steadily. But it's almost like as if people they will continue to make the same arguments because this is where they're stuck at. Now, the whole issue that I'm hearing, and almost every time I hear these arguments, when people make these arguments about who the Gentiles are and things of this sort, a lot of it is based on race. And this shows me that a lot of people really have a very surface level understanding, of just ethnicity and culture altogether. Race wasn't even a concept until about 500, 600 years ago, when colonialism sprang up out of Europe, and racism was because of an economic race that transpired in Europe, in which they began to colonize the world to enrich themselves, coming out of a lot of the depression and degradation that they had gone through. But yet, brothers who claim to know the Most High, and by their behavior, you can tell a lot of times there's no spirit there, don't even know these simple concepts to be able to relate them or correlate them in history with scripture. And we hear the same arguments over and over again about the letter J and all these other things. And it tells me also that people don't have a great knowledge of the alphabet that they currently speak, because there were other letters that are also invented at that same time. But those letters have nothing to do with pronunciations and understandings. It doesn't change the meaning of the words or any of these other things. But these are always the frivolous surface arguments that are continually made, and then a bending and twisting of scripture, almost like a yoga artist or some kind of contortionist, every time, and the arrogance that comes with it. And it's shocking, it's saddening, and it's frustrating, because even the very scriptures that you all were bringing out in Romans chapter 9, verse 24, if you just read a little bit further, you get the context of exactly what the Apostle Paul is saying. And he even uses that very scripture in Hosea in verses 25 and 26 in a reference to bringing in the Gentiles. And so he's not just talking about bloodline Israelites. And then the other thing too, as you said, you pointed out earlier, where whenever somebody does something good, all of a sudden that's an Israelite, but when it's something bad, all of a sudden that's a Gentile. But yet ignoring the entirety of the history of Israel, that the reason why we're scattered and where we are now in the four corners of the world is because of what Israel did that was bad. There's very little good that the nation of Israel actually does in that Bible. But yet somehow we've forgotten that, and we're repeating the same mistakes, the same arrogance, the same prejudice, and the same mistakes that they made, we're making today. And in some cases, in my opinion, we're doing even worse, because there's a lack of comprehension. And I mean simple comprehension, just on learning the languages that you claim to speak, whatever your native tongue is now. Because none of us were born in Jerusalem, Israel, no matter how many times y'all put that on your Facebook profile. You know you was born in Bell Bottom, Mississippi, or somewhere in Illinois or up in Michigan. You ain't born in no Jerusalem. You don't even know Hebrew. Can't even get the language right, and always arguing with each other over how to say this, that, or the other. And making up names. That's not Hebrew at all. People talking about they speak Paleo. Nobody spoke Paleo for centuries, for thousands of years now. But we have all of these different claims. And the scriptures are very clear. And the same scriptures that people cherish, and I'm just waxing, I guess, ranting just a little bit because it's close to the end of the night and I've been listening the whole time. But the same scriptures that people seem to claim to be so deep in, they ignore. Isaiah 56 makes it very clear when he says, "Thus says the Lord, keep justice and do righteousness, for soon my salvation will come and my righteousness be revealed. Blessed is the man who does this, and the son of man who holds it fast, who keeps the Sabbath, not profaning it, and keeps his hand from doing any evil. Let not the foreigner," and I'm reading from the ESV. I'm not a King James version person only. All right? King James is not your cousin. That's another thing folks need to stop telling that lie. "But let not the foreigner who has joined himself to the Lord, say, the Lord will surely separate me from his people, and let not the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. For thus says the Lord to the eunuchs who keep my Sabbath, who choose the things that please me and hold fast my covenant, I will give in my house and within my walls a monument and a name better than sons and daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. And the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord, to minister to him, to love the name of the Lord, and to be his servants, everyone who keeps the Sabbath and does not profane it and holds fast my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples. The Lord God, who gathers the outcasts of Israel, declares, I will gather yet others to him besides those already gathered. And these are some of the same scriptures that when Christ is preaching and he speaks about how he has other sheep in John chapter 10, verse 16, all right, who are not of this fold, meaning of national Israel. That he says, I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice. And he says, there will be one flock, one shepherd. This goes along with everything that's talked about in scripture, even in Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 22, when he says that you're going to allot an inheritance for yourselves and the strangers who reside among you and have had children among you. They're going to be to you as the native-born children of Israel. With you, they shall be allotted an inheritance among the tribes of Israel. In whatever tribe your sojourner resides, there you shall assign him his inheritance, declares the Lord God. They're going to inherit those who cling to the Lord, because this thing is by faith, are going to inherit the same thing as Israel. And that's what people don't want to hear. That's what Israel don't want to hear. And that's because Israel failed the mission of going out and evangelizing the world. Because Israel themselves, all these folks walking around here even today talking about Shabbat Shalom, don't even know what it means to be Israel. They don't understand that when Jacob wrestled with the man all night, he wasn't looking for reparations. He wasn't looking for some kind of penalty or punishment against people who weren't the same color as him. He was looking for a spiritual change because his name represented his character, a supplanter, a trickster. That's what he was looking for. When Abraham came out of Ur of the Chaldees, he walked by faith. They weren't doing all these crazy arguments and things that we have going on here today. Israel today has been tainted by the current environment that they're in, and they've become a slave to it while walking around here talking about they woke and just snoring loudly in the spirit. And so ignoring all of these different scriptures and all these different things here that tell us plainly. And if you look at the ministry of Christ, and yeah, he went to Israel first, but look how he talks to them. He tells a rabbi, a master in Israel, a teacher, a preacher, Nicodemus to his face, that he had to be born again. And that made his national identity or his natural birth lesser of an issue. Because if your spirit ain't right, it doesn't matter how you were born.
All right, Salakia, Mr. 1 minute left. 1 minute left.
John the Baptist told those who came to his baptism, don't say that we the children of Abraham. He said, because the Lord will replace you with these rocks. And so these are the kind of things that I pray and hope that our people keep in mind, instead of walking around here talking about who can and who can't be saved, because most of the people worried about other people who ain't going to make it are probably not going to make it themselves, because their heart's not right, their spirit's not ready. And so I'm going to land my plane there, but I want to hear some of these other people that's up here, because I have some rebuttals if time permits, but if not, I'll just let you all handle it. But that's all I want to say.
Appreciate that, brother, Mr. Blacktastic. It's always good to hear from you too, brother. You know what I'm saying? You always bring a sense of wisdom and maturity to the discussion. You kind of ground the foolishness. I always admire that about you, brother. I really appreciate that.
Ain't nobody come to see Otis, man.
Ain't nobody come see you, Otis. Don't start quoting the Temptations, man. I be trying to be good, man. Ain't nobody come. They coming. I'm the one selling the tickets. They coming to see me. They're coming to see the Temptations. Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis.
Oh, goodness.
Zadok, man, you just be mean sometimes, bro.
Appreciate that, Josh, man. I ain't worried about Zadok, man. He always talks.
Yeah, he got to be. That's what a big brother do. A big brother got to keep it. That's what he got to do. You know,
we always doing that, man.
You know what I'm saying? But appreciate that, Mr. Blacktastic. And now, we're gonna give everybody left on the stage 3 minutes each, because we got to shut this thing down. Don't get it wrong. we love y'all for coming out. This thing gaining some major traction, man. But y'all some night owls, and we got to be about our father's business tomorrow. Then we got Gaddy L.
Yes, sir. Shalom to the panel. I just wanted to bring this out real quick now that I got 3 minutes. I don't subscribe to the One West idea of all Gentiles, Israel, or salvation only for Israel. But I feel the confusion lies in the word Gentile itself. I believe the word Gentile is a word of confusion, because when you actually look, even if you go to Genesis 10, where it says, these are the isles of the Gentiles, that word in the Hebrew is goyim. Now that word in the Greek is ethnos, which literally means nation, a tribe, a people group. So when we actually look, even if we look at Genesis 12, verse 2, it says, I will make of thee, of Israel, a great nation. That word is goy. Now, if you go to Acts chapter, now it wouldn't make sense to put there, I would make of Israel a great Gentile. But it's just that English word of confusion. Now, if you go to Acts 10:22, it says, and where it says, and a good report among all the nation, that word is ethnos. So it's the same word that you would use for Gentile. So I feel like the confusion is when you actually look at the different words, Jew, Greek, Gentile, even if you look at Grecian, the word Grecian itself is talking about Hellenist or Hellenistis, which is actually talking about, it can also be referring to Jews that adopted the Greek language, that became Hellenized, speak of the Greek. So in some instances, like in Acts chapter 6, verse 1, where it's talking about the Grecians, in some instances, those were Hellenized Jews or Hellenized Israelites. But I feel like the whole debate about whether, okay, was this bringing Israel? I mean, was this bringing the Gentiles, or who many of us would call the Gentiles? I like to refer to them as the strangers or the foreigners, because the Torah already established a place for the foreigners. If we look at Leviticus 19:34, it says the alien living with you, that's talking about the foreigner, must be treated as one of your native born. Love him as yourself, for you were aliens in Egypt. Leviticus 24:22, you are to have the same laws for the alien and for the native born, right? And Numbers 15:15, one ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation and also for the stranger that sojourns with you. So it always was a place for the stranger. So this is not a new thing saying, oh, now Gentiles could come in, or other nations or strangers can come in. The Most High always had a place for the stranger. But when you look at the proselyte, now the proselyte is actually also a stranger. So that's when we see proselyte come up in the New Testament, it's referring to a stranger. So strangers always dwelt amongst Israel. So when you look at the whole Israel, Greek, all these different terms, it can confuse you when you're not looking in the actual language. Because normally wherever you see nations, you're going to see, it's going to also be transformed to ethnos, or also goy or goyim. All right, so since I got 3 minutes, I just tried to speed it up, but I'll leave it there.
Appreciate that, bro. And that was beautifully expounded upon. That's what you call, for all of y'all who don't know, that's what you call scholarship. You follow what I'm saying? That's what you call scholarship, not prejudice. That's scholarship. Y'all need to learn the difference between prudence and prejudice. Y'all don't seem to know the difference. And now we got Hanan Yah. We're going to get Hanan Yah his 3 minutes. Go ahead, Hanan Yah.
Hey, what's going on, family? Shabbat shalom, everybody. He kind of touched on one of the verses I wanted to ask a question about. It's a question about 2 verses. The first one is John 12, in I think verse 20. Let me pull this up. John 12.
Uh-oh. Starting to yawn now.
It says,
getting late.
Yeah.
We talk about the Jews, the Greeks coming up to keep the feast.
Mm-hmm.
What about that?
These Greeks here, these are would you say that these are like actual Gentiles, or these like what's going on here? Who's these Greeks here?
If you look it up in the Strongs, it gives you 2 words for you to know when it means actual Greeks and when it means the like Hellenized Jews. You follow what I'm saying? This word here in the Strongs is referring to actual Greeks, is G1672.
Mm-hmm. So
And real quick. Yeah.
It even says, especially a non-Jew, Gentile,
right.
Greek. It says.
Hananiah, real quick, Hananiah, you can take off. I just want to see you can get an example. Go to Mark chapter 7 real quick and 27.
Mark 7 and 27?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Let me know when you're there. I'll read it for you just for the sake of time so you can do your thing so I don't take from your time.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
And Mark 7, I'm going to start at 26. I'll start at 25. For a certain woman whose daughter had an unclean spirit heard of him and came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. But Jesus said, let the children first be filled. So Greek was a term almost used like American is today. But it lets you know previously she was a Greek, and it says she was a Syrophoenician by nation, meaning she was an ethnicity. Her ethnicity was a mix of two different nations, but she wasn't an ethnic Greek. So it would be like when you go to Galatians, I always tell brothers in Galatians 3, when Paul would be like, there's neither Jew or Greek. If I was to modernize that for us in this room, that would be like Paul saying there's neither Jew nor American. We are all one in Jesus Christ. Being American would be that term that we were all, you know what I'm saying, colloquially be able to use for each other, even though we all can have different ethnic backgrounds. We all would be American in sense of residence. You know what I'm saying? So some of us might be from Africa, some of us might be from Brazil, whatever, but we could be American residents. So if Paul was writing that letter to us, as it pertains to Galatians chapter 3, he's saying there's neither Jew nor American, for we all are one in Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? Because the word American is used the same way that Greek would have been used at that time. And this is an example of that because we see a woman who wasn't even an ethnic Greek, but she was called a Greek, but we see her ethnicity was something else, but based on like the legal status as far as her residence. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just to kind of throw that out there. That's kind of like that's one example. And then you see that Greek word is Hellen. So we know that when you're talking about a Hellenized Jew, there's a word Hellenistes. So that's a word for people, other people who was Hellenized, but it would have been Helen. And then there's a word for Jews who were Hellenized. So when you go to Acts 6 and 1, they refer to them as Grecians, but the Greek word is Hellenistes. So you had a Greek word for Jews who were Hellenized. You had a Greek word for everybody else outside of Israelites who were Hellenized. You know what I'm saying? So the Jews, Hellenistes, everybody else, Helen. And we see an example of that right here with a woman who we know was not an Israelite, nor was an ethnic Greek, and she was still referred to as a Helen. So that's kind of how it was used, you know what I'm saying, at that time, if I could kind of make it if I could modernize it a little bit for you.
I got you. So you kind of touched on my second question in Acts 6 and 1, that those Grecians there, that's Hellenistes.
Those are Greek-speaking Jews.
Okay, got you. Greek-speaking Jews.
And here's a way for you to do it. You know the one you read in Mark and the one you read in Acts chapter 6 and 1? Get you other translations of the Bible and watch how they translate both of those verses to let you see the difference. That's all you got to do. I guarantee you read Acts. Do you have an extra translation on you right quick to see how Acts chapter 6 and 1 reads? What you got?
Yeah. Any of them, because the app I got let me pull up any translation. I can go to the
pull one up. You just like me then. Pull up one. Let's see what it says.
All right, Acts 6 and 1. Acts 6 and 1 says, in those
Which translation? Which translation?
The NIV.
Okay.
Okay, I see. Ooh, dang, I see what you're saying. In those days, it says, in those days when the number of disciples was increasing, the Hellenistic Jews among them complained against the Hebraic Jews because their widows were being overlooked in the daily distribution of food.
Read it in another one.
All right, let me go to the ESV.
See, that's why a lot of these One West Hebrews just like to mess with the King James because they hide behind these words. But these modern translations tell on them. So they just try to say, well, King James only, he was a black man, so, just King. No, y'all just trying to hide behind translations. But read that next one, and then read 1 in Mark so you can see what we're talking about.
Okay. I'll go to Mark for this one. This is the ESV. That was Mark 7 and 26.
Well, what I want you to do is read Acts 6 and 1 in there, and then read Mark 7 and the other one in one of the two you just went to, so you can see that the translations are consistent. Like, notice how the NIV translated Acts 6:1 the way it did. Now read the one that Mark in the NIV. That's how you do it.
Okay, so you want me to go to Mark in the NIV?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mark 7. All right. It said, this is Mark 7:26 out of the NIV. The woman was a Greek born in Syrian Phoenicia. She begged Jesus to drive the demon out of her daughter.
See, notice he didn't put that Hellenistic or Hellenized there because they know that's referring to the actual nation of the Greeks. You follow what I'm saying? It would have used that other terminology you just read in Acts 6:1 if it just meant a Greek-speaking Jew. These other translations, they are better at, distinguishing between that because they know what Greek words are used there.
Hey,
you see that?
All right.
Hey, let me add something right quick. Let me add something right quick, just in the context of, since he already sees that the Hellenistes, by definition, is a Hellenized Jew or a Jew specifically who speaks Greek. But y'all went to the Syrophoenician woman and it called her a Greek. And when you look that up in the Thayer's lexicon, the word Hellene, it says a Greek by nationality, whether native of the mainland or the Greek islands. In a wider sense, the name embraces all nations not Jews that made the language, customs, and learnings of the Greeks their own. So that woman can be a Syrian woman, even of Phoenician blood, but because Greek culture dominated their society, they would have been referred to as Hellene, where that word Hellenistes seems to specifically be used to refer to Hellenized Israelites, while Hellene is a literal Macedonian Greek or one of another nation who adopts Greek customs that's not considered a Jew. So I just wanted to read the definition.
In other words, big bro, in the New Testament, that word Greek or Hellene can be used synonymous with Gentile.
Yes, sir. That's damn, bro. That's literally what they just said in the definition. They actually said the word Greek. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. In the Vine's Expository Dictionary on New Testament words, it says Greek and Gentile became more or less interchangeable terms. Literally.
That's what I've been teaching. And I didn't even know your dictionary said that.
Yeah.
So I got one last question. So in the Geneva, right? I don't know if y'all like that translation or whatever.
Yeah, the Geneva's cool.
Some of the words, and I'm just trying to make sense of this to better defend what I believe, right? And I know you brothers are well studied, so I feel, you know what I'm saying, all right, asking y'all. In the Geneva, the Grecian, like in places in the KJV or other translation where it says Greek, it says Grecian. So how would I go about balancing?
Let me jump on in there. See, the problem with the King James is that even in the King James, Grecian is the word of choice that the King James uses to describe Hellenized Jews. In other translations, the more modern term for an actual inhabitant of the Greeks or the culture, they would say Grecian. Because Grecian actually is the modern term that we would use today to refer to actual Greeks. But the King James uses it to talk about specifically Hellenized Jews. That's why I tell people the King James is outdated because of the language that it uses. It's not a bad book, it's not a bad translation, but it's a dead language. Nobody talks like that anymore, and a lot of words in it are obsolete. They don't mean the same thing today that they meant back then. So when you go to modern translations, if you go to a modern translation and you see the word Grecian, I guarantee that's what they're using for Greeks in general, actual Greeks. But if you go look for that same word that's talking about Hellenized Jew, it's going to say Hellenized Jew. In other words, that Geneva Bible that you use, pull up Acts 6:1, and I guarantee you it say something like Greek-speaking Jew or Hellenized Jew there. But in all other places where it's actual Greeks, it says Grecians. Can you pull it up right quick? Then we move on to the next brother. Can you pull up Let's see how it reads in the Geneva. Now, I've never read it before, but I'm just guessing. If it's a accurate scholarly translation, it's not going to say Grecian in Acts 6:1, like the King James does. It's going to say Hellenized Jew or something, or Greek-speaking Jew. What does it say?
All right. It says, and in those days, as the number of the disciples grew, there arose a murmuring of the Grecians towards ye Hebrews, because their widows were neglected in the daily ministry.
So the Geneva uses Grecians throughout for everything?
I believe so. Let me try Acts 11 real quick.
Right, try another place. Because if it just says Grecians out, that's a bad translation, bro. You need to say Grecians or Hellenized Jews, or it need to say Grecians and Greeks.
It just say Grecians.
Now what's the one that Acts you going to?
Acts 11 and 20. Now some of them were men of Cyprus and of Cyrene, which when they were come into Antioch, spake unto the Grecians and preached the Lord Jesus.
Oh, it's translating it, dude. It's translating the same way the King James do, bro. Go to this is what I need you to do. Then we'll move on. I'm going to test this once and for all. I know a way to figure this out, because you got me thinking that the Geneva Bible is using Greeks, all of that. Go to Acts 14:1. Read that. I want to see if it says Grecians there. If it says Grecians there, then you got a bad translation. I wouldn't mess with that, because it's just saying Grecian for everything. My theory is it should say Greeks in Acts 14:1. If my theory is correct, read that.
It says, and it came to pass in Iconium that they went both together into the synagogue of the Jews, and so spake that a great multitude, both of the Jews and of the Grecians, believed.
Yeah, that's a bad translation, because it's just labeling everybody Grecians. It's not making a difference between if it means.
And them two different Greek words for Hellene and Helleniste.
Exactly. So
got you.
You got to be careful with that. Even the King James makes a difference. It says Greeks and then say Grecians. But there's one place in the Old Testament where the word Grecian appears, and that one exception in the Old Testament is talking about actual Greeks in the King James. You got that?
Joel chapter 3 and 8.
3 and 8.
Yeah. It's talking about the people of Japhet too. So yeah, that don't help. They, as far as they view anyway, the opposing view.
Mm-hmm. So that's the one exception to the rule. So now we're going to go to the last brother for tonight. We're going to go to Rayala. I know I probably butchered that a little bit. I'll let him tell us what it say. Ariala, are you there, bro? Forgive me for butchering your name. I ain't never met a One West Hebrew with less than 3 A's in the name. Have you, Dre? Keep it above. Tell the truth. Have y'all ever met a One West Hebrew with less than 3 A's in his name? Think of Captain Tazariah. How many A's is that in Tazariah? How many A's is that, Dre?
Don't get me to
at least 4.
It's at least 3 A's.
At least 4.
It's at least 3 A's.
Tazariah. Oh yeah, he got 4 of them.
How many A's is that? 3 or more. This brother name right here. They got. I haven't met a Hebrew with a One West Hebrew with less than 3 A's in the name. hold on. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That dude got 5 A's in the name. That dude got a perfect report card in the name.
Yo, where he at though?
He might have a problem. Ariala. He might have went to sleep. Brother, be falling asleep.
Oh yeah, that is.
They be falling asleep.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that's it. He had his chance. Zadok, shut it down, do your thing, get your closing statement, please, brother.
Hey, it's all good, man. Hey, I literally looked at this thing. We had almost 100 folk in here tonight, but this thing been hanging out in 60 to 70 people, and we've been here almost 6 hours, man. Yo, forgive me. We really appreciate y'all coming in here and building. That's why it lasted so long. Salute to the cats over there on YouTube and Facebook. I went and looked. I said, yo, y'all still hanging around? Yo, they really loving it. So all together, I think we've seen tonight that the Gentiles, in the New Testament, can't just be taught to be just another portion of Israelite to the captivity. While the word every now and again, and honestly, not the word Gentiles, But literally, like the last brother, at least he brought to the table, hey, this word here, isn't this word, can't this be applied to Israelites who were in the captivity? Yes. Hellenized Jew or Hellenistes, yes, we learned that. But we also see that when you see the word Greek in the text, you also have the Greek words Helena, Helena, which refer to literally ethnic male and female Greeks. And so we just want people to be honest about what's in the text. There's a doctrine out here that is contrary to what's written in the prophets, let alone the spirit of Hamashiach and the apostles, that's teaching that salvation is only for Israelites, ethnic Israelites, y'all. And that's just not sound. So I'm hoping that we've had an abundance of opportunity. We better have over 6 hours. If you can't learn to defend the truth through what you heard tonight, then you just may not be cut out for trying to defend it. You just believe what you believe and let it stay at that. Hey, I really appreciate the cats who had the nerve to disagree with us and come on and defend it, because they actually made it very interesting. So, hey, Josh, I appreciate you, bro. Hey, y'all, don't forget, tomorrow, roughly about 5 p.m. or so, over on Absolute Bible Truth channel, Brother Josh and the ABT family start their Sabbath presentation. And make sure y'all give me a follow as well and become a member on my room, the Bible Dojo, because we get it in over there. I open up on Sunday nights weekly at 9 p.m. EST for my weekly teaching on that platform. Josh, if it's anything you want to say, appreciate you, Dre, bringing some substance as well. You brothers go right ahead. Salute to y'all and let folks know what's happening with this young frankincense over here on a Friday night. You heard me? And just remember, y'all tell them if cats, yeah, that's funny. If any of these guys, if any of these guys be like, well, yo, man, what these dudes over here talking about? Just let them know this is my claim. All right, that's what it is. Go ahead, Josh.
I was just gonna say, man, ain't nobody trying to be Santa Claus around you and come around that chimney, bro. They ain't trying to come down that chimney. You know what I'm saying? You got Santa Claus just going past people's house. He just keep the sleigh moving. I ain't coming down. That's Zadok house. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to come down that chimney right now. Too much smoke coming up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So we got them running. It's all good. You know, I appreciate everybody for coming out today. It is growing, like you said, big bro. It's definitely gaining some traction. You know what I'm saying? I think the people, they starting to talk about it. A couple of brothers, you know, who should have came on the stage did come in the room, right? And just a spoiler alert, I'm gonna be doing a whole lesson on, you know, God willing, on Romans 9 tomorrow. You follow what I'm saying? So we finna lay this baby to rest, Drake. That's it.
Well.
Here you go.
All right, family.
Shalom,
well, hey,
all.
man. Shalom. Shabbat shalom to all the Sabbath observers. Until next time, peace to you and your households. All right, family. Yo, man, greatly appreciate you all hanging out with us, man. I know it's on the late night, and some of y'all still was out here. I looked over here, it said we had about 20 folk. I said, yo, that's what's up. So prayerfully, for those of you who were able to listen in, you got some edification out of this, and Most High willing, we'll continue this. I'm thinking that this thing is going to gain some steam. We had close to 100 people live with us over on the Clubhouse app. So if we add them with you guys here, that's roughly about 120 to 130 people. So we praying that edification happen. And even when we had disagreement with our opponents, while we'll be passionate about it, we still not trying to condemn them, but we will fiercely contend, because we feel it's time for people to not look at us as if we all just believe the exact same thing the same way. And so hopefully tonight helped everyone involved. So until next time, well, God willing, next time will be this Sunday evening at 9 p.m. here live for the topical teaching for this week. Until then, Godspeed and blessings to you and your families.